T.J. Clark. Chapter 1. 6 Months and 1 Day. Clary walked into the barracks, where the teens were sleeping, as were Shellman and Philip. He shined a flashlight across them, and saw that he was not the only one who had nightmares. The death that each of them had seen was more than they could deal with.
"Almost seems a shame to wake them, doesn't it?"
asked Aslan. Clary shrugged. If we don't try and get them into shape and teach them, then it's going to be a short damn apocalypse for us, isn't it? It isn't like they need to know advanced shit. We show them how to shoot a gun, we get them to run miles on end, and they might just have a chance, Aslan said.
You realize those things never get tired. It doesn't matter how fast they move, or how much of a head start that they will have on them.
So what? You want to just put them out of their misery now, and put one in their head? Then you and I can start heading west, and hope that we can pick up a boat out in California and head to Hawaii. Maybe we will be able to survive out there, if it hasn't reached the islands yet.
Christ, would you shut up, man? If they hear you, not only will we lose their trust, but they'll probably take off on their own, and end up getting themselves killed, Aslan said.
Clary rubbed his hands through his hair, while looking down the line of teens and kids, thinking of them lying along the streets, with their stomachs ripped open, and their faces smashed. He went to speak, and nodded his head, saying, Yeah, you were right. I don't know anything else. We don't have to train them, but what are we going to do with those that don't want to learn?
Anyone that doesn't want to, or doesn't have the idea of surviving like us, could cook. They could also learn how to fix things, but they better pray that no zombies come into the mix, because I'm not going to have a babysitter in the middle of nowhere for them. If they don't want to learn, they might as well hope that they are lucky.
Do you think that we should give them the treatment that they need, so they can start appreciating military-style training?
Aslan tilted his head back and forth, debating it. Do you remember your drill sergeant, Clary? I mean, I know you're like 50 or 60, but can you remember back then?
Clary held up a middle finger, and thought of his drill sergeant with a shudder, and said, Everyone who is in the military remembers their damn drill sergeant. Are you kidding me? We don't need to be like that, though. Aslan flicked the lights on and off until people started to wake. He walked down the aisle, yelling,
Today is the first day of training. The training that might very well save your life. Now get your shoes and roll out front. We are going to go on a little fun run. And then, I'm going to teach you how to use a gun.
The occupants of the bunks slowly got up, quickly realizing that they had very little choice, and even fewer options, if they wanted to learn to survive the turn. When the news had been presented to the teenagers that there was no cure, and that led to the head was the only way to stop them, the choices were limited, and to the point. It had been made clear that those wanting to stay needed to be able to contribute and watch out for each other's back, as well as defend the gates of the base. The majority of them had never shot a gun, much less a machine gun on a military base. Many of them had never been away from their parents more than a night. The looks on their faces were filled with no faith in each other. When Clary walked by them, he smiled and said, Don't worry, kids. We've all had a first day of something. Today is no different. A 15-year-old boy, Andy, looked up from tying his sneaker and said, My usual first day of anything is like school or baseball practice, not learning advanced military techniques. Clary said, It won't be advanced today. We just want to show you the business end of a rifle and pistol. If you can handle that, we will go from there, and make sure that you don't blow your head off with it. Andy looked a bit relaxed and smiled, thinking that he could hold a gun without pulling the trigger. Well, I can handle shooting a gun, I think. Oh, and we are going to go and do a good workout, Clary added. Andy asked, How much are we going to do? Well, there isn't really an end to it. You will love it. Everyone gets to stop once they puke. Unless they puke too soon. Then we will wait until they puke a second time. Andy said, Well, I don't think that I puke too quick, so... Aslan quickly interrupted.
Quit pissing around, kid. Get outside and get yourself stretched out. We aren't eating until after we get back from working out, so you need to keep up running like a champ.
Andy went to say something, but stopped when he saw the look on Aslan's face. He ran outside to do as told, and the two men walked down the rest of the bunks, making sure that everyone had left the barracks. They saw Sean stretching next to his bunk. They weren't very worried about him. They had already been teaching him for the last 6 months, and they knew very well that he wanted nothing but to kill those things, and that he felt it was a responsibility among all else. Sean watched the bunk above him, but saw no movement and no stirring. He whispered, "Hey, loser, you better get up, man, or I think you are going to regret it." Nothing came from the top of the bunk, and Sean jabbed at it from below, sending a shock into his friend Greg.
"If you do that again, you will never have children," Greg said.
Sean shook his head. "You know what? You want to do this on your own? Don't you worry about it. From what we've learned from Aslan and Clary, they are always nice and sympathetic about things." Greg tried getting up, then collapsed back into the sheets. Joey finished tying his shoes and said, "You ready, Sean?" Sean nodded and asked, "You in a hurry?" "Well, yup. He's going to get yelled at, and I don't want to stay around to hear it. Can we stretch outside before we go on that puke run?" Sean got up, pulling Joey by his hoodie, and said, "Come on, let's go." The two teens passed Clary and Aslan on their way out. Clary said, "Morning, boys. You ready for a run? You think you gonna keep up, Joey?" Joey smiled, while nodding, and said, "I won't have any problems keeping up. I'm fast, Mr. Clary." "We're heading outside to get stretched out," Sean said. Clary looked over his shoulder and asked, "Everyone awake down there, Sean?" Sean laughed and replied, I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention, Clary. Sorry." Clary saw the lump in the back, lying unmoving on the bunk, and asked, "Greg?" Sean shrugged as they ran out the door. Aslan said, "Yeah, it has to be Greg." Clary said, "Why's that?" "Because he drives me crazy, and has for months." "Yeah, I think God put him on Earth to make sure that I constantly have a headache."
"Headache, huh? I think that he gives me indigestion. You got off easy,"
Aslan said. The two walked up to the side of his bed, and Aslan patted Greg on the back. Aslan said, "Come on, Greg. We have workouts that we need to do. Let's get a move on." Greg didn't move, and Clary said, "You know, I'm thinking more and more about my training, and what would have happened if I didn't get out of bed." Aslan said, "Are you kidding me? My drill instructor would have gutted me, and then fixed me and had me do push-ups until I puked my guts out." "Well, I didn't know that you had a pushover for an instructor. Christ, mine would have... Well, hell, he would have done this." Clary flipped the bed up in the air, propelling Greg to the cold concrete below. Aslan yelled like he had the words sitting there waiting for him. "Get your skinny ass up and out of this bunker before I permanently plant my foot up your skinny ass! Go, 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 now!" Greg pushed up off of the ground slowly. He stood tall, yet still not coming within a foot of either man's eyes. He said, "You do realize that unlike all these other kids, that I already know how to shoot a gun? I made it through day 1, day 2, and day 3. I didn't do it by hiding, if I remember correctly. I kept the two of you from turning out like your friends did that you came with." Clary stood real close to Greg, and bent down near enough so that their eyelashes were touching each other, and said, "Just remember, no one knew what the hell they were getting into when we got dropped off here. We thought that we were doing something good, that we were going to be able to save the world, but come to find out, of course, that isn't the case, is it? We just found out how to make this disease, and then they die. But I can only say this as nicely as possible. Do not, and I say this for sure and clearly, do not ever talk bad about those men. They were serving their country and trying to save the world. They gave up their lives instead of trying to hide in some basement like so many Americans did." Greg said, "We weren't hiding. We were on our way down to save everyone too, and we didn't have a way to get out. We did it just to do it. We knew that there wasn't anything else that we needed to do but to save everyone. We were putting the greater good before us as well, so like I said, I don't need this training. We are good to go." Clary nodded slowly. "So you know how you can't hit anything with handguns? You know that you couldn't set a trap or a bomb to save your life? Well, keep that in mind. You already know some of the things that you need to, but what matters is that you get everything that you can possibly learn in your arsenal of skills. You never know when you will need to be able to do all of it at any given time." Greg went to say something back, but Sean yelled from the doorway, "Greg, quit being a pain in the ass and get out here with the rest of us, man.
We need someone to lead PT, and we all know you were the slowest guy here."
Greg looked back at the two men, thought about it, and turned around, realizing that he was wasting his time. He knew it didn't matter what he did. He was going to be running, and knew that he was being stubborn as well as cocky by not learning absolutely everything that he could. Of course, he wouldn't for the life of him tell the two SEALs about that. He turned around, not saying anything else, and headed to the front of the barracks. Eric was laughing, still sitting in his bed, and shaking a smoke out of the pack. He lit the lighter just in time for Aslan to turn and see him. Eric said, "Probably a good idea that you get them in shape. We can't have them out and messing around all day. I figure it's probably best to keep them busy by giving them something to do and focus on." Philip said, "Oh, I couldn't agree more with you. It is always good to keep teenagers busy, especially with a damn military base at their disposal. I can't imagine what would happen if they were free to come up with ways to keep themselves occupied. I mean, we have enough turned to worry about the way that it is, right?" Aslan looked at Clary, and the two of them both smiled. Clary sat down and said, "If you don't get your asses up and out of those bunks now, I'm going to give you nightmares like you have never before seen." "Wait, what? Did you want us to go out and fry up some eggs for breakfast?" Philip asked. Aslan said, "Yeah, if you want to cook up some breakfast, that would be great. But it's going to have to be right after you finish your run with the kids and weapons class, and see if you are still able to stand after that." Eric said, "But we already know how to shoot, boys. Hell, I have a whole wall worth of deer racks at home to prove it." Clary said, "Wait, you have deer racks? Like you were able to shoot a defenseless animal with a shotgun at what, 20 yards? Philip laughed and said, "Well, he shot it all right, but..." Eric said, "Shut up, Philip." "What?" asked Clary. Philip jumped up off the cot and headed out to the front. He looked over his shoulder and said, "Well, yeah, he shot it. It just took every shot in his gun to get it." "How the hell would you know? We went out there at 5 in the morning and you were still back in the woods puking out the beer from the night before. You probably don't recollect that now, do you?" Eric said. Clary put a hand on Eric and said, "Sorry if this comes off wrong. I am not quite a delicate kind of guy. It might be something that I am missing in my DNA. I don't know. I've never been called sentimental, though." Eric said, "Hey, I got thick skin, man. Don't you worry about it." "Well, to be perfectly honest, listening to the two of you makes me think that I'm getting stupider by the moment. I could be wrong, but I don't think that I am." Eric started to say something, but Aslan said, "Sorry, I think he said it wrong. What he really meant was, get your ass out front or I'm gonna run you until your fucking legs fall off. Now get moving, or I swear to God that you'll regret many, many days to come." Eric sprinted, or what was his sprint at least, and ran out of the barracks. Philip started laughing, and his words were just barely coherent. "That was the fastest that I've seen that guy move in my life." Aslan looked at him and said, "If you don't match his speed, I've got a pretty big foot, and it's going right up you-know-where if you don't get out there. Go, 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 go!" Aslan and Clary both looked around, while rubbing at the bridges of their noses, and thought that they couldn't possibly have to deal with the two of them for an entire apocalypse, but figured that they needed to have more than just a group of teens around. Having a few other adults, even as immature as they might be, were still somehow probably useful. They walked out and looked around at a large group of teenagers. Their original head count guess had been 15. However, when they had gone back through with bunk assignments, they found out there was at least 25, which was 25 additional fingers on triggers that they hoped that they could rely on. They knew that having a base this size with such a small force was not something that was going to be easy to keep an eye on at all times. They had already figured out that there was a strong chance that the turned did not require sleep. Clary held up a hand as he stood up on a platform. He saw nothing but doe-eyed children staring at him. He saw Greg yawning, while trying his best to look as bored as possible. Sean and Ellie were stretching, and Joey looked like he was ready to burst off onto the run. Clary cleared his throat and said, "Now, I know that we all know each other, and that we've been waiting for the best news. For the news that we were going to be able to rely on someone else to save us. That someone else was going to cure these inhumanly cruel bastards. They have all hurt you in one way or another. We've all lost someone, and we all have a story to tell. There isn't anything that we can do to fix that after this. There isn't anything we can do to cure these things. I hate to tell you this, and it isn't easy. We can't protect you here. Andy walked forward, and fear spread across the poor kid's face. He held up his hands and said, Wait. What do you mean that you can't protect us? We came here because we didn't have anywhere else to go. And now you tell me we aren't going to be able to stay safe? It's your job to protect us. Didn't you take an oath or something? Look, Andy, we aren't babysitters. We took an oath while we were under the government's employment. That time stopped when we parachuted into Iowa looking for the cure. Do you know the story of what happened, Andy? Asked Clary. Andy shrugged, kicked at some gravel, and said, Yeah, everybody knows. One of you two were dumb enough to send the research back to your bosses before they got you back off the ground again and on your way back home to somewhere safe. Clary waited for some of the chuckling to stop and ensured that he remembered who had laughed. Clary went to speak, but Aslan cut him off and said, Well, just to clarify this, it wasn't myself. It was Clary. I, for one, would never do something that stupid, that ignorant, that... Clary said, Guys, should we skip ahead and have me show you the advanced physical hand-to-hand combat that you will be able to do once we are done training you? I can show you how to break hands, arms, legs. Aslan whispered, so only Clary could hear him. Fine, oh my God, would you relax? Is it your special time of the month, Clary? Clary took a deep breath. Well, I lost what I was saying, Andy said. You were telling us that you weren't able to protect us, and then you were telling us how we can go about breaking lots of bones on things that are totally able to rip our arms out of our sockets. Clary went to say something, but Sean walked up and said, Clary, I think you better get this thing going. You aren't saying the right words that are going to motivate these kids. Do you think you can do better? Sean shrugged. Yeah, probably. I mean, it'd be hard to do it worse, wouldn't it? The last thing I want to do is stand up on a podium and tell people something that could get them killed. They aren't soldiers. Why don't you look at them, for God's sakes? They all look like they are scared. They don't understand why they need to do this. It has been 6 months, and they are still lost in the hope, regardless of how many times the news has told them that there was no hope coming their way. Well, how do we fix that? Clary asked. Sean said, It is difficult to say. I think that they need to really understand what is going on. We've been taking perimeter watch for months since no one can shoot or handle a gun. They know that no good is going to come from the turned. What they don't know is that we aren't alone, and there are plenty of them everywhere. They still have hope that there's going to be help. Clary said, Get up there and talk then. Over time, I won't be surprised if you were helping teach these kids what to do. The more we have helping, the faster we are going to get them up to speed. Sean asked, Why is it a rush? Because, like you said, there is no help. When the dead run out of food in the city, they are going to move out of the city or they will migrate. I don't really know what the fuck they are going to do, but I do know that I want to be prepared for it. The last thing I want to think of are hundreds of those things coming at the fence. Hell, thousands of them, not slowing down for anything. And we do not currently have the manpower to deliver the firepower to keep them from coming through. I think we both know what happens if that is what it comes down to. Sean motioned for him to move aside. He got up on the podium and held up a hand for the whispering that was taking place to cease. Hey, everyone. Can I just have a couple minutes of your time, please, or whatever? When the talking got louder, Greg stepped forward and screamed at the top of his lungs, loud enough to make Clary and Aslan see the kid in a new light. He said, Everyone shut up and listen to Sean! He's way better to listen to than Clary! Clary snapped around, shaking his head, scratching the side of his scalp with his middle finger and staring directly at Greg. Greg smiled, and then went back to stand with some of the original orphans, Joey, Ellie, Patrick, and Kaya. The rest of the kids, to his credit, shut up immediately and turned their eyes to Sean, standing up on the podium, who was not yet projecting a good deal of confidence. Sean cleared his throat and said, Hey, I'm Sean Fox. I don't know about any of you, but my day one in this didn't go so great. I lost someone, and I'm sure that many of you did too. Heads were nodding slowly, some looking down at the ground, and others trying not to let tears form in their eyes. Sean continued. We don't share stories of what happened to us. Why is that? I will tell you. Because it doesn't help anything. It doesn't do anything to make anyone feel better. There isn't any reason to try and one-up each other on what horrible thing happened to us. We all lost. We all are mad. We've waited around for 6 months until we finally heard from the government that there wasn't going to be any help. Now that we know, we need to protect ourselves. We aren't going to wait any longer. You might not be pros with guns, you might not be violent. I wasn't either. At least, I wasn't violent. There isn't anything that you can do now but kill them. It is simple. Kill or be killed. You can't hide forever, and these two can't protect you forever. Can they kill these things? Yes, they can. But when they eventually are outnumbered, what are you going to do? Do you want to hide and pray that after they strip every inch of muscle and edible flesh from these guys, that they just leave? Do you really think that they'd leave? Have you ever seen one of these things get full or walk away from a meal that wasn't going to turn? The teens shook their heads slowly, and Sean continued. We need to be able to defend. We can't be useless. We have a lifetime worth of ammo at our disposal, and we won't run out. At least not anytime soon. If you absolutely think that you can't fight, there's other work you can do on the base. Andy cut in, raising his hand, and said, Good, because I'm not killing anything. If you guys think you can learn how to be some special warrior, be my guest. Sean snapped and said, Andy, is it? I wasn't done talking. What I was going to say was that if you aren't wanting to be one of us, and you still want to stay, then keep this in mind, and let my words sink in deep. Just because you stay does not mean that you will have anyone babysitting you. If you have a job to do, and you are out doing it without anyone watching you, that is because those of us with guns will have our own work to do. There isn't any guarantee that anyone will be able to walk around and make sure you are safe. Now, if that doesn't sit well with you, then maybe you are going to want to stay with the group today to get a little cardio and gun training in before breakfast. I don't know about you, but when those things come for me, I sure as hell want to know what to do. I might not be able to outpower one of them, but I sure know I'd rather be able to say I gave it my all instead of standing there waiting for one of them to rip my heart from my chest. If you got any questions, then ask Clary or Aslan. As of now, they are the ones in charge. None of the teens said anything, and Clary ran past them and said, Let's see if you kids can keep up with an old man. The longer you can run, the better. You never know when a car is going to die, or you are going to end up in a shitty circumstance. Clary took the lead, and Aslan ran in the back, screaming at people to keep up the pace, and to make sure that they kept it up, or that they'd do push-ups, and then have to sprint after them to catch up. They ran until they were at the top of a hill, and Clary had set some binoculars sitting on the top of the ridge. He pointed to town, while taking a look through a pair, and said, This is why we are running. This is why you need to train. Each of the teens took a look through the single pair of binoculars, and when their turn was up, they were ghostly white. There was no shortage of the turned in the nearby town of Johnston. The teens didn't mistake the fact that they were close, and it was much too close for comfort. The reality of what the men had said began to settle into each of the teens. The thought of the turned running out of food and beginning to search with a newfound hunger didn't sit well with any of them. Joey looked up at Aslan as he took his eye away and said, I don't like guns, Aslan. What am I going to do? I don't want them to eat me. I don't want them to eat me, Aslan. What do I do? Clary put an arm around him, pulling him to the side. He whispered into Joey's ear until the boy looked visibly at ease. When Joey walked back to Sean and Greg, he had a slight smile on his face. Greg patted his shoulder and said, What did he say, Joey? Can you keep a secret, Greg? Joey asked. He nodded, and Joey said, Well, Clary said that he is going to make me a special weapon. He said that he was going to make me something that I could split their heads open with. The two nodded slowly, not really understanding what he could make, and looking back at Clary, who saw them, and had a smile filled with pure joy at whatever weapon he was thinking of for Joey. Greg asked, "What the hell is he going to make Joey that he could actually use?" Sean shook his head when Joey patted him on the back before running off and almost knocking him over. "I don't know, but if someone has the muscle, I'd think that they can put some serious power behind their hits. Don't you agree?" asked Sean. Greg watched as the hefty-looking boy ran off, knowing that he was definitely not overweight, but that he was ripped underneath that large frame. Greg said, "He wouldn't do anything that is going to put that kid in harm. You do that and karma gives you a one-way first-class ticket to hell. Besides, you don't think that he'd really let him go into battle, since, Sean shook his head, a bit disappointed. "What? Because he has special needs? Christ, man, you realize that he has outlived his own family and thousands more who don't have special needs. God knows how many people there are in the world that didn't make it through day one. If he is lucky, then great for him. But you know what? He has continued and continued to survive. No matter what gets thrown at us, he's just like us. And he's one of us. So just make sure going forward we don't treat him differently. If you hold back, always worried if he'll come through, that's when he's going to run right past you, and something's going to rip out your heart and start eating it while you are laying there and dying." Greg started to say something, but watched Joey walk over and whisper to the rest of the group, and smiled. He realized that regardless of what has kept Joey alive this long, he wasn't going to underestimate him, or anyone going forward. He said, "You got it, Sean." Clary said, "I want everyone to get running now. Even when you are tired and you don't think that you could possibly run any further, remember that they aren't tired. I've yet to see one of them slow down. They don't run out of breath. They don't get fatigued. You might think you stink right now from sweat, but the smell of you is probably enough to make them feel intoxicated. Now I want you to keep those words in mind whenever you think you have to stop and when you can't go on any further, because that moment of you giving up is exactly what they are waiting for. Everyone run back to the barracks, and let's get some food in you." Over the next 3 months, the teens trained until their muscles and joints hurt, and their fingers were raw from firing rifles, until they could all be trusted with one. Jobs were given, and perimeters were established to keep the grounds safe. Chapter 2. 9 months after Day 1. Clary stood in the mess hall of the base with Aslan. Clary looked over and could see Aslan yawning and mumbling under his breath. "Quit complaining, Aslan. It isn't that bad." Aslan looked over with tired eyes. "I've been a Navy SEAL for over a decade, Clary. I've been in shitholes, which of course don't compare to the streets of this town now, but still bad." "You realize I was already in when you graduated SEAL school, right? What's up your ass? I have more years on you, and I'm still making the most out of this place. If we didn't find this base, we would have been out on our asses after Andy's burned down. I am confident that as good as we are, and as helpful as the kids have been, the two of us would not have still been alive 9 months later. Do I wish that we could have been stranded in Hawaii without any of the turns to fight off and all the food we could eat? Hell yes. But we didn't, and this is our new home. It is going to be as shitty or as good as we make it." Aslan said, "Do you realize that when we parachuted down, we were hard-ass Navy SEALs on a mission to save America? Wait, no, fuck that. We were going to find the cure to save the entire world. Since then, we've been abandoned by the government, which, let me just say, I'm still a bit bitter about. Maybe not as bitter about the fact that a certain asshole that I won't point out, who may or may not be in this room, sent our only bargaining chip to hell in a handbag. When the shit settled and the dust stopped moving, we ended up as wet nurses to a fucking ton of kids, as well as a few rednecks who I'm still not sure why we let stay here. The amount of people that are old enough to drive competently are limited, so unless they go blind, then I'd say they have a reason to be here, for now at least," Clary said. Aslan laughed. "You do realize that just because they are old enough to drive doesn't make me feel a damn bit safer having either of them behind the wheel. But I would have to say that it is better than having Greg behind the wheel," Clary said. "Are you kidding me? Anyone but Greg would make me feel better. Besides, having Greg do anything but sitting behind a mounted machine gun is a serious waste of his talent. I don't think I've seen many men catch on to shooting a machine gun like that kid has. It's actually insanely impressive.
He hates the turned almost as much as Fox does. I don't think he has gotten over seeing Christy take a steel shard through her chest that day. Greg blames the dead for chasing them. Shit, he blames them for having to use the bomb in the first place. I still don't want him behind the wheel, unless he's the last man standing and both my legs are broken.
Clary said, "Well, yes, he is a freaking maniac behind the wheel. I don't know what freaks him out so much when he is out driving. Zombies, Clary, zombies. There's a lot of them, like, everywhere. Each and every one of them pretty much wants one thing, and that is to kill and eat us. So if he doesn't have a gun in his hands, then, well, he gets a little tense. I know a lot of soldiers that felt naked when they got home walking around as just civilians. Pre-day one, of course," Aslan replied. Clary nodded, then pointed to Aslan and said, "I've got something you should know, Aslan. It's pretty important."
"Man, it's early. I'm still waiting for the coffee to finish brewing. You're treading in dangerous waters, my friend."
"Well, it's pretty important. You see, right there, you were getting eggshells in the muffin mix. Those kids are going to eat you alive if you mess up their breakfast. You'd better pick that shit out of there," Clary said. Aslan dropped the spatula and walked out of the kitchen.
"You cooked the damn breakfast. This is ridiculous. Are you seriously telling me that no one else on this base can figure out how to cook for everyone?"
"We are teaching people. But the idea of everyone on the base having food poisoning all at once because kids are cooking the meals half-assed doesn't scream as a good idea to me. Now wipe your tears and get your ass to work." Aslan scooped up the eggshells with a spoon, then threw it into the sink, and cursed under his breath.
"I still say that this is total crap."
Clary was rubbing his fingers together while smiling, playing the world's smallest violin, and Aslan refused to ask what it was that he was doing. Clary said, "Oh, come on, you gotta ask." Aslan started filling muffin tins, ignoring him.
"I don't have to do shit. Don't you have something better to do?"
Clary looked at the food cooking, and with the exception of it needing a good stir once in a while, his work there was done. "Nope. Other than going out and having a smoke, I can't think of anything else I need to do. Giving you a hard time kind of seems like my number one priority, until you stop your bitching," he said.
Aslan asked, "So you think we got it so great? Tell me one thing that I should be pleased about."
Clary said, "I don't know. How about the fact that you are on the inside of the gates? The fact that you aren't one of them? The fact that everything we want to teach them is something that you already know? Do you want me to continue?"
"Yeah, that is something that doesn't make it hard to sleep at night. It's nice having a roof over my head. We aren't in some shit each and every second of the day, right?" Aslan asked.
"Well, what I meant was that it's pretty amazing that we survived. You've seen how many people haven't made it. Then on top of all of that, we found a fortified base that we should be able to stay at for quite some time. It is almost like we hit the lotto."
Aslan joked, not really taking it to heart, and said, "Pretty soon we're going to be the minority if we don't do something, if you know what I mean."
Clary stopped smiling and nodded his head. That isn't really all that far-fetched, man. Think about how many people we've picked up the first 6 months. Every time that we would go out, there were less and less survivors to bring back with us. I know at some point that sadly is a good thing, because we know the food isn't going to last forever. But God forbid we need to do some work for what we eat, right? If it means continuing the human race, I'm okay with eating a bit less food for a bit."
Aslan said, "It is a shame that it happened in the first place. But you do know the last time I checked, we were seals, not farmers, right? I mean, where the hell do we go and get more food at this point? I can only imagine that every place we could go to and steal rations would be empty by now."
"And why is that?" asked Clary.
"Because people get hungry, Clary."
Yes, they do. But that is only for the living. Most of the people roaming the streets don't care about the Wheaties and frozen pizzas left. We take a run through town, hit all the different stores that don't look ransacked, and we are going to be set up for that much longer."
Aslan said, "As always, it's just that easy, right? I say we have plenty, and for now, we stay. Now, if we want to go out on a mission to gather more people, like you said, which is kind of what I think that you were secretly wanting to do anyways, then let's just call it that. It wouldn't be bad to map off places that are hot zones and see where these things are sitting tight at. I don't know if they get hungry, but I gotta think that they will start to run out of food in the very near future."
"Fine. I'd like to get out and stretch my legs. These kids have been hard at it for months, and I can't think there'd be a better job to test what they've learned than to let them pull the trigger a few times against the turned," Clary replied.
"And what if we really do run into some of them? We lost so many originally. I don't know that I want to take that chance with them. Why don't you and I do an initial run? I'm sure that the kids could tell us every grocery store there is, and then from there, we can simply figure out which ones would be the least risk to go and try to clear out,"
Clary said. "They are the closest things to soldiers we got, and 9 months can seriously make someone adapt to their surroundings and their new life ahead of them. Hell, think how long boot camp lasts in the Army. These kids are months beyond that. There isn't anything that makes a soldier want to do his job better than fear and hate. Well, looking at what they got themselves up against when the shit hits the fan, I'd happily have to say that they have both of those things going for them, and they have it in a big way." Aslan nodded, slowly thinking about it, and after they set the muffins in the oven, they started to head towards the other kids to wake them up to get ready for morning workouts, as well as the breakfast they had prepared. When they entered, it was deadly quiet, except for the light sound of snoring echoing through the massively big building. They had fortified a building even beyond Army standards, and made sure that the place where the teens slept couldn't be locked down tighter from the dead. They had made their home co-ed, with the strictest of commands that it was not a love nest, but a place where they could rest and not have to keep an eye open for the turned. There had been no attacks on the facility since they had made their way through it originally, clearing out the turned soldiers. They had ramped up the training regimen quite heavily once month 6 passed, and they were informed that there would be no cure. The only way to put these monsters down would be to send a round through their head, or to blow them up, which was not always a guarantee to be successful. The kids had looked like a piece had died inside of them when the news that there would be nothing they could do to save these people was announced. Clary and Aslan, being loners, weren't quite as affected. Most of the children, with the exception of Sean and his friends, who'd already lost everything in their life on the first day of the outbreak, were thinking they had brothers, sisters, parents that would roam the earth for however long these monsters lived, while wanting to kill anything that was available to them, including the loved ones whom they no longer recognized. Clary walked down the middle of the 2 long rows of bunk beds, feeling almost guilty about waking them. Many of the kids stirred in their sleep, and knew that they were plagued with the dreams of loss and death, and there was little that could be done to make them feel better about it. When Clary got to the end of the row, he saw that 2 of the beds were empty and had not been slept in. He ran his flashlight over and saw that it was Sean and Greg's bunks. Clary looked back to Aslan, who whispered, "Where the hell are those 2 at?" Clary scanned the bunks, thinking that almost no good could come out of Greg being on his own on the base at night. He knew that regardless of how much training he had, Greg was still just a teenager, and prayed that he hadn't taken any joyrides with any Army vehicles. When he saw Sean's bed empty, Aslan asked, "What is going on? Are they seriously both missing?" A light voice came from the dark. It was Joey, the boy they'd picked up on day 2 of the outbreak. He was one of the only 2 alive from the group. The rest had all been taken by the turned on day 3. Joey said, "Greg and Sean are on guard duty, sir. They've been gone all night long." Aslan knew that there were only a handful of kids that were trusted with the duty to guard at night. The partner to those kids was usually anyone that needed to learn by example, and anyone else that was being a pain in the ass was usually the first to get assigned to it. He could see Greg was on it, but asked, "Why is Sean out there, Joey? Did he get in some sort of trouble that we didn't know about? I didn't think that he was on the roster tonight to make rounds." Joey said, "No, he volunteered. He always does." Clary knew Sean better than any of the kids. He knew that regardless of the number of times he'd been told not to blame himself for what happened, and how there was absolutely no way that he could have predicted that his dad was going to start the world on fire, he still couldn't let it go. Clary wasn't sure if he ever would be able to get over it, which wasn't something that he could blame the young man for. Clary had heard the story 100 times, from Ellie and Greg, simply saying that all he was trying to do was go to class, and when he saw that someone, which of course was Ellie, needed help, he stepped up and did so much, like he has done with anyone needing help since they arrived here. "You think that you could walk down and relieve them of duty and see if they want to eat breakfast?" Clary asked. Joey was quiet for a moment, and Clary shone the light over to him and saw the young boy was smiling enthusiastically, but was nodding his head in the dark, making it somewhat difficult to see him. Aslan said, "All right, buddy, we got plenty of food down there. Don't wait too long, though, or you are going to miss out on the hot grub." Joey looked enthusiastic for a moment, and then raised his hand. Can I ask a question, Mr. Clary?" Clary nodded, knowing he could tell the kid 1,000,000 times to just call him Clary, and it wouldn't do any good. "Sure, bud. We need to get back and make sure everything isn't burning after we get everyone up and moving." "Did Mr. Aslan make the muffins? I mean, did he put them together?" Joey asked. Aslan stepped up and said, "Yeah, and so what if I did?" Joey looked to Aslan and put up a hand, trying to keep him from seeing his mouth. He said, He gets eggshells in the muffins. When my mom made muffins, they never were crunchy, and Mr. Aslan's always crunch when I eat them. I think I might stick to Mr. Clary's eggs and toast. They always taste good." Aslan said, "You know, if you keep talking like that, you aren't going to get any offers for seconds on any of my cooking." Joey popped down off his bunk, clapped Clary on the shoulder, and gave Aslan a hug, lifting him off of the ground. He said, "That is great. Thank you so much, Aslan. I really appreciate it." Ellie rolled out of her bunk and trailed behind Joey with her rifle in hand. Clary was holding the laughter in as long as possible, and finally lost his fight. He burst out laughing directly at Aslan, who asked, "What the hell is so funny, ass?" Clary said, "As much as I love him, we both know that kid will eat damn near anything if it fills him up. You don't find it a little offensive that for some magical reason your food isn't good enough for him to be able to eat? I think that your food is the only stuff on base that he doesn't want seconds of." Aslan said, "Oh, forget you, Clary. It's too damn early for this. I need to get back to my eggshell muffins before they burn." Clary was fighting for air, while giving him the waving motion to go ahead. He walked over, thinking of instructors shooting off rounds into the bunks, where they were always one breath away from waking up. They never slept a true deep sleep. They were always on edge and ready to kill. They knew that anything could happen at any time, and never knew what it was going to be, because it seemed like the drill instructors had a never-ending supply of hat tricks. Clary thought how these kids were lucky, that he was handicapped at not being able to do anything loud whatsoever. It had been one of the first rules on the base, to keep everything as quiet as possible. They had to use underground shooting ranges at all times, and no firing above ground, for fear that there would be turned who would hear and attack, uncaring of what happened to them. He flipped the lights on and off a few times, making sure that every one of the teens was up and moving. The base only stayed looking good because everyone had a task to do. Those chores he knew would only get done once they'd eaten and gotten a round of workouts that would kill a new recruit completed. Aslan and he knew very well that they'd never be able to outrun the monsters, but if they could move and hide and keep that up, then they might have a chance. Best case scenario was that they could move enough until they had a chance to put one in their head. Chapter 3. Ellie ran, catching up to Joey and putting a hand on his shoulder. Joey looked around, saw it was Ellie, and gave her a hug. She patted him with her free hand, trying not to lose her rifle in the other. Joey said, "Good morning, Ellie. I didn't know you were up." "Hey, Joey. I wanted to make sure that you didn't get into any trouble on the way over to relieve the boys. Besides, I never sleep all that great. It always seems like there's something waiting behind my eyes when I try to close them, if you know what I mean." Joey said, "No, sorry. I don't know what you mean. Every time I sleep, I see my dad." Ellie, who had heard more horror stories than she cared to, tried to recollect, then asked, "You mean back when you and your family were happy? Like before day one hit?" Joey said, "No, like when I woke up and Dad was eating my mom. I don't like that memory." Ellie nodded her head slowly, unsure what to say. She patted him on the arm and looked down at his baseball bat and knew that every time he swung it at something, he was thinking of his sister and brother and how they'd both been lost just a few days into the new world. Ellie rubbed his shoulder and said, "Yeah, I don't like most of my dreams either, Joey." Ellie and Joey walked to the outskirts of the base. The towering lights were on in full blare, and always were during the night. The Turned were not fearful of it, but it gave those residents on the base a chance at seeing them before it was too late. Ellie was looking around, walking slowly and keeping an eye open. Joey said,
"Don't worry, Ellie. I don't think there are any this morning."
"Well, that is a relief." The long shadows disappeared into the distance as they went across the base. When they made it to the edge of the field, the sun was just starting to tease the horizon. They walked until they all but stepped on Greg and Sean, who were sitting covered in grass and hay, camouflaging them to the point that they melted into the land. They knew if the snowfall came, that the grass was going to be gone for a good amount of time, and they'd be unable to stay overnight on the frozen ground. Greg heard them coming, and when he saw them, he said,
"Hey, Sean, looks like your girlfriend came to tell us that we can leave."
"Hey, at least I have a girlfriend. You know, if you ever learn how to talk to girls, you might just have a chance. Remember, there's like a handful of girls at this base and a ton of guys. There is quite a bit of competition, I'd think, for their attention."
Greg smiled and said, "Yeah, well, we just need to pick up some more people."
Sean looked at him and said, "We haven't left these gates in a while. There might not be anyone to bring back. Besides, every time we bring up leaving, Clary and Aslan shoot us down like nobody's business, man."
Greg said, "You know I'm getting better at driving, right? We could take a crew out and see if they've learned anything over the last 3 months of training. I bet we could do it."
"You want that to be your pitch to them? That, hey, I think we can make it out there and back without dying?" I don't see them going for it. But if they give you their blessing, I'm good to get out of here. I'd like to know what it looks like in town, and there's always more supplies we could use. I can only imagine being stuck here without food when the time comes. We are lucky to still have power at this point.
Christ, you've seen the generators, right? I think we're going to be running bright for quite a while. The rest of the junk they have on site doesn't do a lot of good, though. Think about it. There's energy, but how often do we get updates from anywhere? Once they told us about not needing to wait to see if there'd be a cure, it seemed like that kind of crushed people,"
Greg said. Sean said, "It didn't crush them, but it made them realize they couldn't wait. They couldn't rely on others, that they had to take care of themselves. Those that walked as the dead would always walk that way. I still pray that they have a shelf life, but it isn't all that easy to figure out since we are stuck here." Greg had not thought about it like that, and had always just hoped that at some point they would starve to death when they ran out of humans to chew on.
"I'm going to ask them today about a run. I can't see how it'll hurt anything."
Ellie overheard and asked, "What run? Is there something besides good old PT to look forward to today?" Sean got up from the ground and wiped the light snow that had begun falling from his hands before picking her up and giving her a hug and a quick kiss. She felt his coat and said, "Christ, aren't you freezing? I can't believe you come out here on purpose. You are the only person I know that would ask to come sit and watch." Sean shrugged while stretching his fingers, making sure they still had feeling in them. "Those blankets that they have on base keep you pretty warm. With Greg and my body heat in there, it wasn't too bad. The only thing I have sticking out of the blankets is the rifle, so it's pretty airtight. It could be worse, is what I always tell myself." Ellie, not thinking about the answer, said, "Yeah, it's February in Iowa. How could it be worse?" Sean pointed to the gates and said, "Well, we could be on the outside of those gates every day. That chain link is not so much a deterrent, but at the least we have some forewarning to know that they are coming over. The fact that not many wander this far from town is a godsend." Greg pushed him, laughing, and said, "Whatever, killer. I know you love it when they get next to the fence. You've taken more of those freaks out than anyone on base." Sean knew that he was doing his group a service, and at the same time, thought that putting them down was also keeping them from being tortured, and doing things that in life they would have chosen to shoot themselves before doing. Sean also knew that until he took out the very last one of them, that he would still feel responsible for the Turned, regardless of how many times people told him that it was not his fault. He knew deep down that it wasn't, but without a better explanation for why it had happened, he couldn't make himself feel at ease. Most of the kids had been pretty understanding when they found out what had really happened, and who his dad was. He had explained early on to everyone about his dad's time in the military, and that he obviously didn't know what he was creating, or he wouldn't have done it. He read them parts of the private note from his dad, telling them that there was a lab partner who had wronged him dearly, and that was really the reason for the rising of the zombies. There was nothing that he could do about it now, and that he wasn't going to spend his entire life apologizing for actions that he wasn't able to control. There were only a few of them out there that gave him a hard time, blaming him completely. Each of them, one at a time, ended up on their backs, looking up at an angry, clenched fist of Sean's, who had said in no way to be confused that if they ever told him that the world being set on fire was his fault, that he would knock them on their ass again and again. He told them that what had happened couldn't be reversed, and that there wasn't anything they could do about it, but put the turned on their backs. Ellie said, "God, guys, there's more to talk about than those things out there. You've had him all night, Greg. Why don't you meet us later for something to eat after he gets a chance to clean up?"
"So what you were saying is that you want to get Sean all to yourself?" Greg asked.
Ellie smiled and said, "Hey, Joey, why don't you take Greg out for a walk? He needs to stretch his legs after getting to sit still all night long."
Then, turning to Greg, she replied,
"Oh, and yes, I do want him all for myself. If you can break your man crush for a few hours on my boyfriend here, I am sure that we will see you after a bit."
Joey pulled on Greg's coat.
"Come on, Greg. If we get to chow first, we can get seconds."
Greg asked, "Are you sure that you want seconds of their cooking?" Joey nodded his head enthusiastically and said,
"Yeah, Greg.
As long as I don't have to make the seconds Aslan's cooking."
Greg laughed while giving a quick wave to Sean. Then the two headed for the mess hall. When they made their way through the line, everyone around seemed to be in a pleasant mood. None of them looked worried or scared, and they smiled at Greg, knowing that he'd been placed on watch over night shift. Regardless of if it had been punishment for screwing around, he still was appreciated. Anyone that traded comfort and sleep for others was recognized, and not taken for granted. They knew that if there wasn't a finger on the trigger while they slept, their nightmares very well would and could come true very easily. At the very least, getting any warning they could when those things broke in was a godsend in itself. Joey, who'd been in his bunk sleeping all night, made his way through the line, holding his tray in one hand and handing out hugs like there was no tomorrow with his other. Greg smiled and shook his head. There was no shortage of love for his friend, and when they made it up to the serving line, Philip and Shellman were giving out the food. Philip said, "Hey, Greg, hey, Joey. Clary and Aslan want to see you before you get your food."
Greg looked up with tired and hungry eyes. "Just give me my breakfast. I've been freezing parts of my body off all night that you don't want to think about. Trust me."
Shellman smiled and pulled his tray away from him.
Greg said, "I'm sorry, but unless you want to spend your overnights in the field all night long waiting for something that might come in single one by one, or in the hundreds or thousands, then I suggest you seriously reconsider taking my breakfast. All I want to do is eat and go take a nap. If you want to keep that tray, then I think there's a pretty good chance that I'm going to be stuck with overnight for a long time to come."
Shellman asked, "Yeah? And what's that going to be for?"
"Because I'm going to launch myself across this counter and beat your ass, old man. I can promise you that, and that is something I am capable of. Remember, you only need to follow orders when they make sense. If someone is telling you not to feed another, you need to think about it and realize if that is a smart idea or not. Especially when the one you don't want to feed is the one that was watching out all night so that you could sleep," Greg said.
Philip said, "But they really did say that you couldn't eat until after they spoke to you."
Greg said, "I'll go eat my damn breakfast with them, for God's sakes. Fill up my plate and leave me alone. Good God, I could use a day away from here. Call it a vacation."
They looked at each other, and Shellman said, "You know, I'm not that old, kid." Joey, who had been sitting there looking nervous at the back and forth banter between the two of them, asked, "But I thought you were like 80.
"Oh, that just hurts, kid," said Shellman.
Greg laughed and took his tray, then headed at a slow pace straight over to Aslan and Clary. Joey yelled, "Hey, Greg, you want me to come with you?"
Greg shook his head no and said, "Nah, I got a feeling there's going to be an ass chewing coming my way. You go eat with Patrick and Kaya if you want. I'll catch up with you later, buddy."
Joey saluted and headed off to find himself a place to sit. Chapter 4 Greg saw Clary and Aslan sitting in the corner eating, and shook his head. When they saw him coming, they scrunched up their faces at the fact he had a full plate of steaming food. Aslan asked, "How'd you get that? We wanted to have your full attention." Greg sat down, keeping his tray far out of their reach, and said, "I don't think putting me in front of you two is ever going to get you my full attention. I mean, do you really think that the two of you talking while I watch and see your hot food is going to do anything for me? Just talk, would ya? I'm tired, and I want to go to sleep for a couple hours." Clary said, "Well, despite your insubordination, you've done a good job lately holding down the perimeter at night. Of course, I think half of that has to do with Sean being there and keeping you out of trouble. And of course, you are still finding new ways to get into trouble during the day, but nothing too horrible." Greg smiled and asked, "So does that mean that I'm able to start sleeping at night again?" Aslan said, "Well, starting tomorrow, we want to try and have you start working with some of the kids that are still having issues with firearms." "I'm not a babysitter, man." No, you aren't. You are one of the ones that has kept them alive. You are the same age, or in most cases, a bit older. As well, you are someone that they look up to. Besides that, you speak a language which, while we don't understand it, seems to be a native tongue called Teen, which, much like Spanish and French, I've got absolutely no interest in learning. Ever," replied Aslan. "Yeah, I can understand that. You want me to start tomorrow, though? So does that mean that I can take the rest of today off?" "It depends on what you are going to do with your free time. I mean, will there be any cleanup needed or any burned buildings?" Clary asked. Greg said, I was thinking that I could take a group out on my own. I mean, if you want me to be in charge, why not start with something small? I can drive, and we can head to town and have a look around." Aslan said, "Well, let me think about it. Both the idea of you guys going out on your own, and you said that you were going to drive, because that does a lot for me, I've seen you drive. I mean, anyone can drive, Greg. Now, what it boils down to after that is that if you are a good or a shitty driver. Well, we kind of know that you are a shitty driver, and that regardless of even if you took it slow, I think you know damn well that no one leaves the base." Greg leaned in, showing the intensity for how he felt about what he wanted to do, which wasn't something the laid-back teenager usually did. They watched him, appreciating it, but couldn't justify letting anyone leave. Greg said, "Guys, there aren't that many people here. It is a serious facility. I know it's been 9 months since this started, but think about it. There is bound to be survivors. People that have been hiding in fear. I think that if they were given the opportunity and chance to go somewhere safe, that they would take it, and we could help them. If one of you guys even wants to go, then I'm fine with it. But I've been thinking seriously for a long time about it, and I'm not screwing around here." "Well, there's a first time for everything, isn't there?" Clary asked. Greg replied, "I can understand that statement, but let me take 4 or 5 people out, and I won't let you down." Clary said, "Hey, let's talk about it, and we will see, okay? Just hang out today and go catch yourself a nap. Midwinter in a frozen tundra isn't the smartest time to spontaneously do something. We need to think it out and make plans. A couple months from now, when everything thaws, would be a smarter time to do it." Greg slammed his hands down, not thinking about it, making the trays on the row of tables jump. "Damn it, there's no reason to wait. There's no reason that we don't explore, that we don't go out there. We aren't surviving, we are hiding. There are people that need our goddamn help. And if we don't go out there with the armory equipment that we have, what is the point of having all of these great tools at our disposal? There's going to be a war eventually, and if we aren't ready for it, and if we wait till they come to us, we are going to be screwed." Clary said, "I'm glad that you are thinking long-term. It proves that you can. But let's just step back a bit and take a little time to think about it. You can't just drop this on us and then expect us to grant you permission to head out without knowing more details. Besides, if you haven't noticed, the snow that is just beginning to fall looks like it could go all day long. If it does, you could easily get stranded somewhere out in the town, and then you would be stuck, and we wouldn't have any way of getting back to help you. The radios only stretch so far, and with bad weather, the distance reach could be even less. I don't think being stranded on a help mission is something which you want to have to worry about, is it?" Greg smiled and gave them a thumbs up.
I've listened in class. Those radios could care less about the weather, and we could talk to someone in another state with the technology they have in them. But hey, it's cool. I'll start with the day off, and then move over to the indoor range tomorrow. Does that sound like a plan?"
They both nodded slowly. Clary waited until Greg was out of earshot and said, "So you think he's going to do something stupid with his day off today?"
"Hell yes, I do. We can hope that he pisses most of the day away sleeping, and then from there hangs out with Sean and Ellie the rest of the day. Maybe one of them will try to keep him from doing anything too ignorant."
Clary watched him walking away and saw a much, much younger, raw version of himself. Chapter 5. Greg walked through the mess hall, gripping his rifle in one hand and the tray in the other. He looked around, trying to find Joey, and saw he'd not been able to find any of the group, and was sitting by himself. Greg saw a few boys standing behind Joey. Joey did not look the least bit happy, and had his head bowed, and looked like his shoulders might have been going up and down. When Greg walked over, he saw the two boys mimicking how Joey spoke, just a little slower, and with his own tone. Greg had so many conversations with Joey over the last few months, and thought of Joey as a brother. Any pain that he went through, Greg would be there for him in a heartbeat. Greg sat his gear down at an empty table, and walked behind the boys. He put a hand on the back of each of their necks, and leaned in. Greg said, "Charlie, Chris,
I think you ought to take a walk, now."
Chris said,
"We were just kidding around, Greg. No need to make this out to be anything that it isn't. Besides, he doesn't get it anyway."
Greg, not being the type to let something go, especially when it came down to messing around with Joey, who he knew very well could break these two in half, but was too sensitive to do so. The fact that they were picking on anyone lucky enough to be alive, coupled with the fact they picked on a kid with special needs, got under Greg's skin in a bad way. Greg looked down at Joey and could see teardrops hitting the table. Greg squeezed harder on their necks and said,
"It sure as hell doesn't look or sound like that to me. Now why don't the two of you apologize to him and tell him that you are sorry?"
Chris said,
"I'm not apologizing to him. Why are you so hard up on him?"
"Just think of this. How many of the turned have you taken out? Do you remember the day you were one of the ones hiding on the bus and he was one of the ones that made sure you didn't die? He helped save you. And this is how you are repaying him? This is the respect that you show him?"
Charlie laughed and said,
"But he's slow, dude. Besides, you guys with the guns did all of the shooting that day. I know he bashed one of their heads in and all, but there isn't anything more than that. It was you and Sean, like always, that was in charge."
Greg let go of Chris and put a foot behind Charlie, then gripped his chest and pushed backwards, sending him off balance and slamming him down onto the table. Everyone in the cafeteria stopped eating to see what was happening, and saw the rare display of aggression, as Greg had fire in his eyes. When the boy tried to get back up, immediately he was rewarded with a punch to the face. Greg lifted and slammed him into the table again. Greg looked up and saw both Charlie and Chris's dads coming towards him and their sons. Clary stood up the second that he heard the first slam on the table, and Aslan wasn't far behind. Clary stood between the two fathers' paths and said,
"You leave them alone."
Charlie's dad said,
"That's my son. You better get out of my way now, or—"
Clary, who was unintimidated, took a step further to make his point.
"He isn't going to kill them, so don't worry. But if he's doing this, then they did something and they deserve it. Your kid needs to learn about being part of a team and being respectful."
When Chris's dad tried pushing past, Clary said,
"I swear, you really need to stop right there. Like I said, there's something that we don't know that is going on, and I feel that Greg probably knows what he is doing. He doesn't fly off the handle on a regular basis."
When the two dads looked like they were both ready to protest, they stopped immediately when they saw Joey turning around off of the bench seat and wiping tears from his eyes. Charlie's dad said,
"Oh, great. They must have been making fun of the
Aslan, now already sitting on edge, gripped him and stopped what he was saying and said,
"The special needs kid. Sorry, old habits are hard to break."
Aslan said,
"Just remember, he's contributed more around here than any of you put together. There's two sides to the fence here, literally. If you and your kids are going to start trouble, and you aren't going to be useful around here, it's going to be a bad time of the year during winter to be out and on your own.
You'd throw us out during the middle of winter in Iowa? I mean, there's a lot of them, and I don't know what to do with them,
Aslan said. Well then, make yourselves useful, and try to be a little more sympathetic to other people's needs. There are training classes and plenty of things that could be done. Freeloading isn't going to be a long-term thing, I can promise you this. The two dads both nodded slowly and watched the rest of the scene taking place. Greg saw that the dads were intercepted, then noticed that Chris went to walk forward and attempted to grip his shoulder. Chris was rewarded with Greg's elbow to his gut. Joey turned around, saw this, and wiped off his tears with his sleeve. Chris dropped to the ground on a knee, and Charlie lay back on the table, breathing heavy. Greg gave him his full attention when Chris was guaranteed to not get back up immediately. Charlie said,
"I'm sorry, Greg, I'm sorry!"
Greg grabbed him, lifting him off of the table. You don't apologize to me. When Charlie looked confused, Greg pulled him off of the table and dropped him down to the floor by Chris. Greg screamed, You apologize to Joey! He doesn't deserve any of this shit, especially from the two of you. You two haven't contributed yet. You don't do anything but take up space and food that we don't need to waste. Maybe you guys think that life would be easier on the other side of those gates. What do you say? Clary and Aslan are over eating breakfast just a few tables away. You want me to have a talk with them? Greg looked up just for a moment and could see both of them now standing, but not charging their way for the four of them, at least not yet. He knew that he needed to get his apology for Joey to set things right. He didn't need any confidence killers. Chris looked to Joey, who was looking at Greg, mesmerized. He hadn't had anyone but his family and a few teachers in his life, all who were now gone, that had ever stuck up for him. Chris said,
I'm sorry, we didn't mean anything.
Greg kicked him in the ass, and Chris said,
Okay, we did mean something. We won't do it again. Greg's right. You don't deserve this.
Chris looked at Charlie and slapped him on the shoulder. Charlie shook his head no, and Greg squeezed the back of his neck, just until he winced out loud and said,
Yeah, what he said. I'm sorry too. We won't do it again.
Anything else that you want to hear, Joey? Greg asked. Joey, having probably the biggest heart on base, said,
No, thanks, Greg. But can you do me a favor, please?
Greg nodded his head, and Joey said,
Just don't throw them out of the base, okay? It's scary out there, and I don't think that they would make it outside. They need to stay and keep having Mr. Clary and Mr. Aslan teaching them how to handle themselves.
Greg just stared, and after only a second, the shock wore off, because regardless of the fact that the two had reduced him to tears, Joey still was willing to think of others first. Greg said to the two bullies, You see him? He still cares about you guys, even after you broke him down. You need to think about that, you understand me? I promise the next time I see you talking to him, he better have a big-ass smile on his face. Or if we aren't inside somewhere with everyone around watching, I'll beat you both down, and it's going to be goddamn difficult for you to get up. Greg then saw Aslan and Clary heading his way now, so he stood up, raising his hands in the air, and said, We're done. Everything is cool. I think that they've got the idea for what needs to be done around here now. Aslan looked at the kids and saw that there was a very good chance that they were okay. He realized that they, like their dads, might be hard to teach, but that they looked like they were capable of learning over time. Aslan patted Joey on the back. Hey, you okay, Joey? You sure everything is all right? Joey nodded and shrugged.
Yep, I'll be okay, Mr. Aslan. Greg is cool, man. He is my brother.
Greg knew what was coming and beat him to it, quickly putting his arm around Joey. It turned into a full-on bear hug, and Greg's legs were now dangling off of the ground. Greg looked at Aslan and Clary and thought about what they had said, and knew that if he didn't, he would have a hard time dealing with this place. He needed to blow off some steam, and the idea of people who were trapped on the outside was seriously starting to chew away at his insides. The way he thought of it was that they had too much space to just ignore it. They had stopped going out when they found out there was no chance for a cure,
and that was the last time they'd been on the outside. That had marked day one on base of weapons training and intense cardio workout routines. Greg said, "I'm going to skip breakfast. You finished, Joey?" Joey looked at his empty plate, then at Greg's full plate. He grabbed it and said,
"Hey, we can eat and walk, right?"
Greg nodded, deciding he'd better take one of the pancakes after all, as an afterthought, and asked, "Never full, are you, buddy?" Joey said,
"Yeah, as long as it isn't Mr. Aslan's food."
"What are you talking about? My cooking is the best on base," Aslan said.
"Yeah, compared to what? A rotten MRE?"
asked Clary. "Is there anything else we need to do here, or are we good? You going to do anything else stupid today? Or can I go about my other normal, mundane activities?" Aslan asked Greg. Greg looked at the clock behind him and said, "Well, I can't promise that I'm going to be able to make the entire day, but guarantee at least until lunch." Aslan said, "At least until lunch, huh? I'll take it." Joey laughed and asked,
"Greg, I thought that you were going to take a nap this morning."
Aslan said, "Great, I feel so much better now." Clary looked at Chris and Charlie on the ground and said to the boys,
"I tell you what, why don't you guys head down to the kitchen and clean dishes? Don't forget about the pots and pans that are in the kitchen as well."
Charlie said,
"But that's going to take, the entire day, man."
Clary knelt down in front of them and said,
"Don't call me man, you little shit. You go ahead and get to work now, because I promise you that I can get you a list so long that you'll stay busy for the rest of the damn winter."
Charlie opened his mouth to say something, but Chris elbowed him in the side.
"Shut up, moron. We already got in enough trouble the way it is. Do you really need to make it worse?"
They pushed up from the ground, then walked past their dads, and both got a smack on the back of the head. Greg placed his arm around Joey, giving him a squeeze, knowing he couldn't give any back-breaking hugs with a tray of food in his hands. They walked past a crowded room, as everyone that wasn't assigned to perimeter watch was standing there and taking in the show that the bullies and Greg put on. When they made it outside, they headed for the sleeping quarters, and Greg said, "You know, Joey, I've been feeling kind of cramped up around here lately. How would you feel about a little field trip out, buddy?"
"But aren't we going to get in trouble if we leave? We haven't left in 3 months.
Greg asked. "Joey, would I get you in trouble?"
"No, at least not on purpose. I don't think that you would."
Greg said, "Well, I wouldn't, and I can promise you that, buddy. I already spoke to Aslan and Clary about it, and they're just fine with it. I really do want to grab a couple hours nap before we head out, though." Joey saw Ellie and Sean walking across the base and screamed their way to catch their attention. Joey set his tray down, leaving Greg standing there, and sprinted to the two and gave them both a big hug. Joey said,
"Hey, we get to go out on a mission. Greg cleared everything. I can't wait to get out of here for a while."
Wait. What are you talking about, Joey? What do you mean that we get to leave?"
Ellie asked. Joey pulled the two of them behind him to Greg and said,
"Hey, tell them the good news, Greg."
Greg said, Yup. Sean asked, "Well, do you have any details on this? I mean, who is going?" Greg shrugged. He said, "We thought that I could take, 4 or 5 people and head out somewhere else. More of a recon drive than anything. But you guys probably aren't interested in going, are you?" Sean punched him in the shoulder. He asked,
"You gotta be kidding me, right? Who would you take if you aren't taking us?"
Greg rubbed at his arm and held up his hands. "Christ, man, save the arm, Jesus. I'm sure that you knew I was going to extend the invitation."
"Oh my God, what if we find some people? What if we find a lot of people? What are we going to do in that case? I mean, did they say that we could bring them back? It isn't like there isn't more than enough space here to put them up and feed them, right?"
asked Ellie. Greg said, "Yeah, don't worry about it. We can go hit a couple stores for supplies, and maybe we can cruise down a few streets and see if anyone comes out. I'd have to think the sound of a Humvee rolling down a street, or any noise at this point that isn't a horde searching the streets for meat, would get someone's attention pretty easily." Sean thought of the first 6 months after, and the trips out they had been making to get survivors. By the time they announced that there was no cure, and that there would be no rescue, they were finding less and less people each time. He said, "I think that we can definitely do some recon. Johnston isn't all that big, as long as we stay out of Des Moines." Ellie pushed Sean and asked,
"Wait, so we're going to be the only ones going? There isn't going to be Aslan or Clary or one of the other adults going with?"
Greg said, "Joey, tell them. I was talking to both of them this morning. They wanted to see me before I even ate this morning, didn't they?" Joey nodded his head and said,
"Yes, that is true. Shellman and Philip tried not to feed him his food. If they did that to me, oh man, they'd feel the pain."
"So, when do we leave? What are we taking with us?"
Ellie asked. Greg, who had considered these questions already, said, "We take our normal training guns and we just stock heavy with everything we can think of. I was going to take a nap, but if you guys are good to go, then I say the earlier we leave, the better. Last thing we want to do is drive in the night with snow." Sean was getting excited about the prospect of leaving. He'd been thinking of people for months as well, but understood getting things set up on base before inviting everyone they could to come be a part of it. Aslan and Clary had been running those individuals currently on the base through drills day and night until everyone knew their job and place. This was also that they could be a part of something bigger, which was keeping everyone safe, unturned, and alive. Sean said, "Wait, I'm gonna go talk to Clary. This seems too damn simple. I just can't believe they decided to let us leave. I mean..." Greg interrupted him and said, "Hey, if you want to talk to them, be my guest. But you're going to add on an additional half hour. I'd hate for you to go talk to them and then have them change their minds. I mean, what if you put a thought in their head and then they decide to cancel our getting to leave? Don't you want to have a day away from this place? It'd almost feel like old times." Ellie, never one short of having sarcasm, said,
"Oh yes, Greg, because you know how we have such fond memories of cruising around town in our Humvee, armed with machine guns, back in the good old days, huh?"
"No, okay, I can understand that. I'm just saying that getting some freedom wouldn't be the worst thing. And if this one goes well, maybe we could go out each day as part of our work. Like, we could get to explore and start mapping the safe and not safe areas. We could eventually start cleaning things up." Sean was nodding his head, thinking immediately of the Turned, and as usual, feeling like he needed to kill all of them that he could. He knew if this chance presented itself, that he would happily take out what he could, as long as he didn't put Ellie or the others in any danger. He had been smart enough early on to know that if he didn't learn how to handle himself, it would only be a matter of time before he either became a meal or one of them. He'd been thankful for the things that he'd been learning from Aslan and Clary, knowing they would be invaluable in the coming years. Once it was broadcast that there was no cure, they had to come to the realization that if they couldn't be cured, then they would educate as much as possible to try and keep themselves from becoming one of them. Sean felt as confident as ever that they could do this trip, as he felt he'd learned more than anyone, not just wanting to learn one thing from Clary or Aslan, but learning everything that he could from both of them. Sean said, "You know what? I'm ready to get out of here. So if you cleared it with them, and it's just a quick scouting ride, I guess there isn't anything else that I need to hear from them." Greg smiled, a bit relieved, and said, "Meet me in front of the armory. Sean, you know what I want, so stock heavy. Remember, we got the whole back of a truck that we can fill up." Sean nodded and said, "I'll fill up a pushcart with as much 223 as I can. We'll see you in 20. Is that enough time? How does that sound?" Greg nodded. "Joey, are you going to bring anything with you?" Joey held up his bat and said,
"You know I'm not so good with guns. If we are just going to be in the truck, I'll be okay. I really appreciate you letting me go with you, Greg. I think this is going to be fun. If we go by any stores, I think we should stop and get some food. I'd love to have SpaghettiOs, or anything not cooked by Aslan, if you know what I mean." All of them nodded, agreeing to this. They'd never wanted a home-cooked meal so badly in their lives as they did now. Greg put his arm around Joey and said, "Joey, why don't you come with me then, and we can pick out a Humvee to take out today. We need to fill it up, if it isn't already. I want to make sure and take a couple extra cans of gas with us, too." Sean looked shocked. "Wow, Greg, are you actually thinking ahead? I don't know if my mind can handle such a thing. It's so out of character for you." Greg said, "Hey man, I'm getting older. What do you want me to say? If I'm going to lead this place one day, then I'm going to have to make good choices.
Ellie said, "Oh, God help us. General Greg? That has a scary tone now, doesn't it?"
Greg puffed up his chest. He was only kidding about running anything, then said, "Now, if you aren't nice, you might have issues when my regime finally takes over, and we are in charge of everything, Ellie. It's best to get in on the ground floor, while my infrastructure is still being built." Ellie didn't even respond. She could see the daydream growing in his eyes.
"Oh, okay, Master Greg. Well, we will see you in 20. Chapter 6. Sean walked ahead of Ellie. He was trying not to run to the armory. Ellie gripped Sean's hand, stopping him, and asked, "Are you sure that we should be doing this with just the 4 of us? Think about it. Joey doesn't believe in guns, so we're really only looking to have 3 of us armed. I don't know, it seems like a bad idea. When have they ever put Greg in charge? Not counting him helping out on the range."
"But what do you want to do? Do you want to stay here and let someone else go and take our place?"
"No, I don't want to let someone else take our place. There isn't anyone that I can think of that we should let take our place," she replied.
"What about Patrick and Kaya? You don't think they should go with?"
Ellie said. "No, I'm sure that they can handle it. I don't think they'd have any issues. If they go out and they stay in the truck and don't have to fire off any shots, then what is it going to matter?" Sean said, "I don't know, it just seems like I need to go out there." Ellie grabbed his arm, stopping him from feeling like she was saying the same thing that she had so many times. "Hey, you really need to get past it, Sean. You need to figure out some way to try and get over it. You are going to get yourself killed or make yourself sick in the head if you can't move forward. The world is a crazy place, and that is something you are going to have to learn to deal with. I mean it, Sean. Think about it."
"Easier said than done, Ellie."
"Seriously, Sean, how the hell would you have known? There is no way that you could have predicted such a thing happening like this. It's like saying, think of the absolute worst thing that could ever happen, and that is the result of you helping out a girl in a small school in an even smaller town? To top that off, it's in Iowa, for God's sakes. I am not going to stand by your side if you can't get a grip on this. It creeps me out, Sean."
"So, what? You aren't going to be my girlfriend anymore?"
Ellie said. "Well, I didn't say that, so much as that I want you to get past it. You can't seem to handle the idea of me getting hurt. Well, guess what? I can't deal with you getting hurt either. The idea of one day in all of this without you makes me freaking sick to my stomach. I'm scared that you are going to go out and screw something up. You are going to try and take them all out, but what scares me more than anything is that you will go into some type of situation where you are going to get yourself killed. I mean it. I need you to be here for this, and for me. But what are we going to do if you get hurt and you become one of those things? I can't bear the idea of you chasing after any of us because you were feeling guilty and went into a fight you couldn't handle."
Sean said, "I get what you were saying, I really do. It's easy to say that I shouldn't blame myself, but who else is there to blame? They would have never met. He would have gone on being a workaholic and single and not had any reason to bring hell back to life again. Really think about it. I probably caused more pain in the entire world on one damn day than anyone in the world ever has. Christ, I might as well be effing the devil."
"Sean, for the love of God, you are being just a little bit overdramatic, don't you think? Your dad's assistant had bad intentions from the start. Your intentions were pure. You simply wanted to help me. You wanted to take out a couple guys who were messing with me and save the day. Nothing more, nothing less, right?"
"Well, I may or may not have wanted a date with you, but as we both know, Dad and your mom ruined that entire plan. Of course, in his defense, as little as we talked in those final months together, Dad probably wouldn't have had any idea that you were alive, much less my crush." Ellie, being Ellie, brushed her hair from her face, way overdramatically, and asked,
"So do you just love me? Is that what you were saying, Mr. Fox?"
Sean pulled her in and gave her a long kiss. "I'd go to hell and back for you, Ellie. There isn't anything that I will let happen to you." She hugged him back tight, whispering in his ear,
"Yeah, that's what makes me so nervous, Sean. I'm not kidding, though. Think about it.
If you are always looking out for me, you might end up not seeing them coming.
Sean said, I can't not look out for you. Don't worry, though. I promise that I'll make sure nothing is coming after me, or you. I got eyes in the back of my head. Chapter 7. They made their way to the armory, making quick time and stocking up to the hilt. When Greg pulled up, the two were sitting with one of the bay doors open. They then wheeled in the gear where Joey took it, moving like a man on a mission and leaving little space for anything extra. They pulled out in the Humvee through the unmanned gate. Greg knew that they were between shifts. The four of them headed the short distance towards Johnston. Sean asked, You remember how to get there, Greg? Greg said, Well, yeah, Sean. We can head out to 86th Street, then it's just a straight drive. We could take the interstate there, too. Sean looked out with his rifle ready to go. They watched as they drove down the streets, though there was little to worry about at the moment, as there were no turns to be seen. Ellie said,
It looks better than I thought it would out here. I mean, the Highway West doesn't have cars or anything on it. Do you remember when we went to what we thought was going to be a shelter for survivors? And, well, we know what happened there, right?
Sean was focused on what was before him, as well as thinking that most likely it was too good to be true. I don't know, it seems too easy, unless someone else has been taking care of all of these turned. When they pulled on to 86th Street, their optimism for the idea that someone else taking care of their problems quickly faded. The cars were piled up along the streets, along with intertwined military trucks. Ellie asked,
Okay, so do you think that we ought to turn back around? It looks pretty bad out here.
Greg pulled to a stop, and they sat there, watching a light snowfall. Greg said, Well, if we're going to head back, we probably don't want to pull into town too much further.
Let's just keep going a bit. They have stores up there. Maybe we can get some supplies before we leave. We can let Joey pick out what he has been talking about. Let him stock up on food that he hasn't had for quite a while now, Sean said.
Joey said,
Oh, I agree. You let me pick the food. I'll make everyone real happy.
Greg headed further into town without any issues, gaining speed as his confidence grew. When he hit the bridge that went across the interstate, it gave him a good look at what had taken place in town. The interstate was littered with cars. Thousands of cars, stretched out as far as the eye could see. The road was covered with frozen bodies, sticking out of the snow that had drifted between the cars. These, of course, were the lucky ones that had not had the chance to turn. Car doors were ripped from their hinges, windshields were smashed in. Greg was too focused on looking at the bloody aftermath and didn't see until it was too late. He hit a long patch of black ice on the untreated bridge. He was not prepared for driving in this weather, and the back end spun out, sending them into a sideways spin. Greg spun the wheel in the opposite direction, trying to regain control. Sean looked back at Ellie, making sure that she and Joey had their seatbelts on. Greg slammed on the brakes, and things only seemed to get worse. The cement wall that had been up for summer construction ended the Humvee's path, stopping it cold. The front end of the truck smashed into the concrete, and the truck slid up the barrier, grounding out and breaking the axle, among other things. The truck tipped to the side, and the four teens let out a breath they'd been holding. Ellie asked,
Sean, Greg, are you guys okay up there?
Sean brushed at his head and pulled his watch cap back and saw that he'd cut his forehead. He looked over at Greg, who seemed fine, and said,
Yeah, I think that we are good to go. Just a little banged up. Are you two okay?
Joey said,
Yup, I am. I guess Clary knows what he's talking about when he says how bad of a driver Greg is.
Joey, it wasn't my fault there was black ice on the road.
Yeah, but we still got into an accident, didn't we?
Asked Joey.
We need to try and get some help. We need to call back and get someone on their way out here, Sean said.
Ellie said,
Yeah, we need to get moving here, really.
Where's the radio, Greg? Asked Sean. Greg held it up without a look of confidence showing. It's right here, but there's not much point in making the call. Sean was puffing up his chest and trying to stay calm.
And why is that, Greg?
Because there won't be anyone listening on the other end. Ellie slapped him across the back of the head and yelled,
What did you do, Greg? This isn't a joke. I know we've been locked down for a while, but come on! Did you seem to forget what happens when loud noises go off? The turned! They will be a-comin'!
Greg set the radio down and rubbed at the back of his head. So, I got a confession to make, Sean said. Speed it up, Greg. It's going to take them a while to get here with these road conditions. Did you decide today of all days was the perfect day to put us in a life-and-death situation? Greg nodded his head ever so slightly. It wasn't my intention to do anything stupid. I just thought that we could get out and we could show them what we were capable of. I mean, we did pretty good the first few days without any training, you know. Sean punched him in the shoulder this time, and he did it hard. Greg bounced in his seat and grasped his arm. He brought up his own fist in defense, and Sean said, I'm ready to go, Greg. If you did something that damn ignorant and you think that you don't have to tell us what it was, then you are crazy. So quit dicking around and speak up. Greg lowered his arms. At this point, he'd rather have faced an entire horde than deal with the awkwardness of this. I wanted to get out of there. So I lied. We didn't have permission to leave the base. Nobody knows that we left. No one knows any of this is going on. We can try and call, but you know as well as I do there's probably not going to be anyone in the control room to hear us. Joey said.
You were over there, talking to Mr. Clary and Aslan. You said that they told us we could go out on a special trip, and that we were going to be going more often.
Greg said, Yeah, I know, Joey. I lied. I asked them, and they said they'd think about it. They'd only wanted to talk to me about training. Starting tomorrow, they wanted to have me and most likely you guys help on the range. There are some kids that don't seem to get the process of shooting, and, well, it's something that can get fixed. They just need more hands to do it.
So as of now, there's nothing that we can do to get help? We are stranded, snow is starting to fall harder, and it's freezing outside. Seems like a great day,
Ellie said. Sean looked behind him at Ellie and Joey. He could see their worry and fears. He said, It's okay. We aren't going to try walking back. We can take shelter somewhere around here if we want for the night and let this weather pass. We aren't going to starve in one day's time. I know where we are, and if we can just make it a couple blocks, we will be able to see if it's safe there. Greg hit the wipers on the truck and looked out and around. He asked, Where are we going to go that you think is safe? Simple. We go up to the grocery store. It's not like those things are going to be eating Cheerios on the shelf, right? Sean asked. Ellie asked, How much ammunition can we carry with us? As much as we possibly can. I don't want to be hurting for anything. I think we can carry 2,000 or 3,000 rounds a person. You are kidding me, right? I mean, that has to weigh hundreds of pounds, Sean. Greg laughed. Sean stared at him, and it wasn't a look filled with joy. He said, Okay, if you are going to be helping people at the range, then you'd better learn something that is quite simple. Each can of ammunition holds 1,000 rounds. Each one of those cans weighs right about 90 pounds. Is it going to suck to carry that much? Hell yes. But if you think about all of these things out there, wouldn't it be smarter to strain in pain for a bit than to have to worry about running out? Greg thought about having almost an extra 100 pounds and looked at Ellie. So what are we going to do in the event that we come up to a horde? We're going to have to ditch everything to be able to make it. Think about it. With snow and an extra 100 pounds, we might as well scream for them to come after us. Joey said,
I don't shoot, so let me carry extra ammo cans, and we'll be okay. I'm big enough, I can carry as much as the two of you, I bet.
Ellie patted his shoulder.
You know, he probably has a point. I wouldn't want to have to try and outlift this man. He has some serious guns going on him.
Sean said, What if we each just take one ammo can? Then we won't be impacted too much. The snow will still be something that we will have to deal with. Other than having a car not crashed, thank you for that, Greg. There isn't a lot that we can do about it. Unless we want to sit here until spring, which would be great if it wasn't for, dehydration, starvation, and hypothermia eventually. Greg wished he could grab the words back out of his mouth as they left. He said, All of these options seem to suck pretty bad.
Says the douche who put us in the middle of a zombie-filled city in winter, and with no way to call for help,
Ellie retorted. Greg shut his mouth and opened up the Humvee door. He went to the back, swung the rear open, and grabbed an ammo can. He slid it into his pack as the rest exited the truck and made their way around back. Greg didn't say anything. He simply spun them around and put in the cans, making sure that they were secure. Joey picked up an extra can, and Sean opened up an extra, taking as many magazines as he could fill his pockets with. When he was done, he nodded, and the four started walking towards the grocery store. They kept their heads down, trying not to let the frigidly cold Iowa February air cut through their clothes. The Midwest was a brutal place to be in winter. They took their time, going the long way and staying close to the sides of buildings, but out of shadows. When they got close to the store, things still looked clear, with no turn to be found. They entered through the front, sliding the doors apart and then pushing them back together. Greg said, "What do you want to do?" Sean said, "Let's check the place out. It's been a while since we've been anywhere. Let's get some supplies gathered up for the others. Hopefully we can find a way to get home in the morning. Or if we get lucky, maybe we'll get a radio response soon. I hope that we have enough battery in these things." Ellie pulled Sean away, knowing it would be best if he got some distance from Greg. Greg asked, "So, is there a reason that we don't want to try and find a ride immediately?" Sean said, "Because we need to get a place locked down and secured if and when we don't find a way home today. It's better to have some plans, Greg, than just making up shit as we go." Chapter 8. Greg walked through the aisle, looking around, and not knowing what to take. He watched Joey taking things off the shelf, acting like a kid in a candy store, happily dumping the items he was selecting into the cart. Joey said,
"You know, I haven't had SpaghettiOs in forever. I really think everyone is going to be happy we got so many."
Greg looked over the cart, seeing how many he had in there, and patted him on the back. "You are going to make a feast for everyone."
"You know the best thing about these?"
Joey asked. "What's that, Joey?" Joey started laughing hysterically. Greg just watched in awe, and when he looked up, the smile on his round face was nothing but infectious. Joey said,
"No eggshells from Mr. Aslan."
Greg just stared at him, thinking how there wouldn't be any eggshells in the SpaghettiOs, and then thought of his famous crunchy muffins. Greg shouldered his rifle, nodding, then said, "Hey, I'll push the cart. You get whatever you think everyone will like. We'll figure out how to get all of it back once we get all the food that we can. Who knows if it will still be here the next time that we come back." Joey said,
"Thanks for letting me come with you. I always got to go to the store with my parents."
Greg said, "Don't worry about it, buddy. You know you and me are tight. There's no way I'd trust you staying there by yourself. You'd have all the girls hitting on you by the time that we got back." Greg knew it was coming, but could see nothing through the thick military parka that Joey was wearing, but watched anyway, as Joey turned around, flexing his muscles, in a pose that reminded him of any wrestler he'd ever seen on television. Before day one hit, Joey said,
"Look at these guns, Greg."
Greg said, "Yup, you got me beat, buddy. You need to teach me your trick." Joey said,
"Well, that's simple. I go to the weight room every day. I don't like guns and don't go to the range."
Greg said, "You probably ought to learn how to shoot, bud, or you might end up in some serious trouble." Joey held up a metal baseball bat proudly. Clary had modified it and put an 8-inch spike on the end of it so that Joey would be able to put it through one of the turned skull or swing it normally to break it open. Greg said, "Still, it might not be a bad idea, buddy. I'd hate to see anything happen to you, brother." Joey gripped him in a bone-crushing hug, lifting him off the ground and holding him tight for a moment until Greg patted him back. When he put him down, the two finished strolling the aisle with Joey leading the way, grabbing items like it was the last chance he'd ever have to get the canned goods. Greg kept an eye open while walking through, not hearing Ellie and Sean, and wondered if they'd gone to make out instead of trying to gather food. Joey ran up ahead of him to the end of the aisle, and Greg had only a moment's notice when he saw a can rolling across the floor from an aisle that cut through the middle of the one they were in. Greg made the mistake of trying to grip his rifle when he should have gone for a sidearm, but he was already within reaching distance. One of the turned dressed in a store employee's uniform, grasped his parka and roared at Greg as he lifted him off of the ground. Greg stayed quiet, not wanting Joey to come running back and to give him a chance at getting out of there. He fumbled for his pistol, but the Turned gripped his arm with its free one, squeezing until Greg thought that it was going to snap under the pressure. Joey spun around with a smile while holding up a can of raviolis. His smile melted and his lip quivered as his eyes filled with tears. He slowly shook his head no and dropped the can of food on the floor and let it roll away. Joey, not hesitating for even a moment, sprinted towards the Turned. Joey screamed at the top of his lungs and said,
"Put down Greg, now!"
Joey's war cry did little in the way of intimidating the dead. It held Greg in front and moved him to the side so that he could see Joey. Joey's face was growing shades of red that Greg was unsure he'd seen before. Joey didn't slow until he got within a foot of the one holding Greg, who was dangling inches off of the ground. His final step was almost a jump, and he leapt as high as his short frame would take him, and the look of determination on his face was all that Greg needed to see to completely trust his short friend. Joey rose into the air, then came down with a bat above his head, bringing it down with everything that a pro ball player would want in his swing. The bat connected and cracked, echoing across the aisle and the one next to it. Joey was breathing heavy and fighting back the tears from flowing. The immediate idea of one of his best friends getting killed by one of them, like his sister did, just feet from his eyes, was more than he could emotionally handle at the moment. He stood there, watching the Turned. A green ooze came down the front of its face, and the legs began to wobble. The hand that was clenched around Greg's throat went limp, and Greg dropped to the ground, gripping his neck, as he sucked in a deep breath of cool air. It burned, but it was the best burning sensation he'd ever felt. Greg and the Turned had both fallen to the ground. Greg was clenching his neck, doing his best to keep from hyperventilating. The Turned lay on the ground, and the brains slowly started to slide out of its head. Joey knelt down and cradled Greg in his arms while rocking him back and forth and patting his arm. Joey asked,
Hey, are you okay, Greg? Did he hurt you?"
Greg whispered lightly under his breath.
"You're squeezing me, Joey. I thought you were going to kill me."
Joey stopped squeezing him and set Greg back on the ground. He patted him on the shoulder and shook his head.
"Nope. While you guys are busy downstairs in the shooting range, I'm upstairs with my bat, and Clary has shown me a bunch of cool stuff."
Greg looked over his shoulder at the Turned and saw the brains getting dangerously close to them and said,
"It looks like you definitely know what you were doing. What did he teach you, Joey?"
Joey smiled and tapped Greg on the head.
"You gotta hit them right here, and Mr. Clary said if you do it hard enough, Joey, that you crack their head open."
Greg went to say something, but the Turned that had fallen dead slid past the two of them. When the fact that something slid past them registered, the two stared at each other as they pushed up from the ground. Joey asked,
"Can you run, Greg?"
Greg kept his balance while wobbling just a bit and said,
"Do I have a choice in the matter?"
Joey looked around the corner and saw that the one he had taken out had friends, and in no shortage. He said,
"Doesn't look like it."
Joey pulled him the rest of the way to his feet, and Greg went to shoot, but Joey yelled,
"Greg, don't shoot them! You'll bring the rest of them if there's more!"
Greg gripped his rifle, and the two sprinted through the aisles in the opposite direction that they were being chased. Greg looked over his shoulder and slowed down just a bit for Joey, and saw the Turned running behind them and leaping across the top of the shelves. When one of them was within the same aisle as them, Greg pulled his pistol and fired over his shoulder twice, missing with the first shot and putting the second into its kneecap. Its leg gave out, and it disappeared, collapsing onto the floor, screaming at them. They looked down the aisles and found that they were dead everywhere, starting to follow them. Sean and Ellie snapped their heads around when they heard the gunshots, but both were unsure where they'd come from as they echoed, filling the large store. Ellie whispered, "What the hell's going on, Sean?" He looked at her while shaking his head and put a finger to his lips. He saw Greg and Joey, both running towards them, not holding anything back, and both knowing that they were running for their lives, that they desperately wished to continue. When he saw them, he pulled Ellie to the side and against one of the racks. He peered around the corner, waiting a second for Greg and Joey to fly past him. He then held out the rifle and rested it against the shelf. The Turned were running with so much force that it never knew what was coming. Greg looked over his shoulder at the sound of Sean's grunt and saw possibly the worst and greatest thing ever, as he knew how close he was to dying. The Turned ran directly into the bayonet attached to the end of Sean's rifle, and with all of the force behind their speed, decapitated itself. The liquid that left its body was blackened. There was almost no reddish tint to it whatsoever. The Turned's head rolled backwards into the next aisle, while its body fell limp onto the ground, sliding and streaking the white tile floors with its blood. Sean looked back to see Ellie was aiming a rifle directly over his shoulder. Sean felt a hand on his shoulder, which instantly went limp once Ellie's rifle erupted. When they looked at Joey's face, his expression screamed that the two who'd been sent to their final resting place were absolutely by no means alone. Ellie pulled Sean behind her, and the four sprinted through the store. Greg started to lag behind, and Sean screamed, "Don't slow down, Greg! Don't ever slow down! Remember!" Greg snapped over his shoulder. "For God's sake, Sean, I've been doing the same PT that you have for months on end." They both spun on a heel when they heard Ellie scream in pain. Sean saw more than just one thing that scared him. He was having serious déjà vu from when his dad had been bitten on the ankle on day one. He walked forward a step, not feeling threatened by the Turned that was standing behind Ellie and roaring at the four of them. Time was passing, as if the hourglass was full on both ends. Sean didn't know if he had said the words aloud, or if he had only thought them in his mind. Sean stared at Ellie, and his entire world stopped as he watched each and every drip of her blood hitting the floor and causing it to splash into a small, dark pool. Ellie's face was losing color and fading into a sickly white, and was getting more and more pale by the second. Her legs began to wobble, and her eyes rolled into the back of her head as she fell forward. Her rifle fell to the ground as she followed suit. Sean stuck his arm out to catch her, bringing Sean mere feet from the Turned. As it reached forward for Sean, he extended the rifle one-handed and rested the end of the barrel under its chin. Sean stared into its dead eyes that were peering back at him as he squeezed the trigger once, sending a single, full metal jacket through the back of its head and covering the ceiling 10 feet above with rotted brains and scalp fragments across the previous aisle. Sean yelled over his shoulder, "Joey, come and pick her up! She's hurt!" Joey did as he was told, and the sound of food being kicked off of nearby shelves was an unwelcome noise that was getting closer and closer. Greg yelled, "Sean, we need to find a new place to hold up! Come on, dude! We need to get out of here! Sean, can you hear me? They'll be here in seconds!" Sean pointed to Ellie, hanging limp in Joey's arms. "Look at her, for God's sakes! We aren't going anywhere! The truck is ruined. The ground has 6 inches of snow on it. Where are we going to go with her, Greg? Huh? Can you tell me that, goddammit?" "Well then tell me what you want to do. She got hit by one of them. She might start turning herself any minute if she did. That isn't something we can take with us," Greg said. Sean walked forward and grabbed Greg's parka tightly. He never stopped his momentum and slammed Greg into the shelves. He screamed, "We aren't leaving her until she rips flesh from her own arm, and we aren't counting her out!" Greg stared at Sean, dumbfounded. The two of them had never had any serious type of altercation, and had never honestly thought that they would have one. "What do you want us to do, Sean? We can't stay here much longer with these things running throughout the building." "Go find yourself a cooler or a closet to hide her in. Greg, you give her the chance, though. Don't put her out of a misery that we don't know is really coming. You don't do it, Greg. You know the signs, and you wait for them, damn it. She probably just hit her head really damn hard," Greg asked. "Then you are planning on coming with us, aren't you?" "I need to secure the doors if we are staying. Those gunshots aren't going to help us stay safe for long. They sure as hell aren't going to go unnoticed by anyone or anything out there." The sounds of the Turned running towards them were getting closer by the second. Joey said, "Greg, we need to go. She's bleeding pretty bad. I don't know what to do for her." Greg pulled out a field kit, grabbing out gauze that he could stuff into the wound as they ran towards the back. Sean watched, making sure that Greg was listening. When he could see that they were looking for somewhere safe and weren't going to stay by his side to try and fight, he turned around, shouldered his rifle, and walked back towards the sound of the turned, who were quickly making their way towards him. Greg looked back as they ran for safety, while watching his best friend in the world walk into the fight by himself, and knew that if anything permanent happened to any of them, it would be his fault. Greg looked at Ellie, taking in her pale complexion, which did nothing to make him feel better. Chapter 9. Sean stepped over the turned that Ellie and him had taken out. He wasn't sure what the feeling was that he was experiencing, but it didn't seem to be a good one. He could feel his movements, but felt like he was out of his body, and he was moving through quicksand. 4 of the turned were running the aisle toward him at top speed. They were each fighting to be the first to make it to Sean. Sean never stopped walking forward, pulling the trigger with each step, ensuring that another of the turned met their demise. They slid to a bloody stop, and Sean didn't stop firing until they were all down and on the ground. He made sure not to waste bullets, not knowing how long he was going to be here. Sean knew instantly, with the evidence all around him, that his headshots weren't missing. The vision of Ellie falling to the ground was the only thing threatening Sean for the moment. The thought of blood streaming from her eyes and ripping skin from her perfect arm was worse than the nightmares that haunted him each night. It was these nightmares that were a part of his reason to always volunteer for guard duty. He tried shaking the thoughts from his mind, until finally he was back into the real world. His ears were ringing from the gunfire, but besides the ringing, he did not hear anything else. He knew the turned were anything but ignorant, so he made sure to walk forward slowly and quietly. A can rolled past Sean, and he spun around. He was ready to squeeze the trigger before he ever saw the turned. It was reaching for his leg when he squeezed off 2 rounds. It fell forward towards him, and Sean brought the butt of the rifle up, then lunged forward with it, ramming it into its nose, snapping the turned's head back. When it fell to the ground, Sean did one final guarantee, bringing the rifle stock down hard enough to finish what the bullets had failed to do, splitting its head open. Sean was breathing heavy, and took a calming breath, trying to clear his head of the rage that was trying to force its way out. He listened for a moment, but did not hear any more turned approaching. He ran to the store's front, which was the first chance he'd had to look outside since they'd entered the grocery store. He stared for a moment, taking in the view, and getting less and less confident that they'd be traveling back to the base tonight, even if they could get a vehicle. Their plan of finding another running vehicle that had more than likely been sitting dormant for the last 9 months was already something that didn't fill Sean with hope. He was no mechanic, but he was not an idiot, and knew that the frozen tundra Iowa winters were enough to do major damage on a car's battery. He was not very confident that if they found a car that had been out through the worst of winter, that the battery would still be capable of turning the engine over. Sean reassessed the simple sliding glass doors they'd entered not more than a half hour ago, and twisted the small locks, the top and bottom. When he tested them, there was no give to them at all. The fact that they were made of all glass was not something that made him feel the least bit hopeful. He rested against the sliding glass door and hit the magazine release from his rifle, then put it in his bag in exchange for one of the fresh ones. The window behind him suddenly bounced, and the echoing thud accompanying it was just as frightening as the force behind it. One of the turned had slammed all of its weight into it. The turned met Sean's eyes, only seeing the young man as a meal. Sean took a step back, ready with his rifle. It started slamming its head into the glass until it managed to split its own head open. The dark, almost black blood dripped down the glass, separating the living from the dead. Sean took a few steps backwards until it stopped slamming its head against the glass, and then leaned forward, licking the line of blackened blood with its tongue. Sean aimed his rifle dead center at its skull. He started to apply pressure to the trigger when shadows began to appear behind their brother in death. It was almost impossible to see with the snow falling, but as they got closer, their outlines grew stronger. Sean knew that the glass separating them was not going to be worth very much if the entire horde approaching the store started assaulting it. He thought of them flooding the store, and knew that short of a miracle, there would be very little he could do to save Ellie and the others. He walked backwards, hoping they would forget about them. He searched the store for a second exit. Sean was smart enough to know that leaving through the front would be a suicidal decision. He also knew that Ellie was not going anywhere on her own, at least for the time being, unless a miracle happened, and she came back around. Sean thought about trying to take as many out as possible, but realized he'd take some, but would also make the glass almost useless and be doing their job for them. The last thing he wanted to do was serve up a platter of flesh for them. He sprinted to the back of the store and to the utility ladder and raced up to the roof. When he reached the top, he started to open the door that led to the roof, and as he lifted it up, the door was ripped from his grip, slamming itself open. Sean climbed back down the steps and pulled his pistol. When no turn came into view, he realized it was the strong winds that had taken the door open. He climbed back up, and when he climbed out, he had to duck down immediately. The strong winter winds were dangerously cold and blowing hard enough to send Sean over the edge of the building. He peered over the edge of the store, looking down, and with the snow, it was almost impossible to see anything. He knew, however, that the Turned would not have left this soon, and that by now there would surely be no shortage of them. Sean sat up there for a while, waiting and trying to come up with a plan, while not freezing to death. It took less than a half hour. Then the snow finally started to clear. Sean saw that there was a propane-grilled tank exchange up near the front. He thought about taking out as many as he could in one massive explosion, but figured they were too close to the front of the grocery store. He had a flashback to Binham's Hardware and blowing up Andy's van in front of it, and how he'd only taken out one of them, and for his trouble, brought all of the Turned in town to the store, which ended up costing an old man his life. Sean backed up, knowing everyone on the inside was relying on him to come up with a solution. Yet unfortunately, he could think of nothing which would save him or his friends. He walked the roof, keeping low, and thinking of an ever-growing list of those he cared about. His dad, Karen, Lucas, Tina, and Christy. He couldn't stand to think of having to pull the trigger for anyone whose heart was still beating in the store below. He looked over the edge again at the ladder. Sean walked around the perimeter of the building again. The snow was finally coming to an end, and with it, like most horrible storms in Iowa, brought the winds to an end. Now that he could see further than his own hand, he could tell that going down on the outside, there was one ladder to escape by. He was well aware that if they saw him, and he tried to jump, that he'd surely end up with a matching set of broken legs. He looked down at his chest, and ran his hands over his gear, and counted the grenades. When he looked at the surroundings, there was a strip mall and a Bebop's hamburger place. The 50s and 60s music that usually blared out of its speakers was no longer playing, as it had once did when patrons went through the drive-up. He knew that given enough time, there was probably a smarter plan to be had, but at this point, not a single damn one presented itself to him. Sean wished that time wasn't a commodity right now, and that they had time to waste. But unfortunately, it wasn't, and they didn't. Sean hoped that he was making the right play, and knelt down on the edge of the building's front. He lined up the grenades that he had been wearing in a straight line on the ledge. He ran over his plan multiple times in his head, trying to think of a better one. When he realized this was currently as good as could be, he pulled the first grenade pin, followed by a second. Sean heaved them as far from the building as possible. He pulled the third and fourth, not letting go of them just yet. He waited for the first two that had disappeared into the blinding snow, then ducked down behind the edge of the building and held his ears as tightly as he could. When the first exploded, it shook the ground and building. Sean let go of the third grenade and pitched it into the same spot as the first. He watched this one for a second, seeing what he prayed for, which was the Turned running towards the sound of the explosion and not away from the blast. He wasn't sure what was going to happen to them. He at least hoped he'd be able to remove enough of their limbs that they would be handicapped enough to be able to pick them off like fish in a barrel. Sean did not wait for the third blast to go off. He launched the fourth grenade where he was confident the turn would be. The blasts went off in succession of a fire-filled hell for the dead. Sean peered over the edge of the building and was glad that he'd been holding his ears the best that he could. He watched and waited for the smoke to clear. He knew that he definitely had gotten a few of them, as the unmistakable smell of burnt meat drifted through the air towards him, and was growing stronger and more potent by the second. When it was clear, he saw dozens on the ground trying to crawl, but they were unable to, because they had no limbs. Sean felt the slightest bit of temporary relief when he saw the carnage displayed below him. Sean heard a muffled screaming, which was growing louder with every passing second. His fear materialized, becoming real, when he saw Greg sprinting out the front doors of the store, confused and worried, like he hadn't experienced since seeing Christy with a hole through her chest 9 months ago, almost to the day. Sean yelled for Greg, but couldn't be heard over the horde's screams. Greg ran into the group of the fallen turned, steering clear of their very functional jaws that, regardless of the havoc that had taken place on their bodies, were still very able and willing to eat. Sean knew that Greg was coming to save him, and instantly felt like shit for his plan. Sean had felt the slightest relief when he saw the fallen turned, but this faded into nothingness when he watched Greg circle around looking for Sean. He had his rifle up and screaming Sean's name over and over again. Greg paused when those on the outside of the charred circle began to rise. Though now injured and much slower, they began to close in on Greg, who was now terrified and very aware of his surroundings and situation he had placed himself in. Greg knew he didn't have a shortage of rounds, but didn't know if he was going to have the valuable time that he needed to take out all of the turned. He debated making a break for it, but was aware that it would just mean he was going to die tired and out of breath. He still was looking for Sean, who was nowhere to be seen. The second he took off, they would group together and hunt him down like a pack, tearing him apart, leaving nothing to turn. Greg decided he'd take the first option and at least try and take out as many as he could, which he'd figured must have been what Sean had done in the end. Greg shouldered his rifle, looking down the iron sights, and aimed at the one closest to him. Just as he started to pull the trigger, a succession of rifle fire erupted, filling the air. The turn he'd been sighting in on had its head explode, sending blood and brains to paint the snow 10 feet away. The turned around him started falling impossibly fast. Greg looked around, confused and thankful at the exact same time. Greg searched, and finally saw Sean alive and standing on top of the roof, firing as quickly as he could. Greg shook his head, happy Sean was alive, and ready at the same time to kill his best friend for making him think that he was dead and gone. Greg started firing, saying aloud to himself, "Of course he's on the effing roof, Greg. Why? Because only you are stupid enough to be on the ground in the middle of an effing zombie circle." When those turned who had populated the parking lot were all taken down, Sean released his magazine and replaced it with a fresh one in the rifle, not worrying about putting the used one in his bag. He surveyed their handiwork. The once crisp white snow was now looking more like the painting of a very disturbed individual. The parking lot was covered with the dead. Their brains, hair, gore, and other unidentifiable parts were strewn about as the after effects of the bomb blasts. The middle was the starting point, in which the multiple grenades had blasted holes into the parking lot, and were now the only spots which were not covered with snow. The smell of flesh was distinct and strong in the air. It was still sizzling and cooking on the fallen turned's bones. The smell was strong enough to make both of the boys' stomachs do backflips. Sean deemed the parking lot temporarily safe and ran across the roof to meet Greg in the front of the store. Looking down to his friend, he asked, "Where is Ellie? Is she okay? What are you doing out here?" "Hell if I know. I'd have to say no, Sean. She still won't respond. She isn't awake, and she's pale on top of everything. I'd ask who she's been hanging around with, but I know you were a choir boy before her, or at least you didn't have any op." "We need to get out of here, Greg," Sean yelled.
This break in the dead is only going to last for so long. We have to find somewhere else that we can stay. Somewhere that none of these things will be able to break into. This place just screams for the turned to come. And after that display of firepower, we are only going to have so much time. This building is too vulnerable, Greg said.
Then maybe you shouldn't have thrown off a group of grenades, Sean?
At the time, it seemed like it was the only option that I had. They were going to break through that glass at the front of the store. I figured if I could take out the immediate threat that it would buy us some time. I knew that more would come, but they wouldn't know that something was on the inside, and that if we kept away from the door, we could hide in the back, hopefully.
Wait, so now you don't want to stay here?
Sean said. I don't know what I want. I want all those efforts dead, and I want shit back to normal. That's what I want.
Right, but since that isn't going to happen today, do you have any other ideas?
I say that every hour on the hour we start rolling through all the channels on the radio until someone sees that we are gone and they decide to start checking radio signals. It's the only thing that I can think of.
Greg said it before thinking about it. You realize how many channels there are? That's going to take forever, Sean.
Well, if you wouldn't have lied to your best friends about having the permission needed to leave, then this probably wouldn't be an issue, Greg. So until you come up with some other plan, this is the plan.
Greg was sick of this, even though he knew the blame was definitely all his to take. What the hell, Sean? Do you think I had plans to have this happen? I figured we'd cruise into town, get a few supplies, and could see if there are any survivors and bring them back. Or at least make arrangements with them to get a bigger group and bring them back later.
I just hope that you realize that I'll be taking this to new levels of pissed if what I don't even want to say happens to Ellie because of this.
Sean, do you really think that I need to hear that? That by some chance I'm stupid enough to not know this already?
Well, I just want to make shit clear with you. If she doesn't make it, there is no more you and I to be considered.
Sean gave him a look that was as good as 1,000 words about how angry he was. He ran to the back and found Joey standing in front of a shelf where he'd hidden Ellie out of sight. Joey saw Sean and asked,
"Are you okay, Sean? You aren't going to be a zombie, are you?"
Sean saw Ellie and ignored Joey's question. He knelt down and saw she wasn't lying down curled in a ball or looking like she'd tried to make herself comfortable. She was just lying exactly how she'd been placed on the metal shelf, which in the cooler made him think of a morgue all too easily.
"When is help coming, Sean? They'll figure out eventually that we aren't there, won't they?"
Joey asked. Sean couldn't think of a reason to tell him the truth and get him worked up.
"Joey, I don't know, but I'm sure eventually someone will realize we aren't there, and then it'll just be a matter of time for them to come and get us."
Sean leaned over Ellie and brushed the hair from her face and could see sweat on her brow. He rolled her over as gently as he could, getting close to examine her blood-covered coat. When he saw the bandaged wound, it scared him to know that he didn't have an idea if it was from the metal shelving that had caused it, or if something that would turn her into a monster had been responsible for it. He kissed her forehead, leaving his lips on her skin for a minute while trying to think, and then said,
"Joey, you're pretty handy, right? I want you to make Ellie a sled, okay? Can you do that for me? There should be enough stuff back here with all of the shelving to make her something small."
Joey asked.
"I don't understand. What are we going to do?" "Well, I want you to be able to pull her behind you if you guys need to leave. I think she needs a safer spot to be hidden." "But don't you mean we need a safer spot, Sean? Where are you going?"
"To take care of the threat, Joey. You make sure you take care of her. She can't do it herself. You know she'd do it for you if she could." Joey stood there, thinking for a second, and then asked,
"Sean, am I going to see you again?"
Sean looked at Ellie, and the last 9 months ran through his head in a blur. The endless amount of training, the two of them sneaking away on base and talking into the early hours of the morning flashed before his eyes. He took a deep breath, hoping to push back a slew of tears that wanted to materialize. He kissed her on the lips, then got up, and for once, beat Joey to the hug and gave him a long one. Joey patted Sean on the back, and Sean whispered,
"Get going on the sled, Joey."
Joey said,
"Okay, Sean, I'll get it made. I'll see you later, okay?"
Sean didn't say anything. He turned around and walked back towards the front, seeing Greg on his way out. Greg said, Where are you going now? There's still plenty of those things out there, aren't there?
Yes, there are too many of them right now. You'll never be able to make a break for it hauling Ellie. We passed plenty of apartments on our way here. If you make your way up top to one of them, you should have plenty of line of sight to know when someone finally comes looking for us on the main road. There's no way they're going to take the interstate with as many cars that were flooding the road.
So what are you getting at? I know we've been on lockdown there for a while. I know you want to take out the turned, but I've told you, Ellie's told you, and I'm sure others have also. You can't always throw yourself in harm's way. You need to worry about yourself as much as others sometimes, Sean.
Sean walked back to the rear entrance, shielding his eyes, and trying not to let the newly exposed sunlight leave him entering the outside blinded. I probably should take people's advice, but with the way today's going and Ellie's condition, there isn't a lot I can do about it. Greg said.
Well, then let me go. If I hadn't lied in the first place, we wouldn't have been out here.
Sean didn't respond. His adrenaline was flowing, and he was having issues dealing with his feelings towards Greg at the moment. The vision of Ellie on that slab was making him sick. Sean said coldly, "Give me a half hour, and try and get to one of those apartments or condos. You can fire off a couple shots, and keep trying the radio if you see someone. Just leave out the front. I'm going to draw them away on the side."
But did you hear me? I said I could.
Sean cut him off. "You could have done a lot of things, Greg. I don't think that lying should have been one of them."
But we've been locked down forever. What's the point in living if we were just going to die locked away in hiding?
Right, Greg. I totally agree. We need to save those that are left, kill turned that are dead. But we have to be organized and ready, and have backup for God's sakes. I can't really say how pissed I am right now. If I haven't made it blatantly effing clear, then if Ellie doesn't make it, if something happens to her, you and I will be having an entirely different level of conversation. Like I said, half an hour. Come out the front. And don't waste any time. Try not to screw it up, Greg. Joey and Ellie are counting on you." Sean didn't say anything else. He pulled a white ski mask down and zipped his coat as high as it could go. Greg watched him, wanting to call him back, but knew there'd be no changing his mind. It was the second time they'd split up per Sean's orders, and he hadn't been happy about it either time. He checked his watch, and knew that every time they separated, that there was something horrible that had happened. The last 9 months had been easy mentally, because they had not had to worry about the stress that they had gone through the first 3 days, considering how many people they loved or cared about that they had lost. Their previous time was simply spent with working out and learning the drills until they could try and do them in their sleep. Greg had wished for one thing, which was just that instead of waiting for the news, that they would have never shut the gates, as well that they would have started the training from day 3. Chapter 10. Greg went back to Joey, who was busy constructing. He was seriously impressed with the makeshift sled that Joey had constructed for Ellie.
"Why did you make it so big, Joey? I mean, it looks like a great sled."
Joey looked up, but was not paying attention to anything but the task at hand. "I wanted extra room on it for the ammo cans. And you still need to get supplies for us to bring with. Ellie's gonna need water and food when she wakes up." Greg spoke without thinking. His optimism for her outlook was not as great as Sean and Joey's.
"You mean if Ellie wakes up, Joey?"
"No, Greg, that isn't what I meant. She's going to wake up. She's going to be okay. You tell Ellie that you are sorry, now." Greg felt like he couldn't remember the last time that he'd made a good decision, or said the right thing. He was keeping a running list going in his head of things he was going to be trying to change. He knelt down by Ellie, putting a hand on her arm, and whispered, "I'm sorry, Ellie. I don't know what I was saying. Of course, you are going to be all right. You need to get better soon, though. You are driving that boy of yours crazy." Joey patted him on the shoulder and said, "We are family, Greg. We need to be nice to each other and take care of one another. That's something my dad used to tell me." It was in that moment that Greg looked down at Ellie, knowing that he didn't think if the absolute worst happened, that he'd be able to put her out of her misery. He looked over his shoulder at Joey.
"You're right, Joey. We are family. Look, you're doing a great job. I'm going to grab some supplies, and we can wait for Sean's time to be up."
Joey, who'd barely stopped working, went straight back to finishing. Greg walked around the store collecting meal bars, water, and anything that was useful and easy to consume, and that had high calories that could be eaten without cooking. When the gunfire started, it came in spurts of 10, with only seconds in between. After the 5th round, he started to suspect that it was growing further away with each new burst. When he had everything he thought that they would need to get them through a few days, he stuffed it all into a milk crate that he'd grabbed from the back of the store. By the time he was done, he could just barely hear the echo of Sean's rifle. He saw Joey had wrapped Ellie in his coat to keep her legs warm and had her on the makeshift sled and ready to go. Greg walked around the contraption and checked it out. When he deemed it would be sturdy and safe for her, he slapped Joey on the shoulder. "Good job, Joey. What about your coat? Aren't you going to freeze out there?" Joey pulled at his hoodie. "Nah, if I got this, and I'm in charge of pulling her, I'm going to get plenty of workout that will keep me warm." He patted at his stomach and said, "Besides, look at all this padding I got. I think that I'm going to be just fine, as long as I got my hat and gloves on." Greg thought of his own physique, as well as Ellie's, and knew if they were outside for too long, that the two of them would surely freeze if they didn't have coats on, and relied on a hoodie to keep their frames warm. He checked his watch and said, "You get her to the front, and get these supplies attached to the sled. I need to go check on something." Joey nodded, not thinking to ask where he had to go. Greg ran through the back to the opposite side and raced up the ladder to the roof. When he climbed out, he sat listening. The quiet was both good and bad. He knew Sean could run, but the snow, ice, and turned everywhere gave him doubts if he would see his friend again, no matter how well he'd thought out his plan. Greg was halfway down when the blasts and gunfire began again, and started much faster and further away than before. Chapter 11. Half hour before. Sean walked with a purpose towards the front door, but stopped himself just shy of pushing the sliding doors open. When he realized what he was doing, he slapped himself across the face. "Get it together, Fox. We won't be around to fix what Dad did if we don't pay attention." Sean turned around and ran for the side fire exit. He pushed it open slowly, praying the bell would not go off. When it didn't, he let out a deep breath of relief. He squeezed through the doorway, keeping it as closed as possible. He pushed the door tightly shut after kicking the snow out of the way so that it locked again. Sean pulled on the door, making sure that if someone was going to enter, they'd have to give themselves away and break the glass out of one of the doors or windows. Sean heard snow crunching from behind him. He swung his rifle, but a bloody and vein-filled hand was gripping his arm. He winced at the pain. He tried to pull it away instinctively, but the only way he was getting his arm back was if it was removed and handed to him. He looked at the hand that had him in its grasp and saw frostbit, bare skin. He didn't waste time screaming at it. He knew it no longer spoke, and even more so, it didn't care if he was in pain. He pulled at his arm, trying again to free himself, but this time, the turned picked him up off of the ground. Sean looked down at his boots dangling freely in the air. His weight, compared to the turned man's strength, made Sean look to be as light as a feather. He slammed Sean into the wall once, twice, and a final third time. Sean wasn't sure if he was going to pass out, but would be damned if he was going to fail anyone on the inside. He tried to get at his rifle, but it was trapped between himself and the turned. It reached in, trying to take a bite out of his arm. Sean snapped his head back, hitting it in the face repeatedly, until it staggered back, almost losing its balance. Sean pulled his pistol, but before he could use it, the turned grabbed his hand, then pulled itself in, and headbutted Sean in the face. Blood ran over his lips and into his mouth, filling it with a metallic taste that he hated. The turned raised him again, let go of his pistol hand, and opened its mouth for a drink of the fresh blood. Sean dropped his handgun due to the pain. Sean winced from what he was sure was a broken nose, while trying to blink as quickly as he could to get the tears out of his eyes, but with no such luck. When it came in again for another drink, its mouth wide open and extended, Sean pulled his knife from his sheath and slammed it into the side of its head. The knife stuck into its skull, but did not pierce the brain. Using his left hand, Sean's open palm hit the pommel of the knife, but was unable to send it home and make the kill. Switching tactics, he yanked the knife out, and when the monster lifted its head, Sean rammed the knife up underneath its chin. It dropped Sean and wildly clawed at the knife that was now lodged in his mouth, trapping the jaws shut. Sean scrambled for his pistol, forgetting that he had the rifle slung over his shoulder, as the adrenaline took over his body and mind. Sean watched as the Turned grabbed the knife and screamed in frustration, pulled it back out from its mouth. Sean could just barely see anything with the tears in his eyes. He aimed the pistol at the first thing that he could make focus of and fired 2 shots into each of the Turned's kneecaps. Its legs buckled and it toppled over to the side. It started crawling towards Sean while reaching and trying to grasp at him with its hands. Sean quickly scrambled up from the ground and crab walked backwards. He aimed to squeeze off one more and thought about the Turned that would be coming this way from the multiple rounds. He knew that he shouldn't fire off any more if it could be avoided. The blood coming from his face alone was going to be intoxicating to bring them this way. He let the rifle fall from his side. He used it to push himself up off of the ground. Sean stumbled forward towards it, making sure not to fall, knowing even without the use of its legs, it was just as deadly as any other type of predator that was out there. He would not underestimate it. Sean brought a foot down hard into its forehead, snapping its head backwards. When it came back towards him, Sean had a boot ready and kicked it in the face, and then brought the rifle down onto it 3 more times. The echo of it hitting its head was almost as loud as a gunshot would have been. Its face collapsed into the snow. The top of its head was split open, and Sean used the heel of his boot to bring it down as hard as he could into the bloody hair, putting it out of its misery and taking away its ability to cause hell upon others. Sean collapsed onto the ground, but only rested there for a minute. He'd planned on being out of the area by now, not 3 feet from the side door. He knew that he'd told Greg a half hour and would have no way of retracting that request now. He collected his pistol, brushed the snow from it, then slid it back into his hip holster. He found his knife, bloodied, and resting in the snow. Sean started to run, but fell into the snow face first. He laid on his stomach for a second, the cold snow in his cheeks feeling like needles being dragged across his skin. The pain from his nose was impossible to deal with. It was throbbing. The snow made it feel better and worse at the exact same time. He got up slowly while looking around and seeing that there would inevitably be more than one of these things around. Sean took a deep breath, sucking up the pain and pushing it away to be dealt with later. He rolled down the hill with the scent of his blood telling the Turned exactly where they needed to go to find him. Sean went at them with 10-shot bursts, not wanting to stand still any longer than he needed to or could allow to. He knew that he only had so much time to stay ahead of them. Sean started weighing his options and couldn't say that he was in love with any of them. He evaluated the very cold day and for the recent freezing temperatures and thought back to when he used to tag along with his Grandpa Fox. Grandpa would judge the ice, and the older, confident man would never worry about walking across once he made the decision. Sean saw the bridge and knew that there were few options, and that if it didn't work, he'd have no choice but to take out as many of them with what he had left on his person as possible. Sean picked up his pace until the air coming in was as bad as one of the Turned trying to choke him out. He screamed over his shoulder, baiting them. "Come on, you stupid shits! Let's go!" Sean slung the rifle back over his neck and shoulder and pulled one of the last 2 grenades that he had. There was only 4 seconds from the time that he dropped the pin before they would explode. He hoped that this would work, because the idea, he knew, was not as great as it could be. He dropped the first one of the grenades on the ice as he ran across it, slowing down for nothing. The blast was earth-shatteringly loud and sent him off of his feet, even with the distance that he had ahead of them. Sean dropped the second one just a moment before he had meant to, and was unable to go any faster on the ice. He looked over his shoulder after the first blast, and could see frostbitten hands up in the air and waving as they sunk to what he hoped would be their icy graves. When the second one went off, the ice split, and it was like the crack was searching for Sean and hunting him just as the Turned were now. He tried to race and outrun it, But it did no good. The ice beneath his feet disappeared, and the cold water of the lake that was supposed to be his savior was now his prison, submerging him beneath it. Sean disappeared under the ice. The pieces that had made their way open for him to enter the dark grave reformed above him, trapping him beneath. Sean did his best to stay calm, but it was not that type of a situation. He pounded on the ice and was only able to scream on the inside, doing his best to keep the small breath that he'd taken in before he'd gone under from disappearing. Sean clawed at the ice until he saw feet and figures above him that were clawing back at him. Sean's blood from his nose made it difficult to see as it flowed in the water around him in a red mist. Whatever was walking around on top of the ice started clawing at him, but it was too thick for him to be reached through it. Sean pulled out the pistol loaded with .45 caliber bullets and sent 5 of them through the ice above him and into the one trying to get him. It disappeared, leaving a trail of black as it made its way away. Sean ran his fingers alongside the ice where he'd shot, finding one of the bullet holes and placing his lips beneath it, sucking air in the best that he could. Sean sent the next 5 shots into different spots, and when he was out of ammunition, holstered the pistol and sent the entire magazine of 30 rounds on full auto from the rifle through the ice until it broke free, letting him escape from his frozen prison. Sean pulled himself up on the side of the ice, taking a large breath and gasping quickly for as many as he could get into his lungs. He tried to grip the ice more firmly, but it was near impossible with the numbing that was racing through his body and the weight of his wet gear and clothing. Sean managed to pull himself up just enough to get his leg on the edge of the ice and remove himself out of the water. His gear and clothes felt like they weighed an extra 200 pounds, and they were getting heavier and stiffer by the second. The turned had left, and he wasn't sure where they were. But even in his near-hypothermic state, he still wondered if his friends had made it from the grocery store safely and found a new shelter. It definitely was something that he was praying had a fireplace in it, or he knew he would most likely not last the night in these frigid temperatures. He heard a growling and rolled to his side. One of the turned that he'd shot multiple times was lying there, handicapped by his injuries that looked to be spinal in nature. Sean retrieved his pistol, as he was unable to pull up and aim the rifle at the moment. He aimed a shaking hand at it and fired the pistol, but the only thing that he heard was the sound of a click going off, no primer being struck by the firing pin. The cold was not only slowing down his physical abilities, but seriously affecting the way he was capable of thinking, and the speed that he could do it with. He fumbled at the small button to hit the magazine release, letting it drop to the ice, and that was the last thing that he saw before the lights went out. Chapter 12. Shortly after the 4 left, back at the base. Kaya and Patrick were walking the gates, holding hands, and trying not to shiver in the cold. Their free time for not having training or helping to find something to do and stay useful and do their shares was limited.
"So where do you think that they are?"
Kaya asked.
Patrick said, "I don't know. I'm a bit lost that we haven't found them yet. I mean, it's a big base, but how hard can they be to find? If Sean isn't on the range or on patrol, I'd think that they'd be somewhere easy to find. It is cold as hell out. I wouldn't assume they'd be outside enjoying this lovely weather." "Well, then we aren't much smarter, given we are outside." "Yeah, but I'm only outside because I wanted some one-on-one time with you. Still, though, I'd love to know where they are hiding." "Well, in our defense, we've really only been looking for 20 minutes. Maybe Claire or Aslan put them on a special assignment. Want to go and ask them about it?" "Sure, we better. I'm not so worried about Sean or Ellie, but God knows what Greg is up to."
They knew where to find Clary when he had free time. They made their way into the armory and found him hunched over a set of ARs and chewing on a cigar, whistling a song they didn't know. Patrick asked,
"Hey, Clary, how you doing?"
Clary looked up over a rail that he was attaching a nightscope to and saw the 2 lovebirds.
"I don't know. It depends, Patrick."
Patrick asked, though already knowing what the answer was.
"Depends on what, Clary?"
"On if you were going to take a crap on my somewhat pleasant day or not, Patrick.
You see, when you're an adult, people never come to see how you are doing, and they never want to know if you need help. They simply come to you when there is either a job that they can't do, that is too shitty to do, or they just don't plain want to do. So to figure out if you will ruin mine, let me ask, is your purpose for being here any of those reasons? Patrick and Kaya both shook their heads no. Clary actually gave up a rare smile. Well, hell, if you aren't here to ask me to do anything, then pull up a seat. What did you guys come in for? Hell, did you need something to do? Patrick, you know I can always use someone that knows what they are doing and that can help me out. We need to keep these rifles in good condition, or at some point, we aren't going to have anything to defend ourselves with that goes bang. Patrick said, Well, yeah, I would like to be able to help out, actually, but that isn't what we are here for today. Clary just stared, waiting for it, and when Patrick missed the point that he should just keep talking, Kaya cut in. We are looking for the group. Do you know where they are? We've been looking for them for a while now. Clary set the scope down and lit up the cigar he was saving for later. You know you're going to ruin my day, right? I guess I didn't remember to mention that. That was one of the other reasons people come to me. It's sometimes not because they need something. Sometimes it's simply because they want to take a giant crap on my day and then make me step in it. You see, what will happen next is going to be something like me going to look around for them, and then I'm going to figure out that they did something stupid. Just don't tell me that they are with Greg. Kaya shrugged, then said, Well, we don't actually know that. But the bad news is that we haven't found him either. And if he's out and about and not looking for girls, then there's a pretty strong chance that he is with Sean or Joey, and we can only assume Ellie is with one of them. Clary lit his cigar, again taking a long puff off of it, while stretching out his back and thinking of what trouble he could be getting into on his own if the two of them weren't able to find them. Christ, I need to keep that damn kid busy 24/7, he thought to himself. I want you to get back to the barracks, and I want you to double-check he isn't there, and if he is, you come back and let me know. Now, if he isn't there and you still can't find him, I'd like to give you the unpleasant job of coming back and telling me, in which case, I'll be stopping this delightful work and moving on to wasting the better part of my day searching the entire base for them. He instructed the two teenagers. Kaya said, You sure that you don't want to come? It would probably speed things up, wouldn't it? Besides, do I have a choice? She said, Well, you do, but most likely we are just going to follow you around until we find them also. Clary pulled on his parka and grabbed his rifle, making sure that it was fully locked and cocked. He pulled on a watch cap after thinking about it, and deciding that the only way to find them was to go out into the cold. He said, There was a reason that my family didn't settle in the cold. You know what it is? It's because going outside in Iowa makes your face hurt. What idiot would stop moving across the country in a state that made their face hurt? I don't need 500 feet of snow to make my life perfect. You know why people stayed in this state? It's because they had to have been quitters. Anyone that wasn't a quitter just kept going and was rewarded with California, or anywhere on the West Coast. Patrick just stared at him and said, Damn, are you bitter much? It isn't my fault that the apocalypse didn't start in California for you. Just think how hard it would be, though, if it wasn't for the bad weather. What do you mean by that? Clary asked. If the Turned didn't have a foot of snow to move through, and it was 80 degrees each and every day, can you imagine how dangerous they would be? We wouldn't ever be able to sleep. We'd have to keep one eye open and always be on guard. I mean, more so than we are now. We would have to worry about their packs moving through more often, but at the same time, we'd also be able to try and make a break for it without having to worry about losing our vehicles into a ditch and being a sitting duck waiting for them to rip the doors out and pull out. Kaya said, Patrick, that is enough. God, are you trying to make sure no one ever sleeps again? I'm sorry we don't have a base shrink, but it doesn't mean you need to embrace the sickness. Clary said, You know what? On second thought, I don't want you coming with me. You go on back to the barracks and check on them and make sure they didn't sneak back in. If they did, then let me know about it. If they didn't, well, duh, don't go ahead and keep looking for them. Stay put, so I don't have to go looking for you when I eventually do find them. When they went outside to split up, they were confronted with a thick, icy snow,
that felt like each ice-covered flake was pinching at their skin. Patrick and Kaya pulled up scarves to shield themselves from the cold. Clary, not being a scarf kind of guy, was glad for the thick beard that he had grown over the last 4 months. He'd been unable to do it while employed by the military, and it was a bucket list item he'd been wanting to cross off for quite some time, though just not under the present circumstances. He looked up at the dark skies that were casting the storm down on them and said, "God damn it. They better not have left the base, or they are going to be on their own." Patrick snapped,
"What do you mean they're going to be on their own? We can't leave anyone out in this. What if they are hurt or stranded? What are we going to do then?"
Clary said, "Well, then I guess we just sort of pray that they are okay, and that they've learned enough over the last 9 months to take care of themselves and each other. Are you two just thinking that it is Sean and Greg?" Kaya said, "Actually, I haven't seen Joey or Ellie all afternoon either." Clary knew that Ellie could more than take care of herself, but as much as he did not want to give extra worry to Joey because of his special needs, at times he wasn't able to do anything about it. He said,
"Oh, for God's sakes, they took Joey with them? Damn it! If anything happens to him, they aren't ever going to be able to surgically remove my foot from Greg and Sean's ass."
Kaya said, "We will let you know if we hear anything back at the barracks." Chapter 13. Clary disappeared into the blanket of whiteness, already coming up with jobs for them to do that they only thought was something you saw in movies. He could only imagine the dumb shit that Greg could come up with when left to himself. Clary hit his radio to Aslan's channel.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
Aslan hit the talk and said, "I'm working. I'm always working, Clary. What do you want?"
"Well, hello to you too, Princess Aslan. I could use a hand with something."
"What?"
"We can't find a few of the group."
"The group?"
"Yeah, the group. The biggest pain in our ass, or at least one of them anyways."
"Greg?"
"Yup, he's MIA. I don't know where he is."
"Yeah, that's kind of what missing in action stands for, isn't it? This base is big, but it isn't that big. Do you have the girls all accounted for? If he isn't chasing one of them around, there's a good chance that he is with some of the originals."
"Yeah, that's part of the problem. Greg, Sean, Ellie, and Joey are all missing."
"Really? Is anyone watching anyone anymore, or is it just a free-for-all?"
"I've been working all day too. What are you doing that is so important?"
Aslan smiled as he leaned down and aimed at a bank shot on the pool table. "I've got more going on than you can imagine. I could explain it, but you're not my boss."
"You aren't shooting pool, are you?"
Now you are starting to offend me. I'll meet you over by the mess hall in 20. Clary said.
"Well, I will be inside. I don't know if you've looked outside any time recently, but we have a fucking blizzard starting up, and it looks like it's going to be here for a while. Or not. Who the hell knows without the news?"
Aslan opened the curtains to the rec hall and saw that you couldn't see past 20 feet away. He thought of the turned and knew that they'd all be screwed if they had to deal with any of them outside in this. He threw the stick on the table and bundled up and headed outside, cursing the kids for having to endure the cold. Chapter 14. Kaya and Patrick walked into the snow towards the barracks. She said, "I think you could have left your rifle at the armory and just brought your AR with. You aren't going to be able to see anything with that thing in this mess."
"Better to have it and not need it, right? Come on, let's see if we can get lucky and wrap this up before they get in some serious trouble. They hate Greg the way it is, so anything we can do to lessen the ass-chewing he's going to get is probably for the best, right? Well, if he'd stay out of trouble and show just the littlest amount of respect, maybe they would not butt heads with him so often."
They pushed through to the barracks, and with the exception of the two of them, there weren't many people in there. They felt the warmth on their cheeks, and were grateful for it. The rest of the teens were more than likely standing in guard towers. They walked up to Andy, one of the only kids in there to ask questions of. Patrick asked,
"Hey, Andy, have you seen Greg or Sean anywhere? What am I, their babysitter?"
Kaya laughed.
"Well, no. They are more like your babysitter, considering they keep watch most of the time, while you get to have a good night's sleep."
Patrick cut in and asked,
"Is it that hard to just say that you have or have not seen them? We're in a hurry. And the longer that you waste our time, the more we are going to have to tell Clary and Aslan that you are pissing around.
Andy perked right up and said,
Oh, well, you didn't tell me that you were on a job for them. Crap.
Christ, man, it isn't rocket science. Do you know where the 4 of them are or not?
Kaya asked. Andy said, I think you're going to get them in trouble. Well, I mean, you're going to get us in trouble. Mostly me. Kaya said, You sound like you're going to tell me something that is going to really piss off Clary. No, I can't see how it would piss either of them off, Andy said. Patrick rolled his fingers, indicating for him to keep talking. Andy continued, Well, I can't see how they could be mad. I mean, they were the ones who said that it was okay. I thought that it was pretty badass that they were going to get a pass. Patrick asked the question.
A pass? What do you mean by a pass? You are starting to make me even more nervous. You two are both screwing with me. Why don't you knock it off? He told me this morning that it was cool if he took a few people out with him, and that they were going to get some supplies and try and see if they could find any other survivors on the outside. They were going to bring them back in. It sounded like it was mostly a fact-finding mission, though, Andy said. Patrick started pacing while looking at the radio and cursing under his breath as he walked away, kicking at objects that weren't in the air, but that he looked like he hated more than the turned. The idea of having to be the one to inevitably give Clary the bad news was boiling his insides. I don't understand. What did I say? Asked Andy. Kaya patted him on the shoulder. Is it nice being you, Andy? I mean, do you enjoy the idea of everything you hear being true? There's no way that they told Greg, of all people, that they could leave. He doesn't let Greg do anything that he doesn't know what the outcome is going to be. Then why would they leave? Asked Andy. Because they, much like you guys, have all been here for quite some time, and probably just needed to bust free for a while. Now why in the hell he decided to pick a day as crappy as this, only he can tell us, given that he comes back. Andy, without thinking, asked, Wait, what do you mean, if he comes back? Why wouldn't they come back? Kaya, already walking away to follow Patrick, stopped and said, Are you dense? Zombies, Andy, zombies. Lots of them, too. Hungry and pissed, and not discriminatory in who they kill. But they've been training for months on end. I mean, they help us with training, he said. Right, they do, and they are good. I don't know about you, but I've seen hordes of those things in the city. When they come at you, if you don't have enough bullets to put them down, then you don't stand a chance. Not to bring up the fact, what happens if you don't have the distance you need between you and them, because, well, you get the point, don't you? He nodded and said, So... Kaya patted him on the shoulder and said, I don't think that he had permission. I figure he either lied to the others, or that they wanted to leave as well. Anyways, don't worry. It isn't your fault. Patrick was leaning into the snow, holding up a hand and trying to see. He looked around the base and could see nothing. He hit his radio. Clary, Aslan, can you hear this? Clary came back. Yeah? What did you two find out at the barracks? We spoke to Andy, and I don't have good news, Clary. You going to ruin my day by chance, Patrick? Can I assume that is an accurate assumption? Patrick hated giving bad news, and he always had. He felt like he was letting down a teacher at school. Yeah, I'm really going to piss you off, but just remember, don't shoot the messenger, please. Aslan came over and said, Quit wasting time, Patrick. What is it? They're gone. A string of curses came back. That was anything but able to be understood. Clary screamed back over the radio. What in the hell do you mean that they are gone? Where the hell did they go? Kaya came up behind Patrick, slowly whispering, How's it going? Patrick let off the transmit button, shaking his head. I'd say that we definitely ruined their day. I'm going to just let them stay missing next time. Somehow we are going to get into trouble because the rest of them are morons. Kaya laughed a little, not having the same worry that Patrick did. She was more concerned with the safety of her friends than having to worry about upsetting their superiors. She said, Yeah, the least they could have done if they were going to get in trouble was to invite us along. I mean, really, you're going to go to town and not invite your friends to come with? That just seems inconsiderate. Well, we might have been elsewhere at the time. Or did you forget about that? Not that Patrick could see it, but Kaya blushed and gripped his hand,
trying to make him less stressed.
Patrick held up the radio and could still hear strings of curses a minute later. He was starting to wonder if he'd stop, and if it was still considered the English language at this point. He knew that between Aslan and Clary, it was almost not coherent at all. Patrick took a deep breath and broke into their rants.
Okay, guys, what do you want to do? If you need to go get them or go look for them, let me be the first to volunteer, please.
Aslan came over and said, "Yeah, you bet your sweet ass you'll be coming. You and Kaya are one of the only other ones who've been doing weapons training since you got here. The rest are all still wet behind the ears. And I don't know if we are doing anyone, including ourselves, a favor taking them with us. They still need more time to train."
So, where do you want us to meet you at so we can leave?
Asked Patrick. Clary cut in, just as worried, but trying to be rational.
I'm sorry, but did either of you happen to notice the fucking blizzard? I know both of you have glasses, but I didn't think that you were blind because of it. How do you expect to go anywhere? You have to be able to see to drive. I know we don't go out cruising every day, but think about it. You and I both know that we are just going to be sitting ducks if we go out in this.
Aslan said. Wait. So you were suggesting that we just don't go? I mean, is that what you were seriously saying? We can't leave them out here in this. Clary pinched the bridge of his nose, then said,
Hey, look, I don't want to leave them out there, but if we can't see anything, we can't make it safely.
I'm sorry, are you really worried about being safe? Or are you scared? Aslan asked.
Look, you know I'm not scared of anything, but unless you forgot, we have other responsibilities. Lots of them that need to eat. Do I want to leave those kids out there considering they are even stranded in the first place? Hell no, I don't. But what do you want to do? Just leave the rest of the kids here with no one to watch over them?
What, you don't think that you can trust Shellman and Philip for a few hours to take care of the kids?
Hours, yes. An entire apocalypse, well, I'd have to lean towards no way in hell. I think they are great guys, but if they are in charge of finishing these kids' training, they aren't going to stand much of a chance. If you feel differently about that, then you let me know. But I'm sticking to my guns on this.
Aslan knew very well that he was right, and asked, What if one of us stays back, and the other tries to go get them?
You do realize that we have one other issue, right? Asked Clary.
Which is?
That we don't have any idea where in the hell the kids went, Aslan. There are probably 10 towns within close driving distance to this base. That means there are literally hundreds of stores and thousands of homes where they could be. Where are we going to even start looking if that is the case? This is all saying they aren't stuck in a ditch somewhere.
Aslan said, Wait, so what the hell do we do? We are SEALs. We aren't quitters.
I never said anything about quitting. But between leaving these kids alone in a blizzard and with God knows how many turned that could be walking around outside, we would never know. I can't believe the idea of what would happen if they came in during this.
Aslan said, You realize we aren't superheroes, right? We aren't going to be able to do anything in this mess. If we were smart, we'd log down in the armory and wait for the snow to stop. If you are dead set on going, then one of us can get a Humvee and do a circle around and see if we're able to get a response from the kids.
So just one of us are going to go?
Hey, it makes sense. Who are you going to take? Aslan asked.
Oh, I get to go into the White Tundra? Fantastic! You sure you don't want to go?
Clary asked. Aslan replied, Oh, I would go, but like I said, only one of us can go. Because what if something horrible happens? It seems smart that the better, more trained SEAL should be left alive, so that the kids can be taught correctly.
You know, I think I can see you through the snow, Aslan. Are you the brown spot in the distance where all the bullshit is collecting? Fine. You know if anything happens to me, though, that those kids are going to be a pain in the ass to handle all by yourself. Can you even imagine getting up each and every day and having to deal with all those kids without any help from me?
Clary asked. Aslan thought about this, knowing that he was actually very right. You know what? You are right, and I'd rather take my chances on the other side of the fence. I need to find a few to go with me, and I will get going as soon as I can. I'm stocking up before I go. Clary asked.
Who are you going to take with?
Patrick cut in. The longer he had to listen, the more horrible things that he was imagining happening to his friends passed through his eyes. He wasn't stupid.
and knew that just a few more people against a horde of turned weren't going to make much of a difference. In light of that, all the things that they had been through together since day one basically meant that there was no way that he was going to stay here and wait, while knowing that others were out looking for them. He knew he'd drive himself nuts if that ended up being the case. Patrick looked at Kaya for a minute, thinking how he didn't want to leave her, and said, "Sorry." "For what?" she asked. He hit the talk button on the radio, wondering if this was what soldiers felt like before they went off to war. He said, "Guys, I am volunteering. I want to make sure that you don't fill up with people before I get my name in."
Aslan said, "Good. I'm glad to have someone that knows how to use a gun efficiently. Meet me over at the armory. We are going to get 3 more to go, and then we need to get out of here. It's less than 3 or 4 hours before it gets dark, but probably sooner with the snow."
"I'll meet you over there in 20. Did you want me to try and find some more volunteers, or did you want to do it yourself?"
"I'll do it. You tell your sweetheart goodbye, and let's get rolling out of here."
Patrick didn't answer. He just leaned in and gave her a kiss. He said,
"You wait up for me. I'll be back later." "And what makes you think that I'm going to wait here for you and not come? You do realize they are my friends, too. I mean, what have you known them? A whopping 2 days longer than me? And do you really think I could sleep, knowing that you were out in that?"
asked Kaya.
"I know the guns better than you do, and you know that. And what does that matter? It means I'm going to be more handy out in the field, and that if I have to worry about something happening to you, then I am not going to be any good to Aslan, or anyone else that we bring with. Just do this for me, and we will meet up later, okay?" "Wow, this sucks. You do realize that, right? You know that I'm going to drive myself insane sitting here and waiting for you to come back, right?"
Patrick squeezed her, just short of cutting off her air supply.
"I can't worry about losing you, Kaya. Besides, you were the first girl who's ever paid any attention to me. If anything happened to you, I'd have to be single for another 14 years.
Kaya laughed, gave him one more kiss, and brushed his cheek with her hand. She said,
"You were only single for that long? Because teenagers don't know something good when they have it standing right in front of them. Just promise me that you are going to come back tonight."
Patrick kissed her forehead and said,
"I'm sure as hell going to do my best. I love you, and we'll be back tonight. Why don't you hang out with Clary on the radio and make sure that everything is okay? If we need help or anything, you can sure as hell hope that we are going to be asking for it, and doing so quickly." "Oh, great. A fun-filled afternoon with Clary," Kaya replied. "I just want to know that someone is looking out for me if we need help."
She nodded, then turned around and walked into the blizzard. She was thinking that being in the Midwest wasn't looking like the smartest place to try and survive the apocalypse. The longer winter snow fell. Chapter 15. When Patrick showed up to the armory, Aslan had Hammond, McQuaig, and one of the top shooters, Marianne. Patrick actually liked that about Aslan, that he didn't care if the teen was a guy or girl, and that they all needed to learn, and they shouldn't have to worry about anyone out there being reliant on someone else, regardless of size, age, or sex. It was everyone's responsibility to be able to do every job. He knew that they were a long way from there, but working over the last 3 months' training, they had done quite a turnaround from whom they had been when they were first brought here. Shellman walked out, looked around while stretching out with all of his gear on, and nodded, looking a bit relieved when he saw Patrick. He knew few of the other kids that hadn't come straight from the orphanage that they'd rescued and took to the base. Anyone that came after that and really wanted to talk to what they considered to be the old guy who didn't shoot like the SEALs. He waved, nodding his head to the boy, and Patrick did so back. Patrick asked,
"What are you doing, Shellman? Did you and Philip draw straws?"
Shellman said,
"No, that's stupid. Of course not."
Aslan came out, checked over the crew, and said,
"Yeah, that's just dumb. They drew cards instead."
Shellman said,
"Yeah, well, I've never had that great of luck anyways. I need more of you kids to learn how to drive better, so we don't get looked at first every time someone needs a competent driver."
Patrick asked,
"Why? So that you will be able to stay at the base and out of harm's way?"
Shellman said,
"Well, when you say it like that, it makes me sound like a coward." "And how exactly should it sound?"
asked Aslan.
Shellman shrugged. I don't know, but maybe some way that makes me sound cool. Are we heading out or what? I don't want to be out after dark. It's a bad damn idea.
Aslan whistled, then opened the back door for the kids to climb in and take the bench seats. Patrick took shotgun next to Aslan, doing a quick sign of the cross before he buckled himself in. He rested his long-range rifle next to him while keeping his AR tightly gripped in his hands. Aslan asked, "You up for this?" Patrick said.
Doesn't much seem that they gave us a choice. But please, when you are thinking about the punishment that you wish to put on them, would you please remember that Patrick said toilets? Like lots and lots of toilets for them to all learn on? Maybe after chili night.
Shellman wasn't catching on and questioned,
What do you mean, toilets?
Patrick smiled widely and said,
You know, like a toilet, preferably one you have crapped in recently, Shellman, and one that they have to clean with a toothbrush.
Shellman laughed, and Aslan laughed. Aslan clapped Patrick on the back and said, "Seems like you are just as annoyed about this as I am, kid." Patrick looked at him and said,
Are you kidding me? I couldn't be happier being on this base. Kids bitching about wanting to leave and not looking at the good stuff we got going on. I love knowing that we are training to be able to take care of ourselves, if and when we do decide to start going back out to try and find people. I sure as hell wouldn't have picked a day like today with a foot of snow and ice and wind to decide to start. That is, if he even had that smart of a reason to leave for. Besides, I had to deliver the shitty news, and I have to leave my girlfriend here, because if I take her with me, all I'm going to do is worry about her the rest of the time. And I'm pretty sure she's going to be pissed with me because of them.
Marianne and McQuaig both asked,
What are we, chopped liver?
Patrick smiled and showed that he definitely had spent time with Greg. He said,
No, not at all, but at the current time, we are dating, and she is like a record holder right now.
Aslan said, "For God's sakes, bud, TMI, man."
Patrick said, Oh, God, no, nothing like that. All I mean is, she is the first girl that I've ever met who has liked me, besides my mom and my grandma. I have to say that I am quite a big fan of Kaya the way that it is.
Marianne was going to say something, but Hammond cut in and said, "So, the earlier we leave, the faster we are going to get back, right?" Shellman, without thinking beforehand, asked,
What are you, in some kind of a hurry or something, Hammond?
Hammond pointed at the small circle that was supposed to pass for the sun at this point. He said, "Yeah, I sure do have a problem, Shellman. You see that little yellow thing up there? Sure you do, right? Well, that's the sun, and it's winter. And since we are just now finding out about this stupid little road trip, one that we don't even have a clue on where to start at, by the way, daylight is running out." Shellman said,
Hey, it gets dark and we come back. That isn't really all that complicated, is it, kid?
Aslan said, "We don't talk like that, Shellman. We are going to find them. If we get lucky, hopefully, one of them will be running the radio, and we will be able to get a hold of them and figure out where in the hell they are. If we were going out on a regular basis, we would at the very least be smart enough to have a channel set up in advance." Shellman, who should have quit while he was ahead, asked,
Wait, what do you mean you should have a channel set up? Why don't you? That's pretty damn ignorant, is it?
Aslan got into the truck, gripping Shellman around the neck with a hand that had chopped more wood as a farm boy growing up than anything else he had done on that farm. He clenched his neck, leaned in uncomfortably close, and whispered, "You know, Shellman, there's a good chance that yes, we should have had a station channel set up. But you want to take a wild fucking guess as to why we haven't set up an emergency radio channel for when people leave the base yet?" Shellman nodded, trying to say yes, but it came out shaking and confused sounding. Ow, huh?" Aslan said, "Because we aren't allowing a single goddamned person to go out and off of the base. The only thing that's allowed on the outside of the fence is someone that hasn't been accepted into the group yet, or one of the turned. Now does that seem pretty not ignorant? Or do we need to continue this conversation, Shellman?" Shellman tried to smile, wincing even more. He said,
Yes, you know that is one hell of a good point that you got going on there, Aslan. Now if you could let go of my neck muscles, it might do me good to be able to turn my head just the littlest bit today. Don't you think?
Aslan squeezed just a little bit harder for a second, Making sure that the point that he was attempting to make was very clear, he let go, then motioned for him to roll out the truck. Shellman smiled, then tapped his hand around on the steering column to find the key that wasn't there. With a nervous smile, he looked to Aslan, who was already shaking his head and wishing that Philip had been the one to draw the card. Aslan leaned forward and hit the button to start the vehicle. Shellman laughed nervously and asked, "No key, huh?" Aslan said, "Nope." "Why is that?"
"Because the army was worried that there would be a zombie apocalypse, and at some point there would be zombies running all over the fucking place. They figured the first guy to get eaten was going to probably be the asshole driving the vehicle and carrying the keys."
"You gotta be shitting me, really? They were thinking that far ahead?"
Shellman asked. Aslan did a sign of the cross, then leaned his head back and pulled his winter hat down over his eyes as he enjoyed the laughter of the kids that were sitting behind him, who had figured out long ago that he was full of shit. Shellman swung around in his seat and barked,
"Hey, let's show a little bit of respect, damn it! This is some serious shit we got going on here. If you were listening to him just then, you'd know how important it is for me to walk behind all of you so I don't get eaten."
He pulled the truck out, and Hammond pulled forward on the bench and grabbed one of the radios, as did the others in the Humvee, and started flipping through the radio channels. Aslan asked,
"So, where do you think that they are? What are some of the towns around here?"
Shellman thought for a second and said, "You know, there's a damn good chance that they went to Urbandale, or Johnston. They could have gone to Ankeny or Polk City, too. It's kind of hard to say. The first two would be my best bet, though. We could travel the main roads. I don't think that it is going to be too difficult to find them, if we can get outside while there's still some light." McQuaig, who hadn't thought it out, asked, "What, you have some magic way of finding a needle in a haystack up there, Shellman?" Shellman smiled, hitting the CD player that he had rigged in the truck, and said, "No, but I do know that if you are smart enough to find the tracks, you can follow them. If you get to the point that the sun goes down, then those tracks aren't going to do a whole hell of a lot of good now, are they?" The kids actually looked at him with a bit of surprise and shock, and Aslan, who he'd thought had instantly gone to sleep, said,
"That might be the smartest damn thing that you have ever said. Like ever, in your entire life. Or at least in the time that I have known you. Of course, the tracks would all be covered by now."
Shellman puffed up his chest a little, knowing it wasn't the greatest compliment, but coming from Aslan, it was about as damn good as he was going to get. He decided to take a chance and said, "If any of you guys hear anything different about where we ought to go, then you say something. Those damn radios are a work of art, and they'll go for miles on end, so if they have it on, we are going to find them. I can't think of a better place for them to go than Ankeny, with all the shops that they have, and the town is further away from Des Moines than others. Worst case scenario, there are so many damn houses in that town that we are still going to be on the safe side by heading that way. There isn't a chance that any of those rich yuppies made it out there, so hey, at least we should be able to find somewhere to hold up at if we can't get back today." Aslan said,
"Hey, don't assume that those people wouldn't make it if the town is full of rich people. They can buy all kinds of useless shit that might help them to survive. Besides, just because there are some well-to-dos out there doesn't mean that there aren't your regular working class also. Some of those yuppies might have entire caches of guns locked away that we don't even know about. Hell, we might find a ton of survivors to offer to bring back with us, as long as they are on board with the order, of course."
Shellman said,
"Well, either way, I think that it is a good idea that we don't go and waste any time out there. Maybe we will be able to bring some supplies back with us, if we see anything good."
Aslan said,
"No supplies, Shellman, and no. I don't have anything against it, but there's other times that we will be able to go about getting them. We need to spend our time wisely and make sure that we aren't wasting what little sunlight that we have got left in the day. Just like you said, we either see tracks or we don't. With the snow, I'm gonna say not. I think that the radio is really our best and only chance. I think they'll only have it on, though, if something bad has happened, and that is if they were smart enough to take one in the first place with them." They took back roads towards Ankeny, unaware that they were headed towards the original outbreak spot first, even before the hospital. The massive number of cars that were scattered around, where the drivers had abandoned or been eaten, did not fill them with hopes of finding many survivors to worry about bringing back.
When they pulled out onto the main road across from a Walmart, they saw no tracks, as the wind was blowing too hard to see any, and it looked like the snow had been there for an eternity, and untouched. By the time they made it out by the interstate to survey, they drove very slowly, seeing a line of cars and semis. There was one semi that was crashed, and a tanker behind it overturned. Eric rolled to a stop, looking at it, and said, "Hey, look at that there truck. That's from the drug-making plant in town." Aslan looked at it, and saw that it was where they had gotten the papers that ended up doing nothing to save society. The car doors were open in the snow, or in many cases, the car doors were missing from the vehicles. He said, "Shit, would you look at that? That looks like it might be where everything started." Patrick looked at it and asked, "I thought everything took place at the hospital." Aslan pointed to it and said, "I don't think that I can say for sure, but it definitely appears to look that way to me. I don't think that's a good thing. There could be even more of those things here, if the crash was this close to where Ankeny is. Look at the line of cars on the interstate along here. There's no estimating how many people there could have been." Patrick looked both ways and saw thousands of cars that disappeared into the snow. He said, "I'd have to say a lot of them, Aslan." Shellman asked, "So what do you want to do?" Aslan looked at the snowy tundra and replied, "I don't know. It's impossible to know if they are here or not. Is anyone getting anything coming across on that radio back there?" The teens shook their heads no, while clicking through the channels one at a time, waiting patiently for them to get contact with someone. Aslan said, "All right. Why don't we head back towards the base? We can make our way to one of the other towns." "You think that we are alone out here? We must have had someone who made it after the first few days, right? You just want to leave? We should at least drive by the big shops here and see if their Humvee is anywhere to be found," Shellman said. Aslan went to say something until the snow started to let up, and the tern that had been hiding in the snow started to rise. They didn't care about the cold, and therefore were not bothered by it. Aslan mouthed, "Holy shit," and pointed, then yelled, "We need to get the hell out of here, and we need to do it now!" The dead that were at the front of the crowd were not alone, and by the time Shellman had backed up a half-mile, there were hundreds of the dead screaming and filling the space with echoes of pain. Shellman said, "Okay then, Ankeny, checkmark. Bad idea to come back to. If you guys get a radio call from anyone, let's go ahead and pray that it isn't in Ankeny." Aslan yelled, "Pay attention to what you're doing, Shellman. The last thing we need to do is—" The truck spun out from behind them, and one of the wheels went into the air after they collided with something that was in the street, and big enough to send the rear end flying into the air. Aslan looked over to see a line of dead corpses frozen to the ground. He tried to grip the wheel to correct the error of the driving. Shellman batted his hand away and said, "I know what to do, damn it!" This statement was said just seconds before he hit a median, and really bounced the truck up, then violently coming to a stop, and stuck. The teens in the back that weren't buckled were tossed around, bouncing and bumping off of each other. Aslan, who was strapped in, looked around at the disaster. Then a gunshot fired off, and the window in front of him shattered in a small spot, with something splattering the side of his face. Aslan, who was too worried about the kids to wonder about his own safety, looked quickly at the window, focusing on it, and noticing something that had made him lose just a bit of hope. The window was covered with blood, and when he turned his head ever so slightly, he witnessed Shellman's eyes staring back at him, now dark and cold. The light of life that he always had in them was now gone. Pieces of his skull were stuck to the window, and he rested on the steering wheel, where he laid dead, blood dripping down into his lap. Aslan went to touch his shoulder, but he knew what the answer was before he did it. He wasn't stupid, and didn't have to question the fact of if he was dead or alive. He looked into the back of the truck. Hammond was holding his rifle, with fresh tears forming and falling down his face. Hammond said, "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't know that the safety was off. I thought that it was on. But when I saw the turn coming from the snow, I thought we were screwed. I thought that they were going to come after us, and that there wouldn't be anything that we could do." Aslan snapped and said, "Well, I think now would be a pretty good fucking time to get that goddamn safety on.
When you see one of the turned, you flick the fucking thing off. This is not, I repeat, not how we will lose men. I repeat, this absolutely is not how we will lose people. It's things like this that make me think training you goddamn kids at all was a bad idea. What in the hell is wrong with you?
Patrick put an arm on his shoulder and said,
Look, it wasn't what he was expecting to do. He did it on accident. It isn't like he was trying to kill anyone. He did something stupid, and there isn't anything we can do to go back and fix his actions now, is there?
Aslan said, No, and at least he isn't going to come back as one of those things. I can't imagine trying to have to kill him again.
Patrick pointed his gun over Aslan's shoulder, sending chills down his mentor's spine. Aslan, not understanding, said,
You lower that gun right goddamn now, kid, or I swear to...
Patrick unleashed a burst of 4 shots.
Bam, 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 bam!
Leaving Aslan unharmed and alive. The windshield, which was already damaged, shattered fully now, and the cold wind pierced Aslan's skin. A group of the turned now covered the truck's hood. Patrick leaned past him and fired off 2 more bursts before finally stopping. Aslan looked out the window after figuring out the kid wasn't going to try and kill him. He saw that there were dead coming, and they were coming with a passion. Aslan screamed,
Thanks, kid. We need to get the hell out of here now, though. We can't afford to waste any more time here.
He looked at where they were, then pointed and said,
I think that place is the way to go.
Patrick looked at what he was pointing at and saw what looked like a never-ending row of cars and trucks in a snow-covered lot. He said,
You really want to hide out in a place that has nothing but glass covering the front of it?
Aslan looked around and saw a Walmart and a hunting supply store that might as well have been 10 miles away. Knowing they'd never outrun the dead there, he yelled,
It's your choice, but at some point, we are going to need to leave this place, unless we can talk Clary into coming out and picking us up from here.
Patrick liked the idea of the guns that would be in there, but figured the chances of there being much left inside the store was going to be quite a small one. He knew that it would be just as essential to have wheels as anything. He yelled,
Fine, okay, let's go out and run to the car place.
Aslan looked at the rest of them and said,
Grab your radios, everyone. We're going to continue to try and contact the base and the others. We can split up the duty. I'm sure we can count on Clary having the radio on. Now, talking to Greg will be a lucky guess what channel he is on. But if we are going to have to sacrifice and lose Shellman for this trip, then we need to make sure it is a worthwhile trip out.
Hammond sat there, looking frozen in place. Aslan screamed,
I know it was an accident, but that was one that we can't let happen again, son. Now I need you to shake it off and try and come back from it. There's going to be plenty of time for you to be back at the base and mourn about it if you need to.
Hammond looked up, wiping at his eyes, and asked,
What do you mean, if I need to mourn? What kind of monster doesn't need to mourn?
Aslan shrugged, then said, Just the kind that has done something like this before. Friendly fire is what they call it. And I've seen recruits get their heads split open by a chain of gunfire. It isn't something that anyone wants to talk about, but shit happens, and when it does, no one wants to have to deal with it. But eventually, you're going to have squeezed that damn trigger so many times that you aren't going to even have to think about the things that you are going to be taking out.
So you are saying that I'm going to get cold? Is that what you are?
Hammond asked.
Son, I only thought that I'd seen the shit when I came here, and in my defense, until I had to call Iowa my home away from home, there was nothing that I'd missed about war.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you miss about the times of war?
Asked Patrick.
Aslan said, Well, nothing, honestly. But having a clearly defined line of who the bad and who the good are isn't something that is a small gift. The last thing that you want to do is shoot someone only to find out that they weren't a turned. I don't think that will make anyone feel better, but I'm sure that it will happen at some point. It's going to be...
Aslan quit speaking when he looked out the front window and saw the turned coming in one large horde. Aslan pushed up over the seat and into the back with the rest of the teens. He grabbed his pack that was loaded with ammunition and supplies and duck-walked past them and kicked the back door open.
You guys go and head down to the door and stay low. I'm going to give these things something that they sure as hell aren't going to want when they make it here.
So you're going to blow it up?
Patrick asked. Aslan nodded, wanting to take out as many of them as possible. Patrick asked,
Do you remember Sean's story of when he thought it was a good idea to do that with Andy's van in front of the hardware store? He almost got himself and the girls both killed when that happened. All you are going to do is ring a dinner bell saying, Hey, come eat our dumbasses. Is that what you were wanting to do?
Aslan went to speak, and then shut his mouth, as he knew the kid was right. He was having a hard time rationalizing it, since he was still quite pissed about Shellman and the accident. He nodded, and the two jumped out of the back. Aslan said, "Come on, let's get going. Those things are getting closer by the second." The teens followed him out. Hammond took the rear, looking over his shoulder at Shellman's limp body, lying up against the steering wheel. He made a promise to himself that he would never again have something like that happen. He knew it was no reason to lose someone over mistakes when there were enough threats roaming the streets in search of food, and not coincidentally, victims. Patrick yelled, "Hey, Hammond! There's always time to grieve! Just do it when the threat isn't there! Now come on!" Hammond nodded, then ran out the back with the rest and into the frigid cold air. They made their way down through the massive row upon row of last year's car models, all with odometers that would never turn to 1. The cars made excellent cover for them to go undetected. Aslan was in the lead, followed by the 5 teens behind him. Aslan walked quickly with his rifle up, and Marianne was the first in line behind him. She watched as his feet went off the ground, and he screamed as his rifle became his enemy. The strap was around his neck and shoulder, and the force of it was enough to take him off his feet. He looked at the blackened hand that was attached to his rifle. Aslan, who should have been yelling for help, instead yelled, "Don't wait for me! Get your ass into that showroom and find something big enough to get the others! Go! Go now!" The teens hesitated for only a moment, but would not refuse orders. Aslan turned his focus back on the dead and the task at hand. When it let go, he slammed into the side of a truck tire, hitting hard. The turned came up unapologetic and hungry. Aslan tried pushing up with an arm, but he was pretty sure that he had dislocated his shoulder. The turned leapt into the air, then coming down only inches from his face. It screamed, then leaned in and sniffed, ready to take a bite. Aslan pulled his pistol, but had caught his wrist, bending it until he dropped the pistol, losing it in the snow. Aslan was already thinking about the life he had, and while he didn't wish for it to end, he knew that he had done good with his time on Earth. He laid his head back, wishing he could pull the pins on his grenades hanging from his chest. Aslan closed his eyes, trying to think of something else that was more pleasant than having his limbs ripped from their places. A single rifle shot went off, and it echoed across the wide-open space. The pressure of the hands loosened until it became nothing. When Aslan opened his eyes, he saw the turned resting on its knees, its body limp. When he pushed it off of him, he saw that half of its brain was on the ground next to him, in what was once the white, crisp snow, now bloodied and ruined. He looked into the snow, trying not to blind himself, and saw Marianne lying flat atop one of the trucks, using the roof of it as a shooting bench, with her rifle still smoking. Aslan gripped his pistol and put it back into its holster, and pushed up with his good arm. He hobbled down, using his rifle to help keep his balance, until he got his feet fully back under him. He knew that just because one was gone meant nothing. The others were definitely still coming, because to his knowledge of the turned, they did not know fear or how to give up. More growling came from behind him, and he watched Marianne melt back behind her scope, and the rifle started to buck in her small hands. Patrick came up next to her, as did Hammond. There was a small army keeping him safe, and he made it down into the doorway, which McQuaig was holding open. She patted Aslan on the shoulder, not knowing, of course, it was out of place, and said, "Hey, glad your head's still attached, sir." Aslan scared the hell out of her when he screamed at the pain. He knew how to put it back in place, but didn't want to think about the fun of it. He needed to get inside and strip off his gear so that he would be able to do it correctly. He knew there wasn't a point in waiting, as there wasn't a base doctor that he would be able to go and see to have it corrected. He went as quickly as possible, getting the gear off and yelling over his shoulder for the kids to get inside and to lock down the door. He walked to a corner, took a deep breath, stood against a wall, and waited a second, aiming his shoulder at it. "Isn't that going to hurt, Aslan?" asked Patrick. Aslan looked back at him, while nodding his head, then put a knife handle in his mouth and slammed his shoulder into the wall just right. The pain went through his body. Seal or not, it hurt, and he could barely keep his feet under him. Patrick wheeled a chair over to him, putting it in place for Aslan, then said, "I think that you need to sit down before you fall down, Aslan." Aslan didn't need to have that request made more than once. He collapsed into the business chair and let the knife drop from his mouth. The teeth marks in the handle would not be going away anytime soon. He instantly had a brow of sweat, despite the cold temperatures. Hammond asked, "Are you okay? Did you break anything?"
"No, nothing is broken. Just really fucked up. Hey, Marianne, get over here."
Marianne came over slowly, worried about the ass-chewing that was possibly coming her way for not listening to orders. When she was within grabbing distance, Aslan used his good hand and pulled her tiny frame off balance and into him. He squeezed her tight, giving her a hug that she hadn't had since losing her parents months ago. She squeezed him back and patted his shoulder, then asked, "So, you aren't angry?"
"About you saving my life? No, I'm okay with that, actually. Hammond, Patrick, thank you. You all did great. This is the exact reason why we trained you. And this is why I am so damn pleased that we did. Now give me a few minutes, and let's find us a ride out of here. We left with a mission at hand, and we aren't going back until we finish it, or until we run out of daylight."
The kids were all in for this, and nodded in agreement. Hammond asked, "Do you want to wait around here, or do you want to get going?" Aslan looked down at his shoulder, trying to roll it, and thinking of the idea of having the rifle pressed up next to it, and squeezing off the trigger and sending a round through one of their skulls. He said,
"We can go now, but honestly, Patrick or Marianne are going to have to take the lead on the shooting from this point forward. I have to be honest when I say my shoulder's effed up, and I don't think that it will be the same for a few days. I've never had to deal with this on a mission. It's an old injury, and I've always been lucky enough never to injure it when we were out in the shit."
"Are you going to be able to drive, or do you need one of us to do it for you?"
asked Patrick. Aslan tried lifting his arm, knowing he was going to be not much better than useless.
"Well, I'd say with the current weather conditions, one of you is going to have to be in charge behind the wheel. Which one of you has got the most driving?"
he asked. McQuaig answered, raising her hand slowly. Aslan said,
"You got a lot of time behind the wheel, do you?"
She said, "Depends on what a lot is."
"More than 20 hours?"
McQuaig said,
"Well, Clary let me back it up more often than anything."
"Back it up?"
"Yeah, when we were moving supplies, he'd back it up to the doors, and when we needed it a bit closer, he'd let me in."
Aslan looked up at the roof, staying calm. He knew that it wasn't her fault, or for that matter, any of their faults. It was something they just hadn't learned yet. Given the fact that no one had tried to go out before now, there'd been no reason to get behind a wheel. Aslan cursed a bit under his breath and said,
"You know what? I'll do my best to handle the wheel. If I can't do it, someone is going to, and excuse the pun, be given a crash course in the art of winter driving."
The teens nodded slowly, none of them wanting to have anything to do with it. Aslan reached out a hand, and Hammond gripped it, helping him up. They walked around the showroom, thankful as hell for the tinted windows on the outside. There would be no way of the dead knowing that they were in there. If they stayed quiet and didn't bleed, there wouldn't be anything that would draw them into the showroom. Aslan left his gear where he'd dropped it, knowing that he wouldn't be leaving immediately, and they walked around slowly, looking at the showroom.
"You realize these aren't going to do shit for us, right?"
Aslan asked. Hammond pointed at one of the Corvettes and said, "What, you don't think a supercharged sports car is going to do anything to help us out? I think they'd never be able to catch up to us in one of those things." Patrick said,
"Well, one thing to think about, Hammond, is that we didn't go over 20 miles an hour the entire way here. You know why, right? Yes, because there was a ton of snow to drive through on the way here."
Hammond pointed to the car and said, "I know, but it's a Corvette. I've never ridden in one of these." Aslan sighed while looking at it and rubbing his good hand along the edge of the car. He said,
"I have, when we were down in Florida for a few days before leaving for a mission. We had a weekend pass, and me and Clary had rented one. We drove down the coast in it and pushed the car to its limits. I will happily make you a deal, Hammond. If we survive this and come out of it okay, then I promise you, I will bring you back here when the snow is gone, and we will break this thing before we let off of the throttle. That I can guarantee you. God, it would be fun taking it out on the open roads."
Hammond clapped him on the shoulder, excited at the prospect and not thinking of the injury.
Aslan reached for him with his good hand, ready to grip him with nothing but pain in mind, but Hammond ducked away and out of reach.
Hammond held up his hands in worry and said, "Maybe we should look for that truck to take us the rest of the way before we head out to the snowy tundra."
Aslan couldn't stop thinking of the throbbing in his arm and walked away, ripping desk drawers open until he found a bottle of painkillers, then eating a small handful with no water to chase it with. They made their way into the back of the shop and saw that most of the cars in the service bay were sitting with hoods open and engines out of them. He looked in a large circle and said, "I hate to say this, but we are going to have to try and start a few of these cars. Let's hope that the owner had his employees keep plenty of gas in his vehicles, or we are going to be shit out of luck."
Patrick said, "You know we could always call Clary and have him come to get us."
"Yeah, we could do that, but at the same time, think about it. If he comes, then no one is going to be left to take care of anyone. We won't have any way of them being protected. And if something happens to both of us, there will not be many people left on the base to train anyone. If there is an attack, then I hate to think of what could happen," replied Aslan.
"Okay, whatever you think we should do is fine. But are you sure you don't want to at least let him know that we are a man down and, well, things aren't going so damn hot right now?" asked McQuaig.
Aslan took to the radio and headed into the back of one of the offices of what looked like the manager for sales. He hit the radio, and Kaya answered.
"Hey, this is Kaya. What is going on? Were you able to make radio contact with them? We've been trying to contact them as well, but we haven't had any luck yet. I'm pretty sure Clary is going to kill Greg when he gets back."
Aslan thought of Shellman, and was thinking that he was feeling the exact same way about the tongue-lashing he was going to give him when he found him. If he found him. Aslan said, "No, we haven't had much luck. Go out and grab Clary, will you? I need to give him an update."
"Is everything okay?"
Aslan opened his mouth to say something, but stopped, knowing that it wasn't going to benefit a goddamn thing to tell someone what happened with Shellman. When Clary came on, Aslan said, "We lost the truck. We are working on getting something else here. I don't think it's going to be a problem, though." Clary clicked back over and asked,
"Wait, so you crashed the truck?"
"I didn't crash the truck. It was... well, it isn't important who crashed it. I don't think they're in Ankeny, though. We're going to start heading back that way. We found a car dealership, and we're going to find a way to get back. I think they'll know that they are up Schitt's Creek, so if you hear from them, let us know. We'll keep one radio set to Channel 4. Clary had spent more time with Aslan than family over the last decade, and he knew when something wasn't straight. "You sure everything's all right, brother?" he asked. Aslan said, "It isn't anything that can't be fixed. We can talk about it when we get back."
"Keep your eyes open out there. Make sure that you get back, and go find those damn kids. I have a very large boot ready for Greg's ass when they get back here."
"Gotcha. You'll be second in line. Since I'm out in it, I get the first kick." Aslan set the radio down and took a breath, then pulled out the drawers, hoping for the kind of salesman he was assuming he'd find. He looked in a deep drawer and saw a glass and an amber-filled bottle and said a silent prayer. Aslan took the bottle out, ignoring the glass, and threw back 2 quick pulls on it, helping to numb the pain running through his shoulder. It didn't take long for it to take effect. They'd not been drinking at all the last 9 months. The thought of staying alive seemed more pertinent to them. He tucked the bottle back away into the man's drawer and made his way back out. The teens that had been walking around dangled a pair of keys out in front. Aslan looked around for them and said, "What are those for? I already told you that we aren't taking the Corvette." Hammond said, "Don't worry, sir. I already got those keys in my pocket. I don't want any looters coming and taking this thing away from me. Who knows how many chances are going to come up to get out and enjoy ourselves?" Aslan just stared, and Patrick said, "We aren't taking the Vet, don't worry. There's a second showroom, and they've got a truck over there, like the one we had originally when we picked you guys up on day 2. Except it's a heavy-duty one. There shouldn't be any issues with the weather going forward, as long as we can stay off of the ice."
Aslan walked in the direction of their pointing, thinking that the truck they had found might be four-wheel drive at best. He had forgotten almost all of these kids had grown up in Iowa, and when they said heavy duty, they were not kidding. He saw a brand-new, dust-covered dual rear-tire truck with a diesel engine to boot. Aslan smiled ever so slightly, nodding his head in massive approval.
Christ, you guys can pick out a truck just fine now, can't you?
Patrick said, "Yeah, this is what all the big-time farmers in our town use. The ones who needed to get their cattle over to the auction house on their own."
Aslan didn't have to ask the animal's fate at the auction house. He'd been to enough of them growing up with his own father and his grandfather to know exactly what happened to them once that lucky animal had fetched a hefty enough price. Aslan climbed in slowly, using the running boards under the truck's door to help himself practically fall into the truck. He tried moving his shoulder, and was beginning to get a little bit of motion in it.
"Hey, don't you want to get your stuff before we get going out of here?" asked Patrick.
Aslan said,
"Well, I'm assuming that none of you checked that there was any gas in the tank, right?"
The group nodded as a whole, and Aslan turned the key over, happily seeing that there was 3/4 of a tank available, which, with the size of the engine that the massive truck had, there wouldn't be any issue getting anywhere in the near vicinity, if the lucky call that they were very much hoping came through did. Aslan put his head out and said,
"Patrick, since you aren't all banged up, why don't you go ahead and get the supplies I brought? Hammond, you seem like you deserve to get to help at this point. Why don't you tag along and help him get the gear? Marianne and McQuaig, why don't you look at the front? There's got to be a place to automatically get the door to send it up and down easily."
The teens, now tasked with the job, went in opposite directions, looking around and doing what had been requested. There was no pounding on the smoky tinted windows, but there was also no shortage of shadows casting themselves on the front of the showroom from the late day sun. Patrick asked, "You think they are still alive, right?" Hammond replied by asking, "You are pretty close to them, right?" Patrick nodded. "Yeah, if it wasn't for them, I'm sure that I would have been dead a few times over again. Why?" "Well, I guess I was just contemplating how much of what I think is going to happen actually did. No, I don't think that they are all alive. I think if they went off on their own, and that they probably didn't survive. If any are alive, I can see Sean and Ellie, or Greg and Sean maybe making it out of there. I only say this because, well, Joey can't shoot, and I don't see him making it too far, if you know what I mean." Patrick picked up the gear that he was supposed to grab. Hammond tried taking some of it, and Patrick pulled it from his grasp and said, "Don't worry about it, okay? I can handle a lot of weight." Hammond actually was a bit surprised at how much the thin teen could handle. He said, "Yeah, I sure would say that you can. I didn't mean to underestimate you, man." Patrick looked him dead in the eyes and said, "Maybe there are other people that you shouldn't underestimate also. Joey is a hell of a lot tougher, and for that matter, braver than you are giving him credit for. Did you know out of his family, he was the only one that made it? His brother and sister both got taken out. But out of all of that, he is the one who survived. There was a zombie in a parking lot, and everyone was frozen, knowing they couldn't get their guns up as fast as the thing was coming out. Joey fell backward and still took the thing out. He snapped its head back, and then literally stomped on its head until the damn thing was dead. Now, do you still want to try and not give him the credit that he deserves?" Hammond said, "Man, I didn't know that was him. I can't believe that. That was like one of the cooler turned stories that I've heard. I'm sorry. If I'd have known that was him, I would have—" Patrick cut him off by shoving the pack into his arms. He said, "You missed the point, and that is too damn bad. What I was trying to get across to you is the fact that regardless of what someone looks like or what you assume they are capable of, because of it, you shouldn't judge. You never know. There's a good chance that they could quite possibly be the one and the only one around to save your ass. Now, did I get my point across to you?" He nodded his head slowly, thinking about the boy who was probably a bit shorter than himself, but had every bit, if not more, the muscle that he did. He knew that he wouldn't be able to change the way he thought overnight, but he was aware, at the least, that he needed to start making a bit more effort towards it. The two took the gear back, and there was plenty of room now for them to put all of it into the rear of the truck.
Do you want me to sit in the back? I have my full auto on me. We can take care of anything that tries to take us by surprise if you want to, Aslan," Patrick asked.
Aslan nodded and said, "I know how damn cold it is, so the second that we get out of town, I think that we need to stop and get you back in here. If I let you stay back there, you're going to end up getting a mean case of frostbite. I don't think that you want that, regardless of what Kaya might do to get you back to good health."
Patrick's face, which was already red from the cold, went to new limits of turning 50 shades of red. He said, "Christ, man, be cool, all right? Just because there weren't any old women that made it doesn't mean you need to give me a hard time."
Aslan said, "You know I'm not that old, right?"
Hammond said, "Well, you sure wouldn't know that by looking at you." Aslan gave up, turning his head and looking at Patrick, who was judging him with every second at how old he thought he was. He yelled at the girls instead of the boys.
"Hey, did you two find the remote switch so we can get in and out of here?"
The girls nodded, and Aslan tossed off 2 grenades down to Patrick, who just stared at them. He went to pull the pins and hold down the handles, but Aslan screamed,
"Christ, what are you, stupid? Don't pull those now! Take them to the door we came in at and throw them as far down as you can. Try and take out cars that we aren't going to want. Leave the sport utilities and heavy-duty trucks alone, will ya?"
"So what are we trying to do? Send these things to hell, or just to the other end of the parking lot?" asked Patrick.
"Both, actually, would be nice. We just don't need to worry any more about casualties than we need to. If we just go slow and use our heads, there's no reason that anyone else needs to lose their life today. I sure as hell don't want any of you all getting bit. I want the rest of us to be relaxing at home and taking it easy later, not having to worry about anything except our normal worries that come up day to day."
Patrick disappeared, and when the boom went off in the distance, Aslan revved the truck and yelled orders left and right. Marianne hit the door to go up, while Hammond took shotgun with his machine gun hanging out the passenger window. He peered down the sights and was ready to go. McQuaig climbed up on the back wheel and into the bed of the pickup. When the door came up, Marianne slid into the back seat with her gun out and ready as well. They pulled out slowly, thanking God himself that the turn had followed the blast, and when Patrick came around the corner, they didn't waste any time once he dived into the bed of the truck. Aslan pulled out into the parking lot, driving for the exit. He slammed on the brakes when he saw an exit blocking their way out. When the truck stopped, it sent Patrick and McQuaig into the rear window, and doing so hard. Patrick punched the window, and Marianne slid it open. She said, "What?" Patrick, wiping at the blood coming from his forehead, yelled, "I'm sorry, what the fuck do you think I want? Why the hell did he slam on the brakes?" Patrick didn't get a useful answer. Instead, he got a string of curse words coming from Aslan, followed by him beating the hell out of the truck's steering wheel at the same time as using every variation of curse words he knew. Patrick ignored Marianne and helped McQuaig to gain her balance. He pushed himself up and looked at the surroundings with the snow just barely falling. He saw that all exits to the street were blocked by cars or columns that rose out of the ground. Patrick yelled, "Why the hell do they have such fancy security here? It is just a car lot, isn't it?" Aslan swung around in his seat, still looking pissed off. He yelled,
"Yeah, it's just a car lot, but it has like 1,000 fucking cars on it, and I'd assume the owner, if he was still alive, would like to keep them on his lot for if and when this thing ends. Most likely, though, he had these in place long before the zombies came."
"Well, we don't have any other choice but taking this one. What the hell are we going to do?" Patrick asked.
Aslan looked at the row of the small compact cars that were up against the ditch that led back to the road and yelled,
"Why don't you two get your asses inside the truck? We don't need any blood in the air. All it's going to do is cause more havoc and trouble for us."
The 2 teens, both bleeding from the first stop, didn't need to be told a second time to get inside. They hopped out of the truck's bed and into the front. When they gave him a thumbs up, Aslan pulled the truck around, giving a good 50 yards, and floored it, spinning all 6 tires at once until they caught their grip, and when they did, they catapulted forward with a fury. The teens clenched at the seats, and Aslan screamed while holding the steering wheel with only one good arm. When he got up to the small cars, he hit 2 of them dead center, catapulting them down into the ditch below. The large truck didn't slow down. It bucked up over the parking bumps in the drive. Before he went headfirst into the ditch, he swung the wheel, turning the truck, and riding along the side of the ditch. He made it to the driveway on the opposite side of the beams that came out of the ground and corrected the truck heading south and back towards the base. When he looked into the back of the truck, he saw that unlike him, there had been a definite lack of blinking for quite a while.
"Is everyone okay? Or at least okay based on today's standards?"
he asked. The teens just stared, unsure what they should say or how they should answer. Marianne said, "I don't think that I'm okay, but I'm not sure what, if anything, you could do about it. Today's going to be pretty difficult to forget."
Aslan said, "Don't try and forget it. Just don't let it take over your life. One day, we can hope to have a place so secure or so far away that the Turned won't be a threat."
Patrick asked, "Do you really think that there is somewhere like that out there? Where we could go, that we could have something like that?"
Aslan said, "Really, we haven't had time to think about it. Our number one job has been getting you ready, so that when we had you trained, we could try and find somewhere. Maybe Hawaii would be good, or any island, really, if it hasn't been infected by those damn things. There has to be somewhere, right? Unless it's airborne. But if it is, I wouldn't think that you and I would even be worried about them, because I think that we would be one of them. As long as we keep our eyes open and stay safe, we should be able to handle these things."
"Well, why do you think that so confidently?" asked Hammond.
"Because the alternative of being one of the Turned isn't a pleasant one, Hammond, and surviving this and living out my days on a warm beach with a cold drink and good cigar is much better for an alternative. If you want to fight these things your entire life, you will be my guest."
Hammond sat back in his seat, thinking of his family and seeing them taken from him, and said, "No, I think that I would rather be able to put the gun down and just live a life. I don't care what it is, as long as it isn't looking over my shoulder my entire life. I'd say we could put a gate up somewhere, but you know those things would just tear it down." Aslan didn't say anything. He knew there wasn't anything left to say. Their future would be a bloody one, until it was time to move on. He thought of the others in the group, and knew that Sean and Greg would be hard to get to follow in a path of safety. He knew that the two of them had plans to take out the Turned eventually, and for sure knew that Sean would not part from the mission. When it came time for them to finally go their separate ways, he prayed that everyone knew enough to survive and get by from day to day. Chapter 16. When Greg heard what he could only assume was a grenade blast, he checked his watch, letting the final minutes tick by before he signaled to Joey to grab Ellie and make their move. They went out towards the front. Greg looked around, and to Sean's credit, the son of a bitch had taken all of the Turned with him. He pushed the door open, letting Joey out, and then pushed it shut behind him, trying to guarantee none of the Turned would squeeze through and back in. He looked around and saw apartments that were sitting off of the main road, and figured they were as good as any. Joey asked, "Where are we going to go, Greg?" Greg pointed to an apartment complex.
"We need to make our way over there. You good to bring Ellie that far?"
Joey nodded, and they made their way across the street. They kept close to the businesses, trying to stay out of sight. When they went past the strip mall that was close to the grocery store, the glass disappeared and became a set of hands reaching for them. Joey tried to back away, but the hands gripped the back of his hooded sweatshirt. He dropped Ellie, and Greg could only see mouths coming in towards Joey's neck. He grabbed Joey's sweatshirt himself and pulled out his handgun and fired off blind shots with enough force to at least take them back a few steps. Joey was screaming at the top of his lungs, and Greg pulled him forward, patting him on the back and giving him a quick hug. When the Turned rose from the ground, Greg kept Joey in the hug while whispering it was going to be okay to him, and leveled the pistol and fired off well-placed shots until those that were looking at his good friend like a meal were flat on their backs. Joey snapped out of it, shook free of Greg, bent down, and brushed the snow off of Ellie's face. He said, "I'm sorry, Greg. I didn't mean to drop Ellie. I didn't want her to get hurt. Those hands came out of nowhere." Greg patted him on the shoulder and said, "You were doing great, Joey. Don't even worry about it, brother.
We need to keep moving, though, and get Ellie somewhere warm and safe. I think if we go west to one of those apartments where we crashed the truck, we should be able to start a fire. I remember that they had chimneys, and if we could find some wood, we should be good to go."
Joey picked up Ellie's sled, looking at Greg, and still breathing heavy. He said,
Greg, thanks. Thanks for saving me. I really appreciate it, man.
Greg clapped him on the shoulder, pulling Joey from the side of the store. More hands came from nowhere, and Greg thought of the ones that Sean had taken on by himself. Knowing that he needed to do his part, he pulled one of his grenades from his coat and ripped out the pin. He said,
"Joey, run! I want to get moving! The last thing we need to do is toss a grenade and send shrapnel into Ellie there."
Joey didn't need to be told to run. He gripped Ellie tightly and sprinted, bringing his knees up high through the snow. The sled left just 2 light tracks as they made their way away. Greg chucked one grenade into the building just as the turned were starting to climb out. Greg shot those in the face, leaving them hanging out of the window with brains dripping down from the skull and into the snow below. The blast went off, filling those sticking out of the windows with glass. Greg watched, waiting, knowing some of them would still be alive in the zombie sense. When the charred zombies jumped out and staggered towards them, they had their clothes melted to their bodies and shards of glass sticking into them from head to toe. But they were still relentless with the need to eat, kill, and take out those not turned. Greg holstered his pistol, knowing how much better he was from the current distance with his rifle, and snapped off shots until those wanting to follow them were gone. They made it down a side street, heading back towards the apartment complex. When they got to the street where the apartments were, Joey started laughing, which sounded as out of place as something could. Greg stopped and turned around.
"What could possibly be funny right now, Joey?"
Joey pointed to the street sign and said,
It says Plum Drive. I love plums. They named it after a fruit.
Greg stared, nodding his head slowly, and thinking that being inside his head once in a while might be a beautiful thing. They were in the wake of a zombie apocalypse, and this kid could still appreciate the little things. He said, "I like pineapple. I kinda miss it." They watched as the turned came towards the sound of the grenade, knowing that if they hadn't done that, then they would have probably been caught attempting to get across the street. The dead would have caught them and eaten until they turned, or there was nothing left to turn. Greg prodded on Joey to get moving, and they headed up to the apartment complex. Greg pulled on the door, and it didn't budge. He looked at the side panel and realized it was a Buzz-style phone system. Joey asked,
What? We aren't going to be able to get in?
Greg picked up the receiver and was not surprised that there was no dial tone. In anger and frustration, he started smashing it against the wall until he had nothing but the cord in his hand. He took a step back, looked at the apartment complex, and tried to think it out quickly. He knew that he needed to keep things absolutely quiet, or he would only be creating new issues again and again.
What are we gonna do, Greg? She needs to get warm, and it's going to start getting dark soon,
asked Joey.
"Stay right there. I'll find us somewhere safe that we can go to. If it isn't safe, I will make it safe. Don't move."
Joey nodded and gripped his baseball bat after setting Ellie's sled down inside the small archway of the apartment complex entrance. He was trying to give her whatever temporary shelter and protection that he could. Greg walked across slowly. He knew that he needed to take his time getting into the place, or would have heaven and hell to pay for it. He wasn't ignorant, and was aware that he could only make so many mistakes before one of them caught up with them. Joey asked again,
What are you gonna do, Greg?
Greg held up a hand, trying to figure out what the best approach was. He didn't want to break the glass and then set whatever was on the inside loose and free. Greg went up to it, lightly tapping on it, and took a few steps backwards. He waited impatiently, worrying a horde was on the inside, and couldn't think of anything worse than that. He, of course, was wrong. A small hand pressed the curtain up next to the glass door. Greg knelt down with his rifle aimed until he saw the small imprint on the door. He touched the glass, wondering if it was a zombie toddler or the real deal. His questions were answered, killing a little of his hope. Greg fell backwards when he saw it. The smallest and youngest turned he'd ever seen started smashing its face against the glass door. He said a quick prayer, hoping God would not judge him too harshly. He let off a single round, sending the toddler sliding backwards and across the living room of the apartment it was trapped in. Greg stood there for a moment, waiting to see if they would have additional company, but there was nothing. He brought up the rifle and cracked the glass the rest of the way, where there had been the bullet hole. He swept the gun around the edges of it and then entered in through the broken window slowly. Joey went to say something, but Greg just held up a hand, telling him to be quiet and wait there. Greg looked around the apartment and saw both the fireplace and some wood for it. He was glad to know that they weren't just for decoration, and made his way slowly through the living room. He listened. It was dead silent for sure. If something was in there, it was unaware of him, or waiting for him to get in further. Greg looked at the toddler for a moment, seeing its head split open and the white tile floor turning red from what was left of its skull and brain. He grabbed a blanket off the couch and covered it, knowing there wasn't anything about seeing it that would do Joey a damned bit of good. He walked through the apartment, checking the bedrooms, and only found what he could assume was a young mother who had been trying to protect her turned baby and had ended up being a meal for it. Greg ran back out to the front and said, "Come on, Joey. Get her in here out of the cold." He slid the door open and motioned for Joey to come in. "We need to get to the top floor. Do you want me to clear it first, or do you want to come with me?" Joey looked at Ellie and then asked,
"Is this place safe?"
"Well, I don't think those things know how to open doors. So as long as they don't come in and bust it open, I'd say we should be okay if we wanted to lock her in one of the bedrooms. I don't see her waking up anytime soon, unfortunately," Greg replied. Joey nodded affirmative, and the two placed her in a bedroom, covering her up with the blankets in the room and making sure that she was as comfortable as she could be. Greg ran to the living room, dipping a dish towel in the blood, and sent Joey out. He wrote, "Stay in here, Ellie," on the door in the toddler's blood. When they left, they shut the door, putting the makeshift sled across the doorway and making sure every other door but hers was open to entice anyone to go in there last. The fear of the unknown sometimes was enough to keep someone from being too curious about anything. Joey walked behind Greg, keeping a hand on his shoulder to let him know that he was still there. They opened the door to the apartment, looking both ways. At first glance, it looked like it was peaceful. They saw that all the doors were shut, which made seeing all but impossible. There were no lights in the hallway, and no natural sunlight made its way in either. Joey grabbed Greg's light and held it over Greg's shoulder so that the two of them could walk with a guided light. When Joey clicked the light on, the sense of momentary relief that they initially felt vanished quickly. There was a row of turned standing at the end of the hallway, and the light on them made their faces and shadows look 1,000,000 times worse. They slowly spun around, sniffing and seeing the fresh meals in front of them, which was something both boys figured they hadn't been able to partake in quite a while. The dead crouched, and Greg knew that the shit was about to hit the fan. He shouldered his rifle to fire, and after the first round, Joey took a step backwards. In doing so, he moved the flashlight, leaving Greg to shoot into a black hole. When Joey waved the light back across the turn, they were jumping yards at a time, some springing up off the walls and leaping off of them to gain distance that much faster. Greg screamed, "Back! Back! We need light! We need to get back in the apartment now!" Joey turned to run, and Greg jogged backwards. He didn't care if he could see or not. He sure as hell was not going to present his back to those things. Joey ran to the door, twisted the handle, and started to scream and definitely lose his cool. "Open the goddamn door, Joey! Do it now!" Joey looked at him. Sweat was starting to sprout from his forehead.
I can't, Greg! It's locked!"
Greg went to bust the handle off of it, but figured all he was doing was making sure that there'd be no issue with them pushing their way into the apartment, and that they'd be serving up Ellie as a meal. He could just barely see the red sign at the other end of the hall, which said exit on it, and yelled, "Get to the end of the hall now, Joey!" Joey went to run back towards the turn, confused in the dark and the mayhem that was taking place. Greg pushed him the right way, and the two sprinted in the direction of the exit. Greg held up his rifle, firing off Hail Mary shots towards the dead, who were in pursuit. When they exited, they were momentarily blinded by the light coming in through the stairwell windows. Joey went to run out the door, and Greg grabbed him and yelled, "No! Get up the stairs, Joey! We always want the advantage of being above them! Any chance we get, that is what we do! Go, go, go!" Joey ran so fast, he almost looked like one of the turned. He was jumping up as many steps as he could. The two boys rested when they got to the top of the first flight of long stairs. When the turned came around the bend, they didn't seem affected by the light at all, and started up the stairs, drawn to the two boys' smell. Greg took a seat on the step while trying to keep his arms from shaking from the adrenaline. He aimed the rifle and picked them off one at a time. When he dry-fired, he dropped his magazine and started to push in a new one. He looked up to see one of the turned soaring straight for him, mouth wide open and eyes that were hungry and angry, with dried blood around the edges. He let go of the charging handle, making it live, and for the dead, dangerous again. But it was too late for him to aim and fire. Joey brought the bat down over his shoulder with everything that he could muster into it. The crack of its head being hit was enough to fill the stairwell with the sound of pure violence. The hit stopped its forward momentum, and the monster fell to the ground. Greg kicked it down the stairs in case Joey had only momentarily put it out for the count. He checked the gun and then fired one into its skull for good measure. When no more came around the corner, the two leaned back against the railing, taking a moment for themselves to breathe. Each one of them had a pulse beating in their chest, matching the pulsating in their skulls.
"That was kind of close, Greg."
Greg patted Joey on the knee, nodding and unable to say anything. He looked at Joey's bat and eventually said, "You know I love that damn thing, right?" Joey held it up, admiring it in his hands, and said,
"Yeah, it does a good job of breaking their heads open, huh?"
Greg unclipped a second holster from his back and held it out. "Would you do me a favor, please? I want you to take this and keep it on you. I know you don't like guns, but I'd really, really hate to have to use one of them to take you out, because you got overtaken by those things." Greg pulled out the pistol, then showed him the safety switch, and informed Joey that it was ready to go, as long as he pulled the trigger. Joey wanted to say no, but could see by the look on Greg's face that he was not going to take no for an answer. He clipped it on his jeans and pulled his sweatshirt back down over it. Greg leaned back and saw that they had another flight of stairs to go up. Then they'd be on the top floor. Greg got up from the steps, pulling Joey behind him, and they headed up the last flight. They opened the third door slowly, knowing that since they'd been taking shots, any more of the turned would now be more than aware that there was someone there. When they went to the third door, there was no pounding, no clawing at the door. Joey swung it open on Greg's nod, and Greg walked in with his rifle up. He swept the rifle back and forth, ready to fire if necessary. He saw no turned, no one anywhere. He swung the flashlight on his rifle across the hall and saw nothing else. Greg used the same method as before, going and knocking on the doors one at a time, waiting and listening for the dead. Joey followed behind, watching the end of the hall for anyone that was left over from the first floor. Joey jumped when the first of 3 doors started to open. Joey began yelling, which startled Greg, who was running back towards Joey, not thinking about the risks at hand. When he swung the rifle into the doorway, a voice came back immediately, full of parenting that he hadn't heard in months. "Don't point that goddamn gun at me, you little shit! Put it down now!" Greg hadn't seen a stranger in months, and stared in awe for a second. He lowered the rifle slowly, not believing that it was true. Joey came to terms with it much quicker, and stuck one of his hands out, while smiling. He said,
"Hi, I'm Joey. I'm glad you aren't one of the turned."
The man smiled uneasily and looked at Joey, then shook his hand, as if he was going to break it if he squeezed it too hard. Joey said,
"I'm not going to break, sir. I'm real tough."
The man, who also hadn't seen anyone new who didn't also want to kill him, nodded with a genuine smile now. He squeezed like he would any other man, and Joey grinned, liking that he was being looked at as not special. Greg stuck his hand out next, letting his rifle fall to his side. The man nodded towards the gun and said, "That's some pretty serious hardware you got going there, kid. What's up with that?" The man wasn't taking in the fact just yet that Greg was dressed in nothing but army gear. They'd almost all started wearing only fatigues as their daily attire, as they'd had nothing but what was on their back at the start of it all, with the exception of Patrick, who'd gotten one extra bag when medicine had been retrieved from his house. Greg slid the rifle towards the back and out of the stranger's reach. He held it not out for the man to take, but for him to get a good look at. He said, "It's what the military uses. It's a Colt. Clary says you can't beat a good Colt. My dad always shot Remington and Glock, but, I think the reliability of these are awesome." The man shook his head while looking at the kids questioningly and asked, "How old are you? Who are you? Who's Clary?" "My name is Greg. This is Joey. I'm 18. I'm a survivor. And we have a much bigger place than you that would probably be safer than this place." The man laughed and said, "Yeah, I'm sure you do. Where is that at?" Greg pointed in the direction of the base. "We are staying a few miles away at Camp Dodge." The man paused while thinking about the base, and the fact that he had never thought of it himself almost made him sick to his stomach. He asked, "So you and he have been staying on that base this entire time by yourselves?" "No, sir. We've been staying there with a group of probably 50 or more. I've been training with my friends for the last 9 months, and the rest of the group has been learning for about 3. It was obvious that he was having a very difficult time dealing with all of this, and Greg could see why. He said, "Look, there's plenty of time for answers, sir. I have a friend who isn't doing so hot. I need to run down and grab her. Is there an empty apartment on this side of the building that we can hold up in until our ride gets here?" "You can just bring her right in here. If she wasn't bitten, of course." Greg said, "No, I don't think she was. I'm pretty sure that she just hit her head and cut herself pretty bad. We bandaged the wound, but we aren't doctors." The man said, "Well, my name is Lou. I'm not a doctor, but I am a registered nurse. If she needs stitched up, I got plenty of stuff here to do it with. Do you guys need help bringing her up here, or can you handle it?" Greg said, "We have a sled that we pulled her here on, but I'd definitely prefer to be able to cover you guys and not have my hands full with carrying her. I really appreciate you taking us in for a while. I'm hoping it won't be for too long. Like I said, we have plenty of space on the base if you would want to come with us." Lou nodded his head to the side, as an entire floor of people had come out of their apartments by then. Greg smiled, thinking of the possibilities of how many people could still be out there. He asked, "So what have you been eating? What have you been living off of?" Lou said, "There's a gas station across the street. We went over there and got every canned good that we could. Until the power went out, we had plenty of cold food. We had to eat a lot of gas station pizza, but it could have been worse. Much worse." Lou looked over his shoulder and yelled, "Karen, Teresa, I'll be right back. These guys need some help bringing someone up here." They both looked around him, trying to get a look at the boys. They'd been pent up in the apartment for what seemed like forever. Lou explained, "These are my daughters." Greg saw them, trying not to look awkward. He smiled and said, "Hey, good to see more people." Lou gave Greg a firm look and advised, "You don't get any stupid ideas, or I'll hurt you, rifle or not." Greg nodded slowly, holding up his hands. He looked at the other families, who'd assembled in the hallway, looking hopeful, and let down that it wasn't the military. Greg yelled to them, "We have a large facility. We can take you all, if you are interested. There are gates and weapons and training for those of you who want it. There's plenty of food, and over time, we are going to be the safest place in the state, if not the United States, that you can be." The thought of not being prisoners inside of the walls of their apartments filled them with a bit of new hope. One man walked forward and said, "So is it just teenagers, or are there other adults that are on the base?" Joey said, "There are a few other adults on base. That is who have been training us." "What do you mean by training?" Lou asked. Joey said, "We got the best showing us stuff. We can go over all of this later. I really want to get my friend from downstairs.
She doesn't have anyone watching her back, Greg said.
Lou agreed, and they went back down the stairs, slowly checking that the second-floor door was still secure. They went back to the first floor, pushing dead bodies out of the way. Lou asked, "Christ, kids, who the hell has been teaching you guys?"
Mr. Clary and Aslan teach us. It's pretty much all we do for the mornings.
Lou looked at the zombie on the steps, with its head caved in and brains spilling out in the open, and the others that looked like they had their skulls unzipped from the front back. Who are they? Just more survivors that you met?
Greg shook his head no, and said, "Well, it's kind of a long story." Lou said,
"Shit, kid. We've been with the others you've seen for a long time. There isn't a new story that we have heard in months. I think we were the lucky ones, though, since most of the others are all dead on the other floors. We had all decided after the first few days to get some distance between us and the ground. The third floor seemed like the only idea that we could come up with to put that much distance. We'd watched the news reports and saw those things everywhere downtown and how the military had been taken over down there. The shelter that so many went to had been decimated by those freaks."
Greg nodded. "You know, we don't really talk about the past, honestly. But to make things short and sweet, Clary and Aslan are military. Navy SEALs, really, to be exact. They got dropped in with their team to try and find the cure to these things. We met them and gave them a hand. Their ride never came, and we just kind of stayed together. During the first 6 months, we went out helping to gather people. When we got the final news report about the turn, we stopped going out, and we started training everyone that wanted it. The hope that was there was lost, and we needed to replace it with something else."
"Wait, we haven't gotten any reports in forever. What are you talking about?" Lou asked.
"You sure you want to know? The news sucks, and there isn't anything good about it."
"Never been able to say I've been happier being ignorant, kid."
"There is no cure. The papers we found explained how to make it, but the guy that created it wasn't trying to find a cure for it. It was a cure."
Lou stopped walking, then turned and looked at him, and asked, "Who the hell are you? How the hell do you know so damn much?" Greg went to say something, but Joey cut him off.
"Because he knew the guy that made it. We are best friends with his kid."
"Wait, what are you talking about?"
Greg didn't want to go down the road again, but he thought if a guy was going to get saved and judged by him, that he could deal with it. Greg said, "Frank Fox was the scientist who made the drug. His fiancée at the time was dying of cancer. He tried to cure her. It is what he did. He thought that he had the drug the way that he wanted it, but his assistant changed it and lied about the data."
Lou just stared and asked, "Then what?"
"And then hell was unleashed. I think you know the rest from there."
Lou said, "I think we figured out quite a bit as things unveiled themselves. Don't let them touch you, definitely don't let them bite you, and stay the hell away from them. Keeping things quiet is the smartest thing to do, if you want to keep them quiet," Greg said.
"The last report we got was 6 months into this. The CDC came over and told everyone that there was no cure. No one would be saved from these things, and that what government that was left was falling. They wouldn't be able to cure them. The only way to put them down is with a shot to the head, or breaking their skulls open."
Lou sat down on the step, shook his head back and forth in disbelief, then hung it in his hands in despair. He finally looked up, defeated. "So this entire time, we have been hoping, no, praying, that someone would come for us and save us, that there would be a way to cure these things, that there'd be a mass cure that would just put things back the way they were, or at least take away the threat of them. We could rebuild. My girls wouldn't have to stay locked away their entire lives."
Greg treaded on thin water and said, "You do realize that even though they aren't adults, they are still capable. They could still be helpful and still help, right?"
Lou puffed up his chest a little. "I'm keeping my baby safe. After my wife didn't make it back on the first day, we were quite sure that she'd found somewhere to hide. Once we saw her car in the ditch when we made our first trip to the store across the street. It was crashed, The doors were ripped off and blood covered the inside. Let's just say that we weren't too worried about her being well and alive after that. We saw her walking across the street a few weeks later, with no clue where it was that she was going. It was the saddest thing that I have seen in my life. It broke my heart, and my daughter's. I'll do anything I can to protect them, regardless of the cost.
Right, and that's great, don't get me wrong, please. I don't think that you saving them and protecting them is a bad thing, but what do you do when they go out on their own, when something happens to you? If they don't have someone new to step in and try and take care of them when you aren't there, then they might as well go outside now and get served up on a platter for those freaks. I can't assume that you want that to happen to them, right? Asked Greg.
Lou looked down at the ground, his chest a bit less confident. He looked at the turned lying there, and their muscles that looked like they wanted to burst from their skin. He thought of his teenage daughters, knowing they'd never outrun one of them, and never outpower them. He said quietly, "So, if we came back with you, would they and I and the others be able to learn? There isn't something that would keep us from being able to train by arriving later, right?"
As long as you haven't got something against listening or learning or taking direction, then no. No, there shouldn't be any reason why you aren't able to stay. It really should be the best chance that you have to save them. Eventually, those things are going to come up here, and when they do, if you aren't trained and you don't have any way to save yourselves, they'll rip those doors from their frames and do things that no parent would ever want to see done to their children. I'm sure you know that the Turned are hell unleashed on Earth, right?
Lou contemplated it, thinking of his wife, then said, "Yes, I can probably take a pretty good guess at the horrible things that they've been doing everywhere across the United States. We just call them the Dead, though." Greg pulled out his backup pistol for Lou.
"Do you know how to use this, Lou?" he asked.
"No. Before all this, I didn't believe in them. But now, well, now, I'd have to say I am a pretty big damn fan of the idea of them. As long as everyone around me is safe with them, I don't have a problem with firearms. But the last thing I will subject myself or my friends and family upstairs to would be a bunch of teenage cowboys." Greg thought of the fact that he had left and lied, and that he had caused a lot of trouble because of it. He always was looking at Lou and thinking of the multiple apartments that had opened their doors and the hope that he had seen in the people's eyes. If finding these people because of this bad choice on his part was wrong, then as long as the small group made it through this, he could live with the decision. He said,
"Usually things go pretty smooth for us, and we don't do anything stupid. Today was kind of a special day. We don't usually leave base."
Joey yelled, "We don't ever leave base!" But Greg lied, and we are going to be in so much trouble when they catch up to us. If they catch up to us.
Greg looked at Joey, putting a hand on his shoulder. "They are going to find us. We need to get Ellie upstairs, and then we will do what Sean said and keep moving through the radio channels until we find someone. It's as simple as that."
He looked back to Lou, who wasn't looking like he knew what to think at the moment, and said,
"Lou, sir, we are going to be okay, I promise you that. There will be another group of people coming for us. You know why? Because they aren't going to be happy when they find out we left. And one thing about our group is that we don't let people get hurt. We take care of each other. So once they know, we will have a ride back. We might not be able to get you back on the first round, but I'm sure that you can talk to them, and we will be able to figure out something to come back for you."
Lou said, "Hey, we aren't stupid. We have garages attached to this place. All we need to do is make sure we have a clear run out, and we'll get our cars and go. We filled those things up to the brim and have full gas cans galore in them as well. We are ready and packed. We've been living out of suitcases for months, praying that someone was going to come for us. But if you are going to be some sort of troublemaker, maybe the best thing for us to do is just stay here and wait for something else to happen." Greg started walking towards the front door, letting them fall in behind.
"Sir, if you are expecting something better than us, I think the only thing that will do a better job is going to be if God himself comes down to help you. We can offer you weapons, training, food, and a warm place to sleep, with a big-ass gate around all of it. Now, if you can do better than that, feel free to just stay here. I totally understand. But if you don't think that is possible, then, well, maybe you ought to seriously consider taking me up on this offer. Which, if you've been stuck in this place for 9 months, I can't assume that you've had too many of.
Lou gripped Greg by the shoulder, stopping him from leaving for a minute. Look, kid, are you being straight with me? Is what you are offering up really true? Is it something you can follow through with?
Greg nodded and said, You know what? If you get there and don't like it, you leave and come back here. The fence is to keep the turned out, not to keep us in. It's meant for safety. So is the perimeter guard we have set up. The weapons training we do is for a few hours a day.
Lou smiled, thinking of the fact that he could be free of this place, that he could sleep, and that his daughters could sleep, and would have more protection going forward than he could offer the two of them if he never slept again. Greg went out through the stairwell exit, and when they got back to the door that kept Ellie, he brought the rifle up with intentions to bring it down on the handle, but Joey was already swinging and smashed the handle clean off. He sent a second earth-shattering crack of the aluminum bat onto the door, effectively swinging it open. Greg rushed in, swiping the rifle and aiming exactly where he was walking. He saw the sled for Ellie was still perfectly in place, and because of that, he felt a sense of relief. He pointed the rifle at the door and whispered, Lou, that's the door that Ellie is in. Lou ran over to it and slid the sled out of the way. He opened the door and could see Ellie in the room still laid out on the bed. He checked her vitals quickly and saw that it wasn't as bad as the boys might have thought that it was. He lifted her up, and Joey came in behind, gathering all of the supplies that they had brought and throwing them into the bags they had. Greg looked out the door, praying to see that maybe Sean would be wandering back towards the truck to replenish on ammunition. He wondered how much he would have left after the bursts of fire that he had heard earlier. Greg wasn't dumb, though. There was no way that Sean was going to waste what ammo he did have on him. He turned around to see that Joey and Lou started heading back up to the 3rd floor. Once they arrived safely, he took a place next to the sliding glass door in the apartment and started flipping through the channels on the radio, hoping that soon he would pick up Aslan or Clary or anyone up so he could relay their position and get a helping hand out of the place. Lou had placed Ellie down on the ground next to the fireplace, sending his daughters for soft blankets and something with a little bit of padding to it. He unzipped Ellie's coat and rolled her to her side, then pulled up her shirt. Lou used a bottle of water to clear the dried blood and removed the makeshift bandage. He used peroxide to clean the wound and examined it. He looked over at Joey, who'd not taken his eyes off of him since they started, and said, It isn't from those things. There are no teeth marks anywhere. Something else caused this. This isn't what is keeping her out. Joey walked forward, seeing the long gash in her back, and asked, Are you sure about that, Mr. Lou? He ran a hand over Ellie's head and said, Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how bad she is, though. We don't have the equipment necessary to do anything that we need to here. But from the bump on the back of her head, I'm thinking she has one hell of a concussion or serious head wound.
So, is that a good thing or not? Because I can guarantee you Sean is going to be your new best friend when he finally makes his way back here, Greg asked. He laid Ellie back down on her back, looked at her face and features, not taking very long for him to figure it out. Let me guess, is Sean her boyfriend? Greg said. They probably wouldn't admit to it, but I'd hate to be the guy that hits on Ellie in front of Sean. They've been on and off again for quite a while, going back and forth if it's a good idea to date, blah blah blah, same old story. Lou's daughters both laughed at this, and Lou looked at Greg, who'd removed his coat and had just a t-shirt on underneath it. He saw that there was a good chance these kids had been doing some very serious workouts on that base, and realized quickly there was a really good possibility that his daughters, who hadn't seen a boy that didn't want to rip them to pieces, might not think Greg was hard on the eyes. Lou said, Don't laugh at boys, they are nothing but... His older daughter, Karen, finished his sentence for him.
Trouble. Boys will only get you in trouble, and they only want one thing. Teresa laughed at this, and Lou said, Don't encourage your sister. Karen doesn't need any help being a smartass. Greg laughed, and Lou gave him his full attention. You make sure that you don't touch my daughters, or I don't care what kind of weapons you have got on you. There is nothing scarier to face than a pissed-off father.
Greg looked at them, thinking that could actually very well be an issue that they have to worry about at some point. He said,
Well, for now, why don't we hold off on the courting, sir, and just try and get everyone safely and alive to the base?
Lou quickly shook his head, then focused on opening up his kit and stringing a thread and needle. I'm going to clean this wound out as well as I can and make sure that this thing gets a really good stitch and bandage. Do you guys have a doctor on that base?
Joey smiled proudly and said,
Nope, but we are going to have a really good nurse, Mr. Lou.
Lou went to work on the cut, doing the best he could to leave her with as little of a scar as possible. He knew he could have done a better job if he had all of his gear from a hospital, but that wasn't a choice at the moment.
He said, You know, if we hit a hospital, it might not be a bad idea to pop in and resupply. I want to stay away from the one where the outbreak happened, but any other ones are probably fair game. I can't imagine there hasn't been a lot of stuff taken, but there should still be plenty of supplies left. Those hospitals are stocked for a war. Greg was still flipping through channels and said,
We have an army hospital, and it is set up for a war. You'll have everything that you need there, and probably more. It's going to be nice having someone who has a clue about medicine there.
Lou looked at the girls and said,
Sounds like you best get your stuff going, and make sure there isn't anything else not packed that you care if we leave behind or that you want to take with us.
Greg, you know you two could ride with us. There's no reason we need to wait for your friends if you don't even know if they are coming or not. Greg hadn't thought about this, but started to seriously consider the prospect of it.
Yeah, we could, I guess. But we couldn't leave without knowing where Sean is. There could be something just as bad going on with him, and I wouldn't want to leave him sitting out somewhere by himself. If you guys want to keep doing the radio, then I'll go out and look for him. I'm sure that I can pick up his trail if I go back to where he left at the grocery store down the road.
Lou looked across the open field that stretched to the road.
The wind was blowing again, and the snow with it. There would be no way that the kid would find any trace of his friend, especially after being here for over an hour.
Lou said, You could try, kid, but I think that you'd be fooling yourself. There's a foot of snow out there, and you don't stand a chance if you go out there on your own. Greg kept flicking the radio, hoping to either hear from Aslan or Clary. A voice finally came back on the other end of the radio. Hello? Greg? Sean? Is that you? Greg looked up to the sky, wondering if maybe there was a god. He replied,
Oh, thank God. Yeah, it's Greg. Who is this?
Hammond came back over.
It's Hammond. Man, are you in deep. Aslan slammed on the brakes of the truck, sliding to a stop.
He held out his good hand, wincing at making motion happen in his bad arm because of it. He yelled,
Give me that goddamned radio now!
Hammond fumbled with it. He'd heard Aslan mad, but was confident that this was an entirely new level of being pissed off. Aslan hit the transmit button and asked,
Greg, is everyone okay?
Greg said,
No. Expand on that, would you? Where the hell are you?
We are in Urbandale. It's not far from the base. You shouldn't have much issues getting here. You'll see our truck on the bridge. We are just east of there, in an apartment complex.
So everyone is safe and alive, Greg?
No, not everyone. Aslan started punching the dash of the truck, cursing more than the kids had heard in a while. He punched the truck's radio so hard that they were worried the airbags were going to deploy.
God damn it, Greg!
Who did we lose? Aslan asked. Greg wasn't speaking on the same terms as him.
We lost Sean, and Ellie is hurt pretty bad.
Aslan said.
I can't believe this shit, Greg. Just to confirm, it was you who talked him into leaving.
I didn't have to talk them into anything. I flat out lied that you guys said it was okay. I thought that we could get off base for a while and that we could find some survivors to bring back, make some sort of a difference. Aslan said.
And because of your lies, Sean is dead and Ellie is hurt, and you still don't know where anyone is?
Greg said. No. I don't know if Sean is alive or not.
When Ellie got hurt, we had to carry her on a sled. We found an apartment complex not far away from the truck. If you swing by the grocery store, that is where I'd look for him at. He told us to head this way, but we haven't seen him anywhere. That was about an hour ago."
Aslan just looked at the radio, trying his best not to lose his shit until they all made it back to the base safe and sound. Aslan looked at the kids in the rearview mirror and wondered what opposite world he was living in, where his backup were kids that had probably not even gotten laid yet. He asked Greg,
"Do you think you can stay there? I mean, if it's going to be that easy for us to find you, just stay put. Don't do anything else stupid. I want the three of you ready to go once we pull up. Is there anything out by the apartments that we need to worry about running into?"
Greg said.
"Yeah, they're turned. But we took out most of what was on the first floor. As long as none of them come out from the second floor, I think that we'll be okay getting down to you. We have plenty of help getting Ellie down the stairs and to your Humvee."
Aslan, not wanting to get into this conversation until they were back, said to Greg,
"We are now driving a large, black, dually pickup truck. You won't be able to miss us. You keep an eye out for me, so we don't have to honk. We both know what kind of unwanted attention that is going to get us. We are going to swing by the store first to try and find Sean. We need to get him out of this weather if he's outside."
"Hey, Aslan, I'm sorry about all of this. I didn't want to ask any favors, but there's an entire floor of people here that need to come back with us.
One of them is even a nurse, something that you have to agree would come in handy having on the base, right?"
Aslan figured anyone who wasn't completely locked down had been dead for months.
"Wait, you mean there's still people around? You found some survivors?"
he asked.
"Yeah, I didn't find a few. Did you hear me? I found a floor of them. There has to be at least 25 or 30 people here. The ones that I've spoken to so far have been helpful and brave. They fixed up Ellie so that she wouldn't keep bleeding, but said she has a pretty intense head wound. He had a long explanation that I didn't understand, but the gist of it was that she is in some sort of a coma because of a concussion."
Aslan started driving again.
"You hang tight. Tell the people that we can make trips if need be to get everyone that is willing to go back with us, okay?" "No, they have cars. There are garage units attached to the apartment. They all have their stuff, ready to go. They aren't stupid, Aslan. Probably smarter than me, to tell you the damn truth. Like I said, just stay there. And Greg, you and I are going to have a very long and in-depth come-to-Jesus meeting. I can only assume that Clary is going to want in on this, and we are going to have to fight over who comes up with the shit duty that you are going to be in charge of doing until we cool off from this."
Greg, assuming and obviously not knowing that there had been any loss today, said,
"Geez, man, it isn't like we lost anyone. I admit Ellie getting hurt sucks, but this Lou guy seems pretty optimistic that she is okay. It wasn't like I did it on purpose. I had nothing but good intentions when we left today."
Aslan snapped and couldn't pull the words back in. He yelled,
"Well, your good fucking intentions got Shellman killed today. We had gotten into a collision on our way to find you, and someone fired their rifle on accident as a result. They would have never been in that goddamn truck if you would have just done what you were fucking told to do, Greg. Sometimes you do such good work and make such good leadership decisions. Then other times you just fuck up to no end. You need to learn to think. There isn't a reason to go out on all these missions you always ask about if all you are doing is bringing back people to die. We need to take this seriously. You need to step up or step out, because you aren't going to stay this lucky forever. You took 3 people with you today, and from what it sounds like, all you have is Joey who isn't damaged. You don't know where Sean, your best fucking friend, is, and Ellie is in a coma now. Can you tell me one good thing that has happened besides finding those people?"
Greg looked at Karen and Teresa, thinking that definitely wasn't the upside to the day that he'd been looking for, and said,
"No, sir. There isn't anything that I can think of that is going to put a good spin on today. Other than there might be a lot abler-bodied, smart people out there that we can bring back with us than we thought that there were. Just make sure that you stay where you are and don't leave. Unless that place is on fire, I want you to stay in Lou's apartment or condo or whatever the hell you are in until we get there. You make damn sure that you do your best to not do anything ignorant until we arrive, or you'll never see the outside of a base again as long as I am in charge of you and your actions."
Greg, being a teenager, was already running through his head where he could stay if things went bad, He was confident that he could handle this apocalypse with what he knew and could stay far enough away and off the grid that it wouldn't make any difference. He just needed somewhere safe to sleep and something warm to eat, and he would be fine. He was sure that if worst came to worst, that he could get a few like-minded individuals to leave with him, and they would be just fine on their own. They didn't need any adults to tell them what to do. They weren't ignorant, and knew to eat when they were hungry and to sleep when they were tired. He knew there wouldn't be any parties to worry about going to. They were all straight edge. It had been put into their heads that drugs and booze were bad, and now more than ever, most of the teens were pretty hardcore, thinking that was correct. The idea of trying to run away from one of those things and thinking on their feet wasn't something that they wished to pursue while under the influence. Greg said, "Yeah, I hear you. Maybe it will be a good idea if we sit down and have a talk about you being in charge of me and what I do." Aslan started to reply, but knew that getting into a screaming match with a teenager over the radio wasn't going to do any good. He set the radio down and started to race towards Urbandale, doing his best to keep control of the truck. Ice was ice, and it didn't matter what you were driving. It always sucked. He took his time after a few awkward patches were hit, and slowed it down. Hammond looked over the side of the seat at how hard he was gripping the wheel, and asked, "So, are you gripping that because of the pain in your arm, or because of what Greg had said?" Aslan looked in the rearview mirror, trying to determine how he wanted to answer that. "You know, I can't really say for sure. Between the conversation, losing Shellman, hearing Ellie is hurt, and that Sean is lost, there's not much more that would ruin my fucking day. I can't say that having to think of the answer to this question is really helping with a hell of a lot, Hammond. Did you have anything else that would piss me off even further that you would like to ask me? Or did you want to go back to being able to enjoy this beautiful ride through the snowy damn tundra?" Hammond patted him on the shoulder. He wasn't stupid, and knew he hadn't done anything to help with the pure rage that Aslan was currently feeling about the circumstance presented to him. The rest of the ride was quiet, and somewhat uncomfortable. When Aslan pulled onto 86th Street, they saw the faintest hint of tracks from Greg's truck, and started to see the turn coming out of the ditches. The large truck was not easy on the ears, and the muffler and engine echoed across the wide streets. When Aslan saw this, he started shaking his head. He said, "You guys check your safety, and you make sure you are ready. I don't want one of those fuckers getting within 20 yards of this truck. The last thing that we need to do is get stranded. We won't be doing a damn bit of good if that is the case. Clary already wants to come out here. The last thing we need to do is give him a valid reason to do so. If they start making their move, you make sure that you split their damn heads open." Aslan hit the windows for the front and back, and killed the heat, knowing that it wasn't going to be doing any good for the time to come. He figured at the same time that he was going to be doing even more use by having them down, because it was going to be next to impossible seeing Sean dressed in what he would assume would be his white fatigues to match the environment. The Turned did not waste their time watching the large truck leave them behind. They started sprinting for it, and Aslan saw this and asked why no one was firing their rifles. The three teens answered by unleashing a rain of hell on the dead. When Aslan saw that none of them were falling, he screamed, "Christ, are any of you guys going for something that will put them down?" Hammond yelled, "Hey, it isn't easy hitting these things in the head. Between their jumping and leaping, it's impossible to hit them. I don't know what else you expect us to do." Aslan screamed, "Shoot the fuckers in the gut! Shoot them in the leg! Shoot them in anything that is going to keep them from standing upright! Take them down, damn it! Just because shooting them in the head kills them doesn't mean you can't take them down if they are after you. You just want to take them out of the equation right now. Later we can come back and put every one of them down, and make sure that one goes into their brain." The kids stopped looking for the small, impossible moving target, and started leaving crippled zombies sitting in the street, unable to move or crawling wounded after them. Aslan slowed down just enough so that Patrick and Marianne could jump out of the truck. They got into the rear end, rested their guns over the edge of the tailgate, and were ready to go. Hammond tapped him on the shoulder, yelling, "They're in place! Let's get going!" Aslan drove slowly, now having control of the situation, and the teens were systematically putting them down. When Aslan drove over the hill, he saw nothing but Turned in his path. He pulled to a stop, and the rest of the teens got out of the truck, then aimed down the hill, and put what Turned were there down before they had a chance to come for them. Aslan sat back in the truck, thinking there wasn't one bullet spent training that was a waste. The piles of dead in the streets gave him a creepy, good feeling that made him content with their actions, knowing that they weren't going to have the opportunity to cause any further harm to anyone else. When they were cleared, Aslan drove up to Meredith Drive and saw more turned, but these were down and staying that way. When he pulled into the parking lot of the store, he could tell some serious blasts had taken place there. The dead started in the middle, and the rest that seemed scattered across the driveway had serious parts of their skull removed. From his decades of experience behind a scope, he didn't need anyone to tell him where the shooter had been perched. He looked up to the roof of the store, but didn't see anyone there, yet knew that at some point there had been someone. He slowly drove along all sides of the store and only saw one exit. Aslan saw it turned lying by the side of the door, and it definitely looked like a small one-on-one battle had taken place. The damages to the turned looked gruesome. He could see something sparkling in the snow, and since he saw none of the dead around, he yelled for Hammond to run down and check it out. When he came back, he opened a snow-covered glove, showing off a handful of rifle casings. Aslan took one, smelled it, and knew that it had not been sitting out here for long. He hefted his scoped rifle and rested it on the door and peered around, but didn't see anything that looked human. He saw it turn to spread down the distance and knew that Sean had headed in that direction. Chapter 17. Sean opened his eyes as the growling was getting closer. That much he knew. It sounded like it was coming through a tunnel, though. He wasn't sure if he was dreaming this or if it was real. He knew something was wrong, and when he tried to open his eyes fully, it felt like someone had attached weights to them. What he could see looked as blurry as anything he'd ever seen out of focus. When he tried to use his arms to push up, he fell back down into the snow, no longer feeling cold so much, but not remembering why he felt this way. Sean finally was able to open his eyes, and he saw it turned, crawling towards him, with its mouth open. It was also having issues moving itself. Sean knew that they could heal, but didn't know to what extent or what time it took to do so. It wasn't something that they could exactly test on a daily basis. Their run-ins over the last few months with the turned had been all but non-existent, as none of them had ventured that far out of the city quite yet in search of food. Sean shook his head the best that he could, then stared at the turned. He wanted to push away from it, but was having no way of doing so. He knew that this was the end. He would not even be able to take out the one who was going to finally get him. The turned was leaving a slosh of wet, bloody snow in its trail as it slowly pulled itself forward, but was going as quickly as its body would enable it to do so. When it was finally within a foot, it reached for Sean, grabbing him by the coat, and that was when Sean could feel his body begin to slide through the cold, wet ice. Sean winced at the movement. His body felt rigid like never before. He tried to reach for anything that could save him, but it was too late, and it was over. He thought of his dad and Ellie and his last seconds on Earth as a human, and the only thing that he could think of was the number of people that he would hurt. Sean thought of the base before the first snows had fallen, and the temperatures were near unbearable to be outside unless guard duty was the reason for it. He remembered brushing the hair from Ellie's ear while they sat on the tanks, watching the sunset going down, and pretending, if only for a short time, they weren't in the middle of hell on Earth. When his mind traveled to the gross images of him ripping flesh from his own arm, and then from the bodies of as many as he could, it made him want to puke right there on the ice. Sean was screaming no to little avail, and when he stopped sliding, he closed his eyes, waiting for the bite. The only thing that he felt was warm fluids hitting the top of his skull and forehead. A single shot echoed across the small valley that he was in, and then everything went quiet. He couldn't judge time in his current state, and it felt like he sat there for hours waiting for the bites to come, but they never did. The warm fluids started to become cold, and he could feel ice forming from them. He wished for something warm, but knew that if he wasn't going to be turned on this ice, that he would freeze to death on it. Sean heard the echoes of gunfire and screaming, and then he watched, feeling like he was floating. He looked up to the overcast gray sky, waiting for himself to feel something new, to raise higher into heaven, wondering if his parents would be there, curious if his father was invited to partake in the pleasantry of afterlife, knowing how much pain he had helped to be responsible for. What he did here sounded still like it was impossible. There was definitely noises, but they didn't sound like the Turned, and they sure as hell weren't angels from the amount of cursing that was being screamed into his ears. The sky disappeared in exchange for a bright light, which made him feel even more at ease. The first time he'd been able to feel something was a painful one, and it didn't react all at once, but slowly. He tried opening his jaw when a second vicious attack of pain hit his face. A head came into view, rubbing away the snow and ice that had formed around his eyelashes, and enabling him with the opportunity to see much better again. When he started to blink on his own, Aslan was there screaming something, and Sean just blinked. Aslan yelled to the rest of them who had good arms to help get the clothes off of him, down to his drawers. Sean could feel hot air circulating within the truck. He saw a silver-looking blanket being pulled out, and didn't realize what it was. There were so many questions he was going through in his head, but unable to rationalize or verbally say any of them. Aslan pulled his coat off, as did the others, draping it over the near-naked and trembling Sean. Sean could feel hands going up and down his sides, and it started to burn as the heat started to make its way through his body. Just before he passed out in the back seat, Hammond said, "Sean! Sean, wake up!" Aslan felt his pulse, and could at least tell that it was steady. He said,
"He isn't in the clear, but we need to make sure that he stays warm."
McQuaig, only going off what she had seen on television, stripped her sweatshirt off and slid under the blanket and pile of coats, lying behind Sean, and sharing the body heat that one day he would have reason to thank her for saving his life with. She said, "I saw this on television. Just don't tell Ellie, or she might kill me." Patrick tucked the blankets in around them again and slid his dry watch cap over Sean's head. He said, "You know, I'm pretty sure that Sean and Ellie will both be thanking you one day for this. Thank God this is a giant truck, or there would just barely be enough room for everyone in here." Aslan shut the doors, making sure the windows were back up as well, and cranked the hot air until they were all feeling the effects of the intense heat that the pickup was putting out. He said,
"We need to get this thing as hot as possible and get him coming back around. Just make sure no one startles him awake. The last thing he probably saw before he passed out was one of the dead, and we don't want him waking up thinking that is who is coming after him, or you might be surprised at the amount of force someone woken out of a nightmare could possess."
They pointed all of the vents in the front and the back at the two teens, and Patrick took an additional thermal blanket from his pack and placed it on the vents so that it poured directly back onto the two teens, huddling together in the back seat. Aslan watched this, thinking that Patrick had a higher calling with his ingenuity, but didn't know if there'd ever be a time or place or way for him to learn the things that he needed to, in order to use it for any good. For the time being, he was thankful to have him for the backup, and to help keep people's heads on straight. He knew how stressful it was for everyone, yet the kid who seemed the weakest of all, sometimes from appearance, was one of the best at keeping people from freaking out at any given moment. Aslan pulled the truck back out into the street and looked around and made sure that he was not bringing an entire horde worth of the dead behind him there. When he realized they weren't, he said,
"Can a couple of you guys jump into the back of the truck? We're going to have a hell of a time getting Greg and Joey in here when we arrive. I'm a bit worried about bringing an entire convoy back. There might be a few of you who are going to have to try and ride in the cars with the new people. I don't like the idea of only having a lead car with guns, or for that matter, the same thing with being the tail. It'd probably be best if we had someone front, middle, and back to keep from worrying about those bastards coming out of nowhere, and, well, you know what else would happen after that."
"Hey, I'll go with one of the new people if you want," Hammond said. McQuaig followed him and said, "Yeah, as long as Sean is going to be okay, I say that we could let me go too. Besides, if Ellie is passed out, there's really no reason why I need to do the job that she could do unknowingly anyways. If they are just laying there, it would probably help him out more than me being here." Aslan liked the idea of this and said,
"Okay, that works. I want to make sure that we're able to take anything out that is in the parking lot when we get there. It sounds like there are going to be quite a few people coming down those stairs. I can only assume that we are going to need to kill some time before we are able to head back to base, since we will have a convoy of cars that are going to need warmed up. I just hope that there's enough room to get everyone back. I'd hate to think that we need to leave anyone at all behind, especially if we end up having to use the guns. Who knows how many of the turned there are in the area? The last thing we want to do is come to save them and only end up bringing a horde of dead to their front steps. I'm sure they have protective doors, but we know if those things want in something, it's a matter of simple science that they will happily smash their damn heads in through something, and there unfortunately isn't a whole lot that we are able to do about it.
Patrick asked. Aslan, once we get back, are we going to come back for more people? I mean, are we going to start looking for survivors, if we think that there are any?
Aslan started to nod his head.
Yeah, there is a good chance that Greg set the building blocks for doing something good. Of course, there are about 1,000,000 fucking ways that he could have done it smarter and been better prepared. But nonetheless, with the amount of space that we have, I can't think of any intelligent reason that we aren't out there trying to bring people in. He'd said something before about how the longer that we have to wait, the less people there are going to be to bring back. Well, he had a point, and he was probably right. Just because we aren't able to cure these things doesn't mean that we should hide out for the rest of our lives. It's not going to be easy, but we are going to figure out a system, and we are going to get as many people back as we can.
You know, there are probably lots of supplies in the towns as well. I don't understand why we don't get what we can and eat it before it goes bad.
They all thought that Sean was out for the count and was unconscious, but he whispered, just hardly able to hear, "We need to kill." Aslan looked back at him, slowed down after checking his mirrors to make sure the coast on both sides and behind was clear, and asked,
Sean, are you okay? How are you feeling?"
Sean said, "Bad, but we need to kill them. If there is no cure, then we need to stop wasting our time and start putting the world back the way it belongs." Aslan started to talk, but Sean's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he was gone again.
He looked at McQuaig and said, "You stay right there until we have someone to take your place. You are his lucky charm right now, I think."
"I'm not going anywhere until you have a warm body to replace me with," she replied.
Aslan and all of them thought about what Sean was saying. There really was little use in spending their lives hiding when they could get people trained and get the supplies they needed, that they could take those things out, that they could be safe, and while the world would never be the same again, it surely would be a better place without the dead roaming the streets and always on the brink of acting like they were going through starvation.
Chapter 18.
Greg never left the window, and Joey sat next to Ellie with her head in his lap. When he saw the truck pull in, he let out a breath of relief. He snapped his fingers and yelled to Lou,
"Hey, Lou, they're here. Let's get your stuff ready. It's time to hit the road."
Lou patted him on the shoulder and said,
"We've been ready to go. You get your stuff, and let's get out of here."
"I can't thank you enough for doing this for us, kid. I know it wasn't the circumstances that you were shooting for, but it is what it is, and I will take any hope that we can now." Greg rose and hit the radio and looked at Lou, not kidding, and said,
"Well, just remember that you were happy with me now, but you can save the thank you for when you were on the base and safe and warm, and don't have to worry about anything else."
"What? Have you had some bad experiences in the past or something, Greg?" asked Lou. Greg went to speak, but Joey cut him off.
"Any day that we get to wake up is a good day, Mr. Lou."
"That is what Mr. Aslan and Clary say.
But we lost people. Not in a long time, though. But the first couple days that we were together were pretty bad ones,"
Lou said. "Bad ones?" Greg didn't want Joey to get too upset, so he pulled Lou in close to him and whispered, "We don't talk about the past. I know you lost your wife, and I can't imagine that. But we've lost friends, family, fathers, mothers, you name it, siblings as well. Joey here lost everything, and while we don't try to treat him special or different, he is. He can do anything else that we can, but he is emotional. I think the last thing that you would like to do is cause him to lose his shit just before the ride home.
It's going to be cramped, I think, with everyone trying to ride together. But we don't need to break this kid's heart all over again. Bringing up the past only hurts.
There's nothing to do with the past,
but try and make sure that you don't become part of it."
Lou stepped back, smirking at Greg for a second, and asked, "You sure you are only 18?
Greg shrugged. "Well, I'd have to say that with the shit that I've seen, that has to put me at least 21, right?"
Lou shrugged and said, "I don't know, but we ran out of beer months ago, kid. If you haven't gotten a taste for it, you might as well keep it that way. No reason to fall in love with something that probably won't ever get made again." Greg nodded, hit his radio, and asked,
"You guys ready for us? How do you want to do this? You got any room in that truck for us?"
Aslan said,
"You can bring down Ellie and then get a few cars started at a time. As cold as it is, we are going to want to let the vehicles warm up before we try to go for a drive with them. It's still slicker than shit out, so tell them to take it easy driving. There's no race to get anywhere. I can assume that there are quite a few of them who haven't driven in a very long time."
Greg said.
"What are Joey and I riding back in? You have a small army, it sounds like, of new people. You can hitch a ride with some of them. You need to figure out who is going to ride middle and who is going to take the rear. I want a few guns in each of those cars, so that the turned don't come out of nowhere and break up our motorcade. How many cars do you think you are going to have coming with us?"
Greg looked at Lou, who was thinking all of this out, and showed him 10 fingers. Greg went back over the radio.
10, sir. And those cars are going to be plenty full, it looks like, from the sheer number of everyone."
Aslan thought about the truck and said,
"Then we might have to do this in 2 trips.
Greg said,
"We're less than 20 minutes from the base. Why don't you just call Clary, and we can get everything in the stairwells, or take Ellie back, and Joey and I can stay here and wait."
Aslan said,
"Yeah, I don't want to have to worry too much about the return trip. Just hold on a few for me. I'll see if Clary can help us out."
Aslan flipped stations and said,
"Clary, it's Aslan. Come in, come in."
Kaya was there. She asked,
"Is everything okay? Where are you guys? Did you hear from anyone yet, Aslan?"
Jesus, is Clary too busy to keep his lazy ass next to the...
Clary came on, hitting the button, taking over the control from Kaya. He said,
"No, but I'm old, and after I drink a gallon of coffee, I tend to need a piss to alleviate bladder pain."
Kaya looked over, cringing, and said,
"That's totally gross, Clary. Wait till you turn 40-something, sweetheart, and see how much pop you can drink before you decide that your teeth are floating and you need to take a leak."
Kaya shook her head.
"You realize you were, like, crude, right? Do you practice, or is it a gift?"
He shrugged, ignored giving a response, and said into the radio,
"What's up, Aslan? Did you find anyone? Is there anything you need?"
Aslan said,
"We need a much bigger vehicle. Do you think you could bring a couple trucks with to help out?"
Clary said,
"Did you crash another truck? Christ, man!"
Aslan, who never had much patience for anyone, yelled,
"Look, we don't have a lot of fucking time. We have a lot of people that we need to bring with us who probably have even more useless shit that they don't really need to bring with them to fill the vehicles with."
Clary fell out of his seat at this. He hit the button to speak again.
"You mean you actually found survivors while you were out there?"
Aslan said.
"No, I didn't find anyone. It was Greg and Joey. We did find Sean, though, and he is still alive. He isn't doing too damn good, though. I'd feel better if I could take Ellie and him back to the sick bay, honestly."
"What is wrong with Sean?"
Aslan said.
"He is pretty close to a serious case of hypothermia. I think he fell into a lake or pond, whatever it was. When we found him, a turn was about an inch away from ripping his neck apart. He didn't even know what was going on when we found him. I took it out just before it took a chunk of him. Ellie got treated by a nurse and seems to be doing okay. At least she wasn't bitten. It was some other kind of wound that got stitched up okay. Greg said she is in some kind of a coma, though, and is going to still need some serious rest, and that is the best-case scenario."
Clary sat there for a second, thinking of new faces, and said,
"It's going to take us at least a half hour to get there in this storm. Let me get a couple of the trucks brushed off, and I will head that way. What is the turn situation looking like there?"
"It isn't bad, but there's also been no noise to try and get them to come out if they are on the second floor. Greg said that they already took care of the first floor, but this is a long apartment building. I'm not in top running shape right now either, FYI, so the quicker you can get here, the better. I wouldn't bring trucks either. I'd clear off some buses."
Clary signed off, looking at Kaya, who yelled,
"Well, don't just stand there. Let's go. Come on. They need our help, Clary."
Clary thought of who he had to pick from, and went to find Philip, who was in the rec room on base shooting pool and smoking one of what had to be the last packs of smokes on base. When he saw Clary come in, he stopped what he was doing. He'd been worried for the group leaving since he won the bet with Shellman and got to stay here. He asked, "Is everyone okay? Did they make it back yet?" Clary shook his head while walking over and grabbing Philip's parka and tossing it to him. "We gotta go get them. They don't have enough room to bring everyone back. Aslan is beat up, and Sean and Ellie are both out for the count right now. There's going to be a shitstorm if they have to sit out there too long, I fear." Philip looked outside, knowing that at best they had an hour's worth of light left in the day. On a cold-ass winter day like this in Iowa, there was a better chance that with no sun shining, that it would be even less. "Is everyone else okay? I mean, has everyone else, made it?" Clary shrugged and said, "I don't know, but I don't think finding anything out until we need to is probably best. We don't have the time to waste anyways. Let's go now." Philip followed closely behind him, thinking things must have really gone to shit if Aslan, of all people, was asking for help. They went to the vehicle station, and Clary came out with a set of keys for 2 buses that were painted army green. Philip asked, "You, don't want to take, a tank or something, Clary? There's an entire floor of people that we are bringing back. We need all the damn room that we can get. If we can split off into 2 buses, each of us will be able to have a few people behind triggers. Get yours started. It's going to need a few minutes to warm up. You just follow me out there." Aslan said it's impossible to miss, and that Greg's crashed Humvee is out in the middle of the bridge on 86th Street by a Casey's, and there's some apartment complexes around there. Philip nodded. He said, "Yep, I know where that is. Man, that place had great pizza back in the day. You could get beef, sausage, or—" "Fuck, Philip, focus, would you? Get your fat ass up on the bus and get that fucker started and do it now, damn it! We don't have time for this. I'll be right back. Get mine going too, and get the heaters on. These people are going to be terrified going somewhere with absolute strangers. I can only imagine the shit that's going to be running through their heads." Philip shut up at this, took the keys, and disappeared into the buses. Clary ran to the barracks, looking around, and seeing but only a few people. Their names escaped him at the moment, but he did remember they weren't too bad on the ranges. He pointed to them and said, "We need to leave, and we need to go pick up some people. Do you guys think that you could help me out?" Andy pointed slowly to himself and asked, You want us to go with?" Scott leaned over and said, I don't know if I want to go with you. If they are leaving to go pick up Aslan, who went to pick up Greg and Sean, then things must be shitty out there." Clary snapped off like a drill sergeant. "Hey, I don't have all day. If you guys don't want to go, then let me know. I'll go find a few others. But I need to get going. I need to leave. We need to go now. I want to make it there and back before we lose the sun. It's precious for us." Andy didn't need to be asked a second time. He grabbed his rifle and backpack full of magazines that anyone with a gun was required to keep on them, and his coat, and nodded to Clary, who slapped him on the shoulder. Scott was much slower grabbing his, and walked past Clary and stopped and said, "I know it's our job to contribute, that we need to help, but I've never had to actually shoot one of those things before. I don't know what I'm going to do when it comes down to it. You know what I mean?" Clary put a hand on his shoulder and said, "You've been doing target practice for 3 months. I know that you can hit a target, and that is all that these things are. They don't have any feelings. They don't care about you. All you are is a meal presented to them. But be thankful that in your case, you have a pretty damn impressive amount of ammunition. I don't know about you, but I'm going to go down firing my rifle before I just let one of those things come after me. I promise you that they could give 2 shits about your well-being, so there is no reason to do anything but take them out." "I don't think that I'll feel bad. It's just, I don't know if I can do it. What happens if I choke out there? If you need me and I let you down?" Clary leaned in real close and said, "You can ride with me, and I'll even make you a deal. This might help you stay motivated. If you choke, and you ride with me, and you do anything that gets me in a position where you get me or any of the people who we are going to save killed, I will personally throw your skinny ass off of the bus and into the snow and let them tear you apart. You didn't have to train. You didn't have to learn how to use that gun. If you made us waste time and bullets on you learning, only to have you make that machine gun a really expensive paperweight,
then I highly suggest you stay here. Because I'm sure the alternative is something you can't be too happy about having to have happen, huh? Would you really do that? Are you going to step up, or are you not going to deal with it? There are people that need our help. There aren't many of us that know what we are doing, and you do. So it's time that you handle what is put before you, okay?
Scott nodded slowly, thinking about the cold snow and watching Clary drive away if he didn't man up when he needed to, and said,
I can handle it. I won't let you down. Come on, I got all the ammunition I'll need with me.
Clary clapped him on the shoulder and said,
Well, you can still grab a couple of cans out of the armory before we hit the bus. We aren't going to do anything stupid, like think that we have all of the ammo we need when you don't have a clue what we are driving into. It is always, I repeat, always, better to have too much than too little. That bus is big, and a few extra cans of bullets isn't going to hurt a damn thing. I will happily leave someone's suitcase behind before I waste one precious firearm. You sure I can't ride with the other guy? Scott asked. Clary held the door open for the kid and replied, Not over my dead body, kid. You are going to be something great once you realize that there's a little bit of self-confidence buried deep down inside of you.
When they got to the bus, Andy had already taken care of making sure there were plenty of bullets and 2 extra rifles as well for each of them. They had been taught how to strip them down and even how to fix the most minor of issues with them. They weren't ignorant, though, and had been told time and time again that if something happens to your gun and there's another one within reaching distance that no one is using, of course you pull that fucker out and begin firing, and you don't think twice about it whatsoever. Clary walked straight into his bus, looked around, and then opened the emergency door in the back. He left it shut, but only with a zip tie that could be cut in a moment's notice. When he was finished, he went back to Philip's and repeated the steps on his door and advised them of what to do. Philip was smoking one last cigarette before they started the snowy drive and asked,
So once we get there, how is this going to go down? You just want to honk and let them know that we are there, or...
Clary pinched the bridge of his nose, shaking his head, wondering why there weren't more able-minded people at his disposal. He said,
Do not, I repeat, do not, under any circumstance, honk your damn horn. You and I both know, and we know well, that there is nothing more that draws those freaks in with only the exception of blood in the air. We want to go in and keep as quiet as possible. You follow me, but you keep enough distance that you don't lose me. If you guys see those things out in the road, if you can avoid them without shooting them, you do that. As empty as it probably is, there's going to be an echo coming from everywhere if we shoot, and we don't want to worry about them following us there. I have a feeling we are going to have enough shit to deal with the way it is.
Philip was mouthing to himself, Do not honk the bus. Do not honk the bus. Andy clapped Philip on the shoulder and said,
Come on, we want to be there and back before we lose daylight, right, Clary? If so, then I suggest we get our asses moving.
Clary checked his own rifle and gear quickly and said,
You got it, Andy. It's a short drive, so keep your eyes open and remember, do not shoot if you don't need to. And Scott, you remember what I said. If there is a reason to shoot and you don't, you are going to have to find an entirely different way to get back. Once you get back, if you chicken shit out on me, you'll be lucky to step foot back on this base. Got it?
Scott nodded slowly, while thinking about the long walk back through miles of snow and the turned, and didn't want to let anyone down. He climbed in behind Clary. He took a seat near the back of the bus so that he would be able to see if anything was coming out of the woods as they drove until they reached the main road, where the wilderness ended and the urban city began. Clary cranked the heat in it, and the 2 buses pulled out, heading slowly through the base. There were kids everywhere staring and waving as they left. Clary nodded back, hoping that everyone would be okay until they were to come back. He also was praying that he would bring everyone back with him. Human lives were much more in danger than ever before, and he didn't want to ruin any more of them. As the buses left, he looked in his rear view, making sure that Philip was keeping up with him. What he saw was Philip gripping that wheel as if it was his lifeblood. He could tell that if he had any other choices, that he would have happily not gone with them to pick everyone up. After 10 minutes, they made it to the street that would take them into the city. Clary took a left turn, slowly taking his time and making sure not to lose the ass end of the bus behind him. He knew rear-wheel drive was shit, but for the numbers they were taking back with them, there was very little that he could do about it. He watched as Philip took his turn and almost lost control of his own bus as he tried to correct the wheel, instinctively wanting to fix what Philip was doing wrong. The rear of the bus slid from left to right, and Philip continued to try and fix it, but he only sent the bus further left, then to the right, until he was sliding down the hill with all four wheels of the bus no longer spinning. Philip cranked the wheel one last time before the tires went up in the air, and the vehicle flipped on its side and went skidding. Philip screamed to Andy, "Hold on! Hold on to your seat now! Put on a belt!" Andy screamed back, "What belt? There is no belt! Oh my God, we are going to die! We're going to die!" Philip closed his eyes as the bus flipped. The metal scraping against the concrete might as well have been a dinner bell begging to be rung. Philip screamed to Andy, "When this thing stops, you hand me one of those damn rifles and some ammunition. The two of us are going home, damn it!" "Yeah? What makes you say that?" asked Andy. "Because I'm not letting one of those ugly bastards eat me." The two of them landed hard when the bus flipped, with the left side of it in the air. Andy made out better, landing on the seats and holding on for dear life, not to get sucked out of the broken glass, and below, and out from under the bus. Philip was holding onto the steering wheel, but it didn't last very long. His weight was too much to contend with at the time. He finally lost his grip and slid to the bus doors, doing his best to hold onto something, but not having anything to grip firmly to. The bus buckled and jumped, hitting something in the road, and then sending it into the air. When Philip looked down to see what was causing the excruciating pain in his ankle, he noticed that it was the lack of a foot being attached. The bus had landed atop of it, and between the sharp edges of the door and the concrete below, it was torn off. Philip screamed. The turn that came out of the woods followed the bus, waiting for it to stop. They were even more enticed by the bloody stump, now painting a line in the snow, a written invitation to come and eat. Andy looked over the seat, saw Philip's face and the sweat from the pain pushing out of his pores. He didn't ask if he was all right, because he already knew the answer. Andy yelled to him, "You need to wrap your foot, or you are going to bleed out. Do you have a belt?" He nodded, and Andy slid out when they finally came to a stop and said, "Okay then." He waited impatiently for Philip to pull it off, and when he handed it to him, Andy put the belt a few inches above his stump and started to tighten it until it would go no tighter. Philip screamed as tears rushed down his face like he hadn't experienced in years. He punched at the floor, trying his best to keep his balance while leaning and biting his hand until it too bled. When Andy was done, he said, "I'm sorry about that, but it was the only thing that I could think of to buy you time until we get back to the base." Philip whispered, "Don't apologize. You probably saved my life, kid. Now what's it look like outside?" Andy climbed back up and then walked across the seats on his knees, making awkward movements in an attempt to not fall down. He climbed up to the left row of seats and started pounding on the window to break free. He could not hear Clary screaming, "No!" or he would have left the windows in place. He broke one out of its protective casing, only to discover that one of the turned was waiting impatiently to take a bite of his flesh. It pulled Andy out by his hair, using only one arm to do so. Andy screamed, trying his best unsuccessfully to get released from its grip. When he realized that he wasn't going anywhere, he pulled out his pistol and aimed it dead square at its face, and then at the one next to it as well. He fired off one round, point blank, decimating its skull. As he was falling back down and inside of the bus, he fired off the second round and took the dead's brother next to it out. Andy hit the ground inside the bus hard and reached for the rifle, the one that he needed to feel safe, and the one that he had shot more practice rounds with than he could keep count of. Philip was watching, trying not to pass out. His mangled stub where his foot used to be attached was throbbing, and felt as if there was a blowtorch working on it. He yelled, Hey, are you okay, Andy? Did they get you?" Andy looked wide-eyed at him, shook his head no, and did his best to get back towards the extra ammunition. Philip watched, waiting, and wondered if there would be more. His wait was not for long. One of the turned came through the window head first, looking where its target was, before falling into the bus, flipping in the air and landing on its feet. It crouched atop one of the sideways seats. Andy turned to see if it was in the bus now and nervously fired off 2 shots at it. Though he was not yet in a shooter's position with the rifle, he hit it once in the shoulder and once in the chest. The impacts knocked it back a foot, making it step back to the seat behind it. And then it roared, sending an echo out of the bus that Clary and Scott could hear from their own bus. The turned started coming for them, running fast enough that it used its speed to jump off of the smooth bus roof, then slamming into Andy and sending him off of his feet. The 2 of them crashed through the safety glass of the bus. Clary was already opening his doors as his bus came to a stop. The exact image he didn't want to see was exactly what he had a front row seat to. Clary watched as he saw the turned and Andy explode out of the window. The 2 slid to a stop in the fresh white snow, which would only remain that way for seconds. Andy's rifle fell from his grip and slid across the street and out of his reach. The turned grasped his head and smashed it into the snow. When the boy fought back, he pummeled him left, then right, then left, until it put its 2 fists together and started hitting him with both hands at once. After that ceased, Andy would only be recognizable by his teeth, which would have to be found and examined from the snow. The turned lowered its head, took a large piece of Andy's neck, and chewed on it, uncaring about the blood dripping from its mouth. Philip leaned back against the wall of the bus while watching this and knowing that he would be next. When he looked at the rest of the dead dropping through the bus windows, he knew that he didn't have a chance in hell and would rather it be on his terms, though very much rushed, than on theirs. Clary watched through his scope, trying to take them out, but there were too many, and he knew that firing was only going to bring them to him, which would not do the 2 of them and the many survivors that they needed both buses for any good. He mouthed, "I'm sorry," to Philip, who was more concerned with what was happening on his bus. Philip unbuttoned a holster and pulled a cross out from beneath his coat, then kissing it as he cocked his pistol. The turned smelled the fresh blood in the bus immediately and rushed him. Philip placed the pistol next to his temple and closed his eyes, then squeezed the trigger, sending a round in and out of his skull. Scott watched this, not having an easy time dealing with it. He whispered, "Is this what the world is now? Is this what it has come to? We couldn't save them. We couldn't do anything for them." Clary watched as the dead devoured Philip, ripping him effortlessly into 2 pieces. The turned were in no rush to go anywhere, and did not seem to know fear. They sat, eating greedily, fighting over the scraps until they were picking at bones, breaking them open, and sucking out the juices within them. Claire was thankful that at least Andy would not have to be one of them. Scott said, "All that those things do is hurt. How could God let something like that exist?" Clary turned around, walking back into the bus, and pat the kid on the back, then said, "Sometimes the devil slides one past us. We are going to have our day, though." Scott followed him up the steps of the bus, and the 2 finished the short drive, having no other problems on their way there. Scott said, "We really need to take care of these things. I mean, eventually they're going to make their way out to the base, and that fence is a joke. It only takes one horde and the place is going to go into chaos. We either need somewhere better to live, or need to take care of the place that we do live. Don't you think, sir?" Clary thought about it, but had previously looked up population numbers, and the math that he had done to figure out how many of the dead there could be in Iowa was mind-blowing. He had seen there were 3 million people in the state. If, on hopeful figures, half of the people survived the first few days, that meant there was still well over 1 million zombies, which, even if they were spread out, was still a horrible thought to deal with. The sheer numbers of the turned that he knew would happily pick him apart was depressing to try and wrap his head around. Clary looked to Scott, who, after seeing what just occurred, was even more hateful of those things than he already had been. There were no sympathizers towards the turned on base, because they'd taken so much from so many. Clary said, "I have no reasons that we need to allow these things on Earth, but we need to figure out smarter ways to put them down. There's just so many of them, kid. Every time I've had to deal with them, there's been loss, and with the numbers that we have, if we continue this way, we are going to be the ones extinct, and then there won't be anyone to keep the rest safe. If we are going to look for a new place to live, we either need a pilot, or we need to head west." "Why west?" "Because when I was looking up populations when this first happened and I realized that this place was going to be my new home, I saw that Illinois has about 12 million people. That's a lot of fucking zombies, Scott." Scott tried to think of 100 of them rushing him, and then started multiplying that until the numbers were too great to be able to realistically visualize. He sat back in his seat, thinking of that, and asked, "You think west, huh?" Clary nodded, but said, "And I still don't think that leaving the base is the better of the ideas. You want to know what I think we should do?" Scott nodded, nervous at what the idea was that Clary was thinking of, with just a hint of evil in his expression at the thought of taking out all of them. Clary said, "I want to send them all back to hell. But if we could find somewhere to get them to be trapped, then I say we blow the damn place up. It'd take a lot of work to get it set up, but don't know why we couldn't get it done. If we could rig a building, or a stadium for that matter, to blow, then we could take out thousands. We could make Iowa the first place that took back its land from the turned. We could spread out and find survivors and train them as well. There's almost one gun for every man, woman, and child in the United States. Out of the entire world, we have the most firepower. That's why we've never had anyone come after us. You know why they don't?" Scott was feeling his energy and said, "Why? Because we have so many guns?" Clary said, "Well, yes, but the reason is because it'd be a fucking bloodbath, kid. If every able-bodied man and woman took arms if someone tried to attack, they wouldn't last a month here before our forces merged and we took them out. We might fight and bitch and bicker at each other, but I promise you this, my friend, it's just like brothers and sisters. They act like they hate each other, but you put the two of them together and they need to watch their backs, they'll rip your fucking eyes out, and they'll do it with a smile on their faces." "So, are you going to mention the idea to Aslan?" Clary shook his head no, and said, "Nah, I'm going to let today finish itself out. Maybe this week we can have a big meeting and discuss the future. I have a feeling today has taken its toll on people. I was honestly thinking that if we are able to find this many survivors still, we need to set up a weekly or even daily run to try and find others. But if we are going to have things like what just happened to Philip and Andy, then I can't think that it would be a good idea to keep doing it. I think for taking out the turned en masse, we need to do it when the weather is on our side, and we have all the sunlight that we are going to need, and no snow. We are handicapped by the elements. Not that they aren't, but they sure as hell still move better than we do in this shit, from what I can tell." Scott knew this to be true for sure. "So then, from here on out, we just do what? Hide until winter is over?" he asked. Clary nodded. "We keep training, and we keep under lock and key and pray that they don't come for the base until we are ready. I'd be happy to have a second location set up full of food and gear, but it all takes time, and the luck of being able to succeed in doing it. This is worse than many of the war zones that I've had to jump into because there wasn't anywhere safe enough to land and drop our asses off." "So, you've been seeing horrible places long before this. Did that make it easier for you?" "It never gets easier, kid. It doesn't matter if you've seen it once or 1,000 times. Human life is human life, and it's a waste having to put it down because of some other leader's plans. When we go over to other countries, people don't really understand the thinking process behind any of it. We are Americans, and while we are the greatest nation in the world, don't get me wrong, our vision is quite tunneled." "What do you mean by that?" "Well, think of it this way. The soldiers we are going over to kill are our enemy, right? Why are they our enemy?
Because they are following some asshole's directions and causing a lot of pain? What would happen if they questioned the guy in charge? That's right. They'd probably get a bullet in the back of their head. So Americans jump into their land armed to the teeth, blowing up buildings, making people lose jobs, businesses shut down, making men and women try to kill us in the streets. And in the end, we come home to a hero's welcome and leave those countries under our ruling. And on top of that, ruin their economy. All because we were trying to take out those in power, usually. Scott sat back in his seat, looking up at the ceiling, and then out the window at the snow passing by. Jesus, Clary, how the hell do you do a job like that and not go freaking insane? Honestly, it isn't that hard to tell you the truth. Some times are harder than others. But most of the time, it is just trying to remember that our leaders are typically better educated and more informed than their leaders.
I don't see taking a sadistic leader over in Iran out as a bad thing when he is whining and dining and giving himself and his family every amenity that he can and leaving those starving in the streets.
There are many third-world countries who laugh at our system of helping those in need. Do I think that we needed to take care of everyone that doesn't actually need our help? Hell no! But those that do need it should get it. And in a world like that, they would be long dead, and so would their loved ones. The other part about it is, regardless of what anyone says, I'm still goddamned proud to be serving my country. At least until my country told me that they no longer needed or wanted my service. Scott said. You mean that didn't leave you the least bit bitter towards the government? No, not towards the government. There was so much shit that they were having to deal with at that time that they didn't know what in the hell was going on. It was on one man's shoulders for sending us here and then leaving us. They could have made attempts at trying to get us out of here. They could have flown someone in. But they didn't want to try, because they didn't think that the risk was worth the fucking gain.
One precious pilot for 2 SEALs with guns apparently isn't much of a trade.
But I can and will promise that if by some lucky damn miracle I run into the son of a bitch who left us here and said thanks for your help, that I'm going to make what a turned does to them look peaceful and kind. I am not kidding. I can promise you this much. Scott nodded his head slowly. The bit of crazy that was pouring out of Clary's eyes kind of gave him the creeps. He only had to worry for a moment, because as they passed, he saw the Humvee that Greg had been cruising in. He pointed to it, as if Clary could miss the army truck, crashed into the barrier of the bridge, and spun around in the street. Clary slowed down looking at it, seeing there was no sign of blood or carnage in or around the truck. Scott asked, So, that's a good sign, right? That there isn't anyone at the truck, or any signs of pain? Clary said, Really, I was thinking that it was a good sign the truck had windows and tires all still intact, as well as doors. I've seen those sons of bitches rip them clear off of their hinges before, and I tell you what, I'm pretty sure that they are capable of quite a bit more, if they really wanted to, or had reason to do so. They don't know what they're capable of, and I thank God for that. When he got to the other side of the bridge, he saw the gas station and the large truck that Aslan had said they would be in. He pulled into it, circling the station and getting a bit nervous about the bus getting stuck in the thick snow. When they came to a stop, Aslan got out, babying his arm, and Clary could see instantly there was something wrong. Aslan said, Hey, thanks for coming, brother. I thought that you were going to bring someone with you. Did you decide that the people could just leave their shit at home and we'd come back for it? Clary, who was thinking he was the only one that had bad news to spread, said, No, not really. We lost the other bus on the way here. Philip must have given it too much gas, and it started to fishtail. He didn't correct it right, and the fucker flipped over on its side. When it came to a rest, the turn came out of nowhere, and they were on it like flies on shit. Andy did his best to try and persuade them to keep some distance from them, but what they did to the two of them made me want to get sick. Aslan leaned against the truck, shaking his head. He asked, So we lost Philip, Andy, and the bus to take the majority of the people back in? What the hell is going on today? Hell, I was actually a bit worried about having to break the news to him when he got here. News? What news are you talking about? The fact that we lost Shellman when we went to Ankeny? We can talk about it later, but it is over. He didn't go by the turned, though. There was a firearm problem. And no, he didn't shoot himself in the head.
Clary said.
Well, at least that makes one of them.
Philip just gave up? He didn't try to escape? Aslan asked.
Clary shook his head no. You don't really know what you were talking about just yet. When they came out of the woods, it was almost already too late for them. When I was watching Philip through my scope, I saw that he had lost his foot. And I don't mean broken, I mean his foot was elsewhere and on the highway. What he did next made me feel bad for his existence, and hope God would have serious mercy on his damn soul.
What did he do?
He put the pistol to his skull and squeezed the trigger. After that, it was a matter of time before the turned were down in the bus and literally ripped the poor son of a bitch apart. He didn't know what hit him. Not that it mattered after the bullet to the head.
Aslan didn't know what to say. The two had been the reason for the onslaught of death at Andy's, and even though he probably knew that the group would be safer and better off without them, he still couldn't help but feel a bit of guilt about the loss.
Clary said. Are they all in place? We can drive over there if they are,
Aslan said.
Well, when we had 2 buses, we sure as hell were ready to go. But as of now, we have half of the room that we did have. Did we want to make second trips back for their gear and supplies? Or do we want to try and just get everything knocked out at one time?
We could still have a few months left of shit weather from what the kids say. So I think that the more we get now, that if we don't need to come back, the better off we are going to be. Don't you think? Asked Clary.
Aslan said.
I don't know what to say. Are you kidding me? There's no use in denying the fact that there are more people out there, and that they more than likely will want taken to the base. If we are going to come back looking around, I'd prefer it's for survivors, and not worry that the new people have all of their favorite belongings.
If we can't fit everyone in the bus, though, someone is going to have to worry about going on a second trip, or they can drive.
So they drive. Put the kids in the cars that need to. We go back to the original plan, where we have cars, and we put guns in as many of them as possible.
Aslan looked at the apartment complex and hit the radio.
He said,
Greg, there's a change of plans here. Let me guess, things didn't go as planned? Asked Greg.
Clary stole the radio from him, where Aslan had hours to deal with Shellman being lost. Philip had only had time to process it for less than 20 minutes. Clary said, Greg, we wouldn't fucking be here if you would have done what we told you to earlier. God forbid you think you're just one of them, that you aren't a god that can handle anything he wants to. We were going to promote you up to one of the shooters, something that probably didn't have time to sit in your head for more than an hour before you talked everyone into taking a joyride and getting a shit ton of people killed. Am I happy that you found people? Hell yes, I am. But we can do things like this smarter. It's called planning.
Greg cut him off, feeling more pissed by the minute about how his day had turned out, and yelled,
Look, I know this wasn't the way that you wanted me to go about this. I know that I lied to my friends. It wasn't because they wanted to leave to break the rules. It's because they thought that it was what you asked them to do. I flat out lied. But waiting forever just means that there are going to be so many less of the living to find. I don't know what you expect from us, but hiding is only going to last for so long, until they come to our door and knock the fucking thing down.
Watch your mouth, Greg. You are borrowing from points that you do absolutely not have.
Just get us out of here.
These people need to live. They're going to bring hope to kids that think everyone in the world is either dead or turned.
It will do them good to see some fresh faces in the base. What do you want me to do? If you want to yell at me, you are more than free to do it later, after we get back to the damn base.
Clary looked at Aslan and said,
Do we need to actually take him back? I mean, we got Sean. He's a pain in the ass the way it is. Do we really need to add to it? This could be our one chance to get rid of him.
Patrick walked from behind the truck and threw in his 2 cents.
He might be a pain in the ass, and yes, he sure as hell gets into too much trouble, but at the exact same time, he has done a lot. Even though you hadn't promoted him yet, there are a lot of kids who have learned a lot from him, and there are even more that look up to him, which is the way it should be. There's nothing that you will ever be able to do to be the same age as us. So that is one thing that Greg has on you. They respect him. You need to get over the fact that he left. I know that you are pissed, and I sure as hell am not happy about it either. But think about this. You aren't our fathers. You aren't our relatives, and you aren't our keepers. We do as much for you as you do for us. You wouldn't be able to sleep at night without us on that base, and you probably would have never found the base had we not brought you to it. Think about that for a few minutes before you let a god complex take you over.
Aslan said, Christ, did someone just sprout a chest full of hair?
You know, it's speeches like that make me wonder if I like you or not, Patrick. We might not be your keepers, but we can't have people leaving and coming as they want, Clary said. Why is that? Because if one of you leaves and makes it back not thinking, and you got taken by one of the turned, that is all that we need, is for you to wake up in the middle of the night, ripping a chunk of your skin off, and then moving onto your bunkmate and ripping them apart.
Aslan said, It isn't that big of a request, really, that you want to leave. But if we are going to set up rules on this, it's going to have to be certain days of the week, and it's going to have a checkpoint that people go out and come back. If they want that freedom, they have to show us that they didn't get bit, and that they aren't going to be a liability coming back to the base. If that is something that you can live with, then when this shit thaws, maybe we can start talking about it. It isn't going to be overnight, but it can be talked about.
Patrick nodded and said, So, what do we want to do about getting these people out of here? Do you want to get the teenagers out first? Or do you want to get Ellie out, and then you guys get somewhere safe, where we can lay down cover fire if it is going to be needed?
Aslan looked at the balconies covered with snow and ice, and figured they'd be useless. As much as he wanted to make sure that they brought everyone back, he knew that Ellie was passed out, and she didn't deserve to have to be taken in her sleep. He hit the radio and said, Greg, I want you guys to start carrying Ellie down. You can get her to the truck, then get a handful of cars. Explain to them that there's only so much room, and if they want to bring their things, that is fine, but it isn't necessary. We can try and get them clothes once they are here, but the important thing is getting out of here before those on the second floor try and bust through and... Well, you don't need a further explanation of what is going to happen if we have to worry about that.
Greg was already yelling towards Joey and Lou to get her on the sled, and within seconds, Greg was writing down garage numbers and the keys that went with each. He hoped that they weren't frozen shut, but knew that there wasn't anything he could do if they were. They could pack everyone into the buses if they needed to, and comfort didn't have to be the most important thing. If they fit, they lived. They would have another day to live, and hopefully be going somewhere safer. Greg hit his radio and said, We are on our way down now. Get crossing the road. I have keys we need to get the garages open. I have keys for locks and the cars. We will see you in a minute. Aslan didn't say anything. He simply climbed into the pickup truck and went back across the street, trying to let the truck coast as much as possible, and being sure not to rev up the large, heavy-duty engine. Greg went down the stairs slowly, and when they passed the second set of stairs, the door was bouncing almost off of its hinges. They stopped moving when they went past the door. There was a clawing and pounding that would not stop. Greg said, Once we start having all of these people coming down here, they are going to do anything they can to take the door off of its hinges. Lou asked, Well, what if we are just really quiet? Do you think we will be able to move past them? Greg said, I guess we don't have much choice but to try and do that, huh? Joey said, We can do it! They can be quiet! It's okay! They made it to the front door and saw Aslan idling in the drive. They came out slowly, kicking at the snow, so that they could push the door open. When Joey put his weight into it, there was no problem. It opened just fine, but when it slid closed behind them, there was nothing but a screeching sound from the door that echoed on the now still day and filled the dead air. Greg cringed when he looked back, seeing the door and wanting to grab it to keep it from closing, but there wasn't anything at that point which they could do. Patrick moved out of the truck with his rifle up, while Marianne stood up in the rear bed, leaning on the cab's roof, ready for anything from anywhere. Greg held his rifle carefully and took the rear position, letting Joey and Lou ahead of him. When they opened the rear door and Lou saw Sean and his bluish lips that were finally beginning to get some color back in them, he asked, What have you done for this boy? Aslan said, We covered him up. McQuaig is helping with some extra body heat, and we have the heater blazing in this thing. Hence the sweat. What else should we be doing?
Lou lifted the coats off of Sean, seeing they'd been smart enough to strip off the wet ones that were keeping him frozen, and said, "Okay, you're doing just fine, but you need to make sure this kid doesn't get cold again. He'd be best at the base under a shit ton of blankets. You did right by him having the girl lay with him. I got a girl right here that is passed out that can do the same job if you need her to do something for you."
Aslan said, "Sorry, McQuaig. Looks like Ellie is going to take over your job for a while. There's a slim chance of her waking up anytime soon."
Lou said, "Hey, you don't know. Comas are weird. It could be a short term, it could be long. But the quicker that she comes out of it, of course, the better. All we need to do is keep them comfortable for now. Sean there looks like he is a pretty fit kid. That's going to help. His heart can take a beating and keep ticking. She just needs to rest, and we can pray for good luck on her side. Smells and comfort can be really important in helping them come out of it." Patrick looked at her, shaking his head in disgust that it got to this point, and gave Greg a look that he'd not before received from a teen. Greg started to say something as they were closing the door to the truck after getting Ellie good and secured next to Sean. But that was when all hell broke loose. Literally. The windows from the second floor began to rattle in unison. The white window treatments that kept the light out of the living rooms turned red, and within minutes had turned a true red. Seconds later, the windows shattered, and everyone knew what was coming. Greg screamed to Lou, "Get back inside and tell them to be ready! We are taking the bus and nothing else! Leave your cars behind! Go, go, go!" Chapter 19. Lou didn't hesitate. He knew there was no time to waste arguing when the kid was right. The worry of if they were going to like the base or not was a second thought to his daughter's safety. He sprinted to the doorway, swinging it open, and for the second time, bringing a screeching sound. Lou ran up the stairs as fast as he could, breathless by the time that he reached the third floor. He didn't worry about making noise. He knew that it didn't matter at this point. When he opened the third floor door, he saw faces filled with optimism and hope. All were holding luggage bags and some children in their arms. Lou screamed, "Leave everything! We can't take it with us! We are riding with them, and we need to leave now!" A man holding a 3-year-old in his arms stepped forward and asked, "What changed within the last 5 minutes?" Lou yelled, "Kevin, we don't have time for this! Drop your shit and let's go!" Kevin, who was just fine staying in the apartment if it meant keeping his son Jack safe, screamed, "What the hell happened? I'm not taking my kid anywhere dangerous!" Lou said, "The second floor knows that there is something on the outside. They were busting at their deck patio doors trying to break their way out. If they aren't already out, they're going to be very soon." Kevin dropped his stuff where he could and unzipped his coat and placed Jack inside of it, trying to give him that much more protection. He said, "Jackie, you stay under my coat, okay? We will be on the big army base in a little bit, and I'm going to take you to see real tanks." The young boy clung to his dad tightly, shaking, because he knew what the turn could do. He had seen his mother ripped to pieces feet from his face. "Are there bad things out there, Daddy?" Kevin patted the boy on the shoulder and said, "Yeah, there are, but we have good guys with us this time, and they're going to get us to the base safely." Lou held the door open and ushered the people out. He gave his daughters each a kiss on the head and said, "No matter what, you get on that damn bus. If anything happens to anyone, you remember there isn't anything that you can do to save them, but you let those men teach you whatever they are willing to, so that you can help, and you can take care of each other." Karen stopped and asked, "You are coming with us, aren't you, Dad?" Lou said, "I have every intention to, but in this world now, most people don't have a chance to say goodbyes. So in the worst of scenarios, I just want to make sure that you both know exactly how much I love you." The two girls squeezed their dad quickly and gave him a kiss on the cheek and a bone-crushing hug. Lou yelled, "I love you too! Now go!" The girls unclenched from him and ran down the steps. The rest of the adults and children made their way past as well. When there was no one left, he followed behind, carrying a medical bag that he had a feeling was going to see quite its fair share of use. Chapter 20. Greg watched, keeping an eye on the second floor, until Lou disappeared inside of the apartment building. The windows above were now completely gone, and the turned were pouring out of the windows. Greg thought of the 20 to 30 people on the third floor, and realized that people at the second-floor landing were also trying to make a stand and hold up on the second floor. They had just not been as successful. He thought back to day one, when they had not known one of the kids in the police car that had ridden with them to Andy's shop had been bitten, and it was because of that they had lost Tina's brother and nearly lost Sean. Greg didn't look to anyone for directions. They knew what to do. Patrick and Marianne were in the back of the pickup truck. Patrick flipped a switch, sliding out the scope and pocketing it, knowing that he'd never have time to get one of these things in his sights under the current circumstances, and would do little to no good on full auto anyway. Aslan screamed for Joey to get back to the truck. Joey held up his bat to Aslan, and Aslan screamed, "Get to the fucking truck now! It takes 2 of those things at once and you're fucking dead! Get in the truck, Joey, and do it now!" Joey ran for the turned, never looking back. 2 of the turned were running side by side, and Joey took a stance, then swinging, caving in its skull with one vicious and hate-filled swing. It knocked the other one down, and Joey brought a boot down into it, knocking it back down, and then stepped back, and did a finishing blow to the head with his bat. He looked up defiantly at Aslan, who was just shaking his head, and gave the kid a thumbs up. He ran back towards Greg and stood by his side, and as they became thicker, Greg moved to stand in front of Joey, taking them out as quickly as they could. Patrick fired off round after round, and a stream of the dead came for the truck. Aslan used his good hand to fire off as quickly as he could with his firearm, but it did little to no good. There were too many of them. A stream of the dead was making a beeline approach for them. Aslan was confident that this was it. He looked at Patrick and Marianne on the top, and thought that in another time and place, these 2 would have been decorated beyond belief with medals for valor and bravery, but instead were freezing outside and shooting zombies in a damn apartment complex. Just as one was reaching for Aslan, Clary came through the parking lot full speed, smashing into 15 of them that were running like the pack that they always seemed to be in. The arm that had been reaching for Aslan now lay without a body on the ground, still twitching. Aslan jumped a foot back after kicking at the hand, and looking at the bus in shock, he said, "Christ, he's certifiable. And I love the son of a bitch. Good God." Clary slammed on the brakes, sliding to a stop with his hands clenched onto the steering wheel. He looked into the rearview mirror and saw Scott with a death grip on the seat, wide-eyed and breathing heavily. He asked, "I thought we needed to, plan shit out and know what we were going to do if we were going to survive." Clary said, "Now, normally this would be a true statement, but I refuse to lose anyone else if I can help it. They didn't have a chance if we didn't get in there. Aslan is like a brother to me. I can't lose that guy." Scott was thinking it must be nice to have someone that you care about that much. He looked behind him and noticed that the turned that were left saw their now crippled brothers and sisters, and they filled the small area with their screams of rage. They crouched down, then leapt towards them. Aslan and Patrick took out 3 of them, but missed one that landed on the truck's hood, with its eyes set on Patrick. He did not move, instead tried to aim on the turn, but it jumped too quickly, and when it was within 2 feet of him, Marianne pushed him aside, and he went headfirst over the side of the truck. He would have landed on his head, had he not caught his hand on the edge of the truck. The turned never stopped its assault in the direction that it was heading, and knocked Marianne off of her feet. She screamed as she fired rapidly, but it was too late. The turned ripped into her neck, sprouting blood, and then gouged into her face first, tearing off her cheek and then her nose, before yanking her head in rage and smashing it against the wheel well. Patrick pushed up from the ground, saw what she had done for him, and the anger he felt for this turned was more than he had felt for anything since this started. He looked at Joey standing there, and took his bat, and stood up on the truck tire, and brought down the bat with enough force that the crack of it echoed and bounced the bat back up into the air, only for him to bring it back down again and into its skull, not stopping until its head split open and brains poured out into the back of the truck. Patrick knelt down next to Marianne, her body now massacred. He looked at the tears which washed away at the blood that was covering her face. He whispered "thank you" next to her ear, and put a pistol below her chin, and pulled the trigger once, sending one bullet through her and out the top of her head, and lodging itself in the truck's bed tailgate. He collapsed into the back of the truck, staring at her, unable to move. He knew that if he made it back to the base, he wasn't going to be the same as when he left. Joey looked over into the bed and took his bat back, shaking his head and looking at the bloody mess that was the driveway, filled with it turned everywhere. Aslan screamed to Greg, "Get those people on that bus, now!" Aslan looked at Joey and took a few steps back to look into the truck bed. He saw the teen and the turned. He shook, as it was the only thing he could do from screaming in rage. He couldn't stand the idea of losing any more kids on this day. He tried to say something to Patrick, anything that would make him feel better, but the words fell short coming out of his mouth. When Clary backed the bus up, a very nervous group of people came to it and climbed on, seeing Clary and Scott waiting for them to be seated. Clary yelled to Scott, "Go sit in the back, Scott. I want guns in the back, front, and on the sides. Go now. We aren't staying long." Aslan yelled to Hammond and Greg to get in the bus. They didn't waste any time. Greg walked past Clary, who then gripped him quite tightly, pulling him towards him, and said, "We are going to have a talk, and it's going to be very soon, Greg." Greg wasn't one to back down from anyone or anything. "We can talk whenever you want, Clary," Clary said. "You do realize you can't just go off half-cocked, right? There are consequences. Ones that ended in our friends' lives today." Greg leaned in close to Clary. He said, "You ever make a mistake before, Clary? All these years in the force, you ever think that maybe you could have done something different that would have changed the ending? We have all the time in the world to talk, but with the number of shots we fired off, I don't need to tell you how important it is to get out of here." Clary didn't answer. Even though the kid made sense, it did little to help at this time. Aslan jumped up to the front step and said, "You want the rear, or you want to follow me?" Clary thought of the drive back and said, "I don't know. Why don't you go ahead of me? Just keep the same station on your radio going so we can say something if the shit gets too thick, or they come from behind." Aslan gave a thumbs up and walked back. McQuaig was waiting outside the truck, still on full alert. He went to the rear of the truck and shook Patrick's shoulder. He seemed like he didn't even know that he was there beforehand. He looked at Aslan, and numb was the best way he could think to say something. He said, "Patrick, I need you to get in the truck, bud. I need you to do it now. We got an entire bus full of people that we need to get to the base." Joey climbed into the back of the truck and helped Patrick up. He said, "Come on, Patrick. I think you better sit in the bus." Patrick let himself be pulled up and followed him to the bus. Joey knocked on the door and ushered him in. Clary asked, "You okay, Patrick?" Patrick just walked past and found a seat. Joey said, "Hey, Mr. Clary. You need some time, I think. It's been a long day." "You riding with me too, Joey, or are you going with Aslan?" Joey looked at Patrick and leaned back out of the bus and screamed, "I'm riding with Patrick!" Aslan acknowledged, and McQuaig took shotgun in the truck, and they slowly pulled out, waiting for Clary to back the bus out into the street and straighten out. Aslan drove slowly, pulling back out onto the main road. They passed the crashed truck, and when they went past the other bus, Aslan slowed down just a little, seeing the blood-stained snow and wreckage. He thought back to how hard it was going to be to tell him about Shellman, and then in a single accident, everything went to hell, and Philip had been lost too, when only good intentions had been the reason he came. Lou walked up, then took a knee next to Clary and said, "Hello. Thanks for coming after us. I can't imagine what would have happened if you hadn't come." Clary held out a hand, shaking with him, and said, "Well, we didn't really have a choice but to come after you guys. Greg was the reason everything went to shit today." Lou said, "That kid had nothing but good intentions, and I'm happy that he did what he did. I'm sorry if you lost anyone today, but he saved us. It was only a matter of time before the dead on those 2 floors got into the 3rd. We have a chance now. We are all scared and excited about having a chance to make it through this damn thing." Clary acknowledged, then looked in the rear view at what had to be 30 people. He thought of the 3 they had lost, and while it was not something that made him feel good, he knew that sometimes you had to lose something to gain another. They needed to save people, and while it wasn't their responsibility to do so, it still felt like it was something he should do. He thought how he had skills that others didn't, and the more of them that knew these skills, the better that it would be for him, as well as the chances of the survival of humanity was as important as anything.
So, you were the one that fixed Ellie up?
Yep. She didn't look very good. I was sure one of those bastards got her, but it's just a really bad head wound. She must have really hit the shit out of it on something. She needs to be monitored over the next few days, but hopefully she comes out of it. I don't have the know-how to be able to help her further, as far as relieving any pressure built up. She'd just be screwed at that point. I don't know where we could find a doctor, but the more of them that we could find, the better. I can only imagine over time that there is going to be a great demand and need for them. I can do a lot, but there's a great deal more we might need them for. Babies and old-timers like us are going to get sick as we get older. We could have heart problems, cholesterol, or, God forbid, cancer. Clary thought about it, then said,
You know, I have to agree. Before they are gone, we probably need to do our best to find everyone. But at the same time, we need to get everyone, not just those that we think serve a purpose. Everyone that is alive needs to be saved. I think this has shown us that there are more out there than we expected.
Lou, trying not to sound like he was judging him, asked, So you guys have been on that base since this thing started? You haven't been out looking for people?
Well, for the first 6 months we were trying to find people, but it was getting less and less that we were finding survivors. So when the news came out that the turned, or the dead, as you were referring to them, couldn't be cured, it seemed kind of pointless to continue. There wasn't anything that we could do about it, and we wanted to teach those who we had been fortunate to find some of the skills while we were still around to show them.
So the government dropped you in here on purpose?
Man, whose shit list did you get on to have to get dropped into hell? We are who they sent places to do the things that people in the States don't want to know about. They figured sending a small team in to look for notes on the cure was going to be easier than dropping hundreds off. There'd only be a massacre from the time one of them turned.
But you found it, and Greg said there isn't a cure. There's no hope?
Clary said, Oh, there's hope, but it isn't the hope that someone is going to do it for us. What we came to realize is that they'll go nowhere as long as there is a meal. What we need to do is take those things out, and then move on until we have somewhere safe.
How big of an area are you thinking?
Clary shrugged. The city, the state, the continent, maybe. Whatever we can do is better than nothing, right? These people need to have a place to come. We need to be safe.
Lou pushed up from the floor and said, You know what? Whatever I can do to help out with that, please don't hesitate to say something. I want to have a place for my daughters so that they can sleep at night.
Clary said, I want a place to lay my head at night, Lou, just like anyone else. It isn't going to be overnight. It's going to take planning and time, but we can do it. If we get the numbers, or even a half-assed good idea would help.
Do you have any ideas?
Yeah, but it's going to be just a while. We need to get this winter weather to thaw before we can really do anything. They have plenty of supplies at the base, and one of my main things that I used to do was demolition.
What do you mean by demolition?
Clary gave him an evil smile and said, I got to blow things up.
Did you like that?
Clary nodded and said, I really can't say that I hated it. Any time you can take out a threat without putting your friends in place of it, there's a good feeling. There's enough to worry about in a combat zone, so when we could take out the threat without a gun, that wasn't a shitty thing.
Lou patted him on the shoulder. Things would probably get bloody before they became safe. The fact that the government couldn't do anything for him or his family did not fill him with much confidence in the new world as it was. He sat down next to his daughters, putting one of his giant arms around both of them and squeezing them tight. He said, We are going to make this world safe again. We are going to do it by killing one of those things at a time until they are on their backs if need be."
"You really are going to go hunt those things?"
asked Karen. Lou said, "We might go hunt those things. I'm done making believe that you two are helpless, that you can't do anything. If these men can teach you, I can't think of any reason to not have you do so. You need to learn to survive, or I think you two won't be around long." Karen squeezed her dad tight, still not really getting it. She said,
"Well, it's because we have you that we don't have to worry, Dad. We love you. We know you wouldn't let anything bad happen to us."
Teresa said.
"That's what dads are for. It's your job to make sure that nothing happens to your girls."
Lou smiled uneasily and said, "Well, that is true, baby, but that is only as long as I am around to take care of you. There's nothing that I can do if I'm laying on my back and dead. I can't say that I want anything to happen to me. Hell, I definitely don't want it to happen. But we can't control fate. Those things come from nowhere sometimes, and there's nothing that we can do under those circumstances." When both girls started to get tears in their eyes, he pulled them into a bone-crushing bear hug and said, "Now listen, I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not going to purposely serve myself up as supper. What I want to do is let you two train with these men. I want everyone on the bus that is willing and able to do so. We are going to have a lot of work ahead of us, and we are going to have quite the gain from it. But we can do it, can't we? We're Zeagles, and we can do whatever the hell we want to." The older girl, Karen, said.
"Language, Dad. Language."
Teresa said.
"Damn right we can, Dad. We'll do whatever the hell it takes."
Lou gave her a look and stopped immediately when realizing she was on board, and that was good enough for him. The rest of the ride they kept quiet, trying to think of the things they were going to need to learn. Joey sat next to Patrick, looking out the window past him and trying to think of something to say. He asked, "You okay, Patrick?" Patrick didn't say anything. He just stared out the window. Blood was the only thing that he could think of, and the idea of having to put Marianne out of her misery was slowly breaking his heart. Joey shook his shoulder lightly and said again, "Are you all right, Patrick? Are you going to make it?" Patrick tilted his head side to side.
"I don't know, Joey. Today wasn't too good of a day. I've been worried sick about you guys all day, and now I had to put one of my friends down. I can't believe that Sean and Greg have had to do such things, and they aren't totally fucked up in the head. I mean, it has to have changed them, just a little, right? I can't imagine taking out Christy, or when Greg had to take out McClellan, and that they didn't change a bit because of it. But they always act so normal, so well-adjusted."
Joey stared at Patrick, and it was apparent to Patrick that what he said might have gone over his head. He patted him on the shoulder and said,
"Yeah, I'll be okay. I just need to go for like a 10-mile run or something. I can't imagine that it is a great idea having that kind of thing happen too long. There isn't much I can do but get over it, right? It isn't like the zombies are going to leave us alone."
Joey nodded slowly and asked, "Did you like the bat? It does a good job of breaking their heads open, huh?"
"The bat did a hell of a good job. As much as I like my gun, I think putting one or two down with one of those wasn't the worst thing in the world. It's almost therapeutic to get rid of some of the rage. Each crack that I got to do on its head made me feel better. But when I looked down and saw Marianne choking on her..."
Joey laid his head on Patrick's shoulder and whispered, "I don't think I want to know any more about this, Patrick." Patrick thought about the blood pouring out of her face and neck, and realized that he didn't want to talk about it any longer either. He looked out the window, watched the snow go by, and just wanted to go to bed. Greg sat in the rear of the bus, watching and making sure that they didn't have anyone following them, or more importantly, anything. There was nothing coming their way, but he didn't take his eyes off of the road. Thoughts of Sean, Ellie, and now Marianne were running through his head at a mile a minute. Then, if he was able to push those thoughts aside, the guilt over Philip and Shellman were more than he needed to deal with. Greg leaned his head against the window, tapping it slightly and slowly, but not too hard. Hammond leaned over and said, You doing okay there, Greg? You know, hitting your head might not be something you want to do with the few number of brain cells you have to deal with the way it is." Greg stopped, not even realizing there had been someone paying attention to him doing what he was in the first place. He saw Hammond sitting in the seat next to him, gun at the ready, and said, "It's been a long day, Hammond. Don't give me too much shit." "You do realize that we are here because of you, right?" Hammond asked incredulously. Greg set his rifle down, then headed straight across the aisle for Hammond. Bending down, Greg picked him up and slammed him against the back of the bus. Greg said, "I don't need one more person reminding me of someone getting hurt, someone getting almost killed, or someone getting killed because of my goddamn actions, Hammond. If you think that I'm kidding you, please speak again. Say just one more thing, Hammond, and I promise you'll be lying next to Sean and Ellie in the infirmary." Hammond pushed back off of the side of the bus and said, "You don't scare me, Greg. I've been trained just like you have." "Maybe, but remember one thing. You came to help me out. I've been in the shit all day, and I can't say that I am not tired. But my God, do I have some rage that I would love to spend. And there isn't anything that would make me happier than not having to go to sleep tonight with this much rage." Hammond pushed Greg back and said, "Just remember, you probably wouldn't be on this bus if we hadn't come for you. You haven't had to see what we have today, and I think you should be thankful for that. God forbid you just say thank you. Well, the first minute that I can go 10 minutes without someone telling me how I effed up today, I will think about telling someone thank you. But between the shit I'm getting and the looks of death and threats, I've had plenty. Now sit down and keep an eye out for the goddamned turned." Clary saw this, and his voice filled the quiet bus, startling the people who were already wound quite tightly. He screamed, "What in God's name are you two doing? Sit down now and shut up! You both have jobs to do, and you aren't currently doing them. You and the back of the bus are the last thing between these people and the dead." Greg sat down in his seat, putting an arm up on the backrest, and looked out the window at the distance, and hoped there'd be no more loss for the day. There had been more than enough of it. He thought of Sean, and the conversation that he did not want to have, but knew they would have to, if they wanted to remain friends. In a world where friends were not in large supply, Sean was as good as they came, if there were a million of them to pick from. When they pulled into the base, there were faces lined up everywhere, hopeful that they were going to get a look at the new people, and anxious to see what it meant when they came. The talk had spread across the base that they had to leave immediately, and no one knew the answers as to why. Clary pulled up in front of an empty set of barracks. "We are going to set your group up in your own barracks. Once you decide if you want to stay, if you think this place is safe and you like it here, then we can talk about new sleeping arrangements if you want." Lou stepped out first, waving to Clary and then to the new people. He kicked at the snow, which was covering the front step of the entrance, and opened the door. When he flicked on the lights, they slowly started to hum, but the fresh bedding, neatly folded, and the smell of warm heat pumping through, helped to make him feel at ease. His daughters came in behind, and one said, "Well, this just reinforces the whole thing about how there's no place like home, doesn't it?" Lou squeezed her and said, "Karen, this place is the safest place that there probably is, and now you can sleep at night without having to worry about the dead coming through our living room floor." Lou watched as the rest of the people came through the door, and there was a blend of excitement and caution at their new home. He made sure that everyone was safe and sound before grabbing his gear and heading outside. "Dad, where are you going? We just got here," asked Teresa. Lou said, "There are sick kids. I need to go and help them the best that I can. You two stay put for the time being, unless it is supper time and someone comes to get you. These are good people, but we will explore this base together." The two girls gave a thumbs up and began to make their beds for the three of them. Chapter 21. Lou walked out into the windy late afternoon and looked around. The bus had left, and there were no people standing around waiting for them, in case they had questions. Lou followed the bus tracks until he found Clary, backing it into its spot with Greg, Hammond, Patrick, and Joey standing around. A girl sprinted past them and almost collided into him. She said,
"Sorry, I gotta go see them."
"Hey, no worries, but can you tell me where the base infirmary is, please? I need to get there." She pointed and yelled,
"It's about 3 blocks that way. Just stay straight on that road, please. You won't miss it when you see it."
Lou gave her a thank you and started down the road to the infirmary. Just as she had said, she was true to her word. He easily saw the building marked infirmary on it, with a red and white cross sign on the side. He checked the door, swung it open, and walked in, and looked around for anyone. The building was surprisingly well lit, even though the day was entering into darkness. He walked down the facility's main hallway and saw it was going to be one hell of a big place to run by himself, if that is what they were thinking. He knew that if they could get a doctor here, it would take at least half of that burden off of him. The idea that he could train some people and one day have a medical crew working alongside him was appealing. When he found Aslan, he could see that the man was definitely out of his place. This was not his profession, and he had done what he could for them by making them comfortable. Lou knocked on the door jamb, then held up a hand of greeting, and went in and got straight to work. He added more blankets to Sean, knowing they'd do little to hurt anything, and then found IV bags and got both of them going with fluids. Aslan asked,
"What's the IV for? Are they dehydrated?"
Lou said, "Everyone gets an IV. Being hydrated is a miracle cure, and it allows me to administer medication directly into their bloodstream if needed. You ever go tie one on one night and take a bag of this shit, you'll feel like Superman the next day." I have a feeling Sean has an easier road ahead of him than Ellie does. I have nothing better to do than stay here by their sides until they are awake. If you could look around for some hot water bottles, those wouldn't hurt to put under the sheets with Sean. Other than that, you feel free to go do whatever you need to do. I told my daughters to stay put, so if chow time comes, please let them know I said they can go with the others to eat. They don't need to wait for me. Aslan found him the supplies that he asked for, and then said a thank you and left, leaving Lou to watch over the 2 kids in their beds. He went outside to the snow, zipping up his coat and pulling back on his watch cap. He was tired of this day, and realized they hadn't had one like this in almost a year to date. It was something that he did not want to let happen ever again, if he could control it. He headed back towards the vehicle depot. Chapter 22. Kaya watched the man to make sure that he was going the right way, then realizing quickly she'd just met the first new person they'd been able to take in over months. She turned back and ran to the group, colliding with a very numb and confused Patrick. She hugged him, and he almost fell over. She looked into his eyes, seeing the usual light he had in them was distant and missing. She gave him a kiss and asked, "Patrick, baby, what's wrong? What happened out there?" Patrick went to speak, but Joey said,
"He had a long day. Not everyone that left today is going to come back, though."
She went to ask who didn't make it, but realized that it could wait. She knew who went, and the questions somewhat answered themselves. She looked at Patrick's glove and coat, and saw how much blood there was, and knew that he had seen things that he would not soon forget. She looked to Clary and inquired, "Hey, Clary, you need him for anything else today? Or can I take him off your hands?" Clary said, "I think that you are going to do much more good for him than us at this point." Joey gave him a hug and said,
"It'll be okay, Patrick. We are all going to be okay."
Kaya took him by the hand, leading him out to the bunks. She was okay about the quiet, but worried for him. When they got back there, she took his blood-covered clothes off of him and set them aside to take to the wash. He just sat there numb and looking like he was going to be ill. She'd heard Clary and Aslan talk about getting adrenaline highs, and when they finally came down off of it, was a shock to the system. She wondered if he should go to the sick bay, but figured it wouldn't do much good if he was just sleeping anyways. She whispered into his ear,
I'll come back and check on you later and bring you some food. Get some rest.
Chapter 23. Aslan hit his radio and asked Clary where they were. Clary replied,
Me and Greg are sitting in the rec room, waiting for you.
Aslan met them there a few minutes later. He saw that it was empty of everyone. Clary and Greg were in there at the time. Greg was currently having a staring match, waiting and knowing that there was going to be a conversation he wasn't looking forward to. Aslan sat down, joined in the staring, and asked, Greg, do you have anything to say before we get started on this? Greg shrugged and said, If I knew what was going to happen today, I wouldn't have gone. I couldn't stand any longer, staying here day in and out. Clary said,
We aren't trying to keep you locked up, Greg. It's for your own good. It's for all of your own good. Those things kill. You've seen that. We've lost 4 today. 4 people that left to save you, to go look for you.
Greg pulled off his watch cap while leaning forward and said, Did I ask you to come get me? Don't get me wrong, I am glad that you did. I'm thankful for it. But if you would have stayed here, they would still be alive. The people we found are going to be able to help the masses. We have a nurse now. We have more people to help with the work. If you would have just waited for us, we would have come back eventually. Aslan slammed his hand down on the table, cracking the cheap wood. You would have come back? You would have been okay? You cocky little shit. You do realize Sean had one of the turned about an inch away from his fucking head, right? You think that he was going to be able to do something to defend himself while passed out on the ice? The kid tried saving you, and ended up falling through the ice. He'd taken out a hell of a lot of them, but there was still one left, and it was going to finish him off. Clary said,
Regardless of if it was an accident or not, you can't do that. We have people who are trained. We need to do it right the next time.
Aslan looked at Clary. The next time? Clary said,
Once the weather changes, we are going to go out. There has to be people, and we are going to find them. We are going to take care of the turned. There's no reason that we can't make this place safe, but we are going to have to take our time to figure it out. Going out into a snowy fucking tundra isn't the right way to go about doing it. You need to keep in mind how dangerous it is, Greg. If you'd have just given it a few more months, you wouldn't have ever crashed the truck. You would have just driven there and been done. But at the same time, remember there's going to be plenty of turned when the weather is nice. They'll have absolutely no problems at all making their way around the city without snow and ice to deal with.
Greg looked Aslan in the eye and said, Thank you. Thank you for saving Sean. I didn't know that, and it wasn't my intention for anyone to get hurt. Even if we had gone out in the summer, things like this could have still happened. We still could have gotten there and gotten into a crash. If you want me gone, just say it. I'm not ignorant. There's some serious real estate out there that is empty right now. I won't have much trouble finding a place to lay low for the rest of the winter. They looked at each other, and Clary said,
Christ, kid, if you can't admit when you did something stupid, you might need to move on. Or at the least, you make plans to get out of here once the winter is done.
Greg sat for a moment and said, It isn't that I want to leave. Now, don't get me wrong. I'll leave, and I'll do so happily if I need to. I'm not scared of being on my own. The idea of not having to deal with this damn zombie-infested world doesn't break my heart. But I want to stick around for a while and see if we make it through. The idea that a precious few dozen people are using this entire base seems like a waste. And the longer that I stay here watching us using up all the amenities that we have is eating me up inside. I mean, we aren't hungry. We aren't worried like those probably spending long days and nights in the darkness of a basement, praying that they can make their way outside to get a single meal and get back before one of the dead find them. If you guys don't see that, you need to wake the fuck up. I know, watch my mouth, but really, think about others besides yourself. We, not just you, are being selfish. You are doing so much to show people your skills, but why have a small group at our disposal when we could have an army? One that could match the numbers of the turned and give us something to believe and have hope in. Think about this. You have 1,000 turned in a horde, but you have a group of 3,000 people spread out shooting 100 rounds a minute each. We would shred those damn things.
You want to have somewhere safe? Somewhere that you don't have to worry at all? Well, the best thing to do is make these sons of bitches extinct. You do that, and I'll be the best goddamn listener you've ever seen, I can promise you that.
And they sat back, staring at Greg, and thinking how they were almost always outnumbered, or at least in the beginning they had been. How the dead would come from nowhere, and that was because they never had the numbers that they needed to make sure that they were themselves protected. Aslan got up from the table, looked at Clary, and said,
I've had enough of this day, and I'm putting it behind me with a stiff drink. Then I'm going to sleep, until I actually want to wake up for once. If anyone has a problem with that, tell them to put it in the complaint box.
Greg said.
We don't have a complaint box.
Aslan held up a thumbs up. Greg asked,
But what about what I said?
What are we going to do? Clary went to speak, but Aslan turned around, interrupting, and said,
We are going to find people who have been forced to hide. We are going to do it slowly at first until we get a process that works for us, while we are waiting for the snow to melt anyways. Once the snow is gone, we'll ramp it up, I assure you. And since it was your idea, we are going to do our best to make damn sure that you can go with us on as many of these as possible. If you have so many goddamn ideas, you can start sharing them with us and quit wasting them. How does that sound? But it's on one condition.
Greg pumped himself up a little bit and said, Wait, you guys are up for it?
Sure, what is the condition? It can be anything.
Aslan said,
You listen to the orders given to you. No more lying. And you don't leave the base without telling me again. Because I promise you, if this base falls because of you, if any more die senselessly, then I'll put you out on the street with little more than the clothes on your back and carrying an open bag of blood.
Clary's mouth dropped open. He pulled a cigar out and said,
You and us will talk again, Greg, before we start doing this. Let's see how Sean and Ellie do over the next few days before we plan this. There's a great chance if we go and leave him behind, he is going to be quite pissed. There's a good chance he is going to want some payback after all of this.
And he is one hell of a shot the way that it is, Greg said.
Yeah, you know that Sean is always in on going off to take care of the turned when he has the shot to do so.
Aslan and Clary both opened the door to leave, and Greg almost choked on the words, but forced them out. He said,
Hey guys, I didn't mean to do this. You know that, right? I would never do anything on purpose to hurt someone. I just thought that you guys had trained us so damn good that we could do anything that we wanted to and get away with it. We weren't planning on finding anyone. We mostly just thought we'd cruise out and come back. If it hadn't been for the black ice, you probably wouldn't have ever even known that we were gone. It wasn't like we were going to stay gone forever. We literally just wanted to go there, come back, and then tell you what we were able to learn and what we saw, hoping that what you just told us we could do would happen.
Is that your version of a sorry, Greg?
Asked Clary. Greg nodded, looking expectantly at them. Then Aslan said,
Well, I've known this asshole for a few decades, and he's still never said sorry for anything stupid that he's done.
Are you kidding me? When have I ever done anything bad?
Clary asked. Aslan looked around the base and said,
I'm sorry, do you need a reminder of why it is that we are in Iowa and stuck in Iowa in the first place? I mean, if you need a quick little reminder, y'all just let me know. I'd be more than happy to remind you of it, Clary.
Clary knew exactly what he was talking about, and absolutely didn't need to open the old wounds of the past. He knew how royally he'd screwed up by sending the information to the brass in Washington before getting a safe transport back to their base. He had come to terms with it, though, after news reports of the United States being taken over. The only place that he could think of that might not have been taken over was Hawaii, and maybe Alaska, but the turned had infected the states like a disease, not picking or choosing who it infected. No one, and absolutely no one, was safe from them. Clary gave him the finger and pushed out through the door the rest of the way, happy to brave the cold, if it meant the slightest amount of nicotine flowing through his system, if even just for the day. There wasn't any health benefit that he could think of that was important enough to skip it. Smiling, Aslan watched him go and said,
Greg, We will make plans. Why don't you go get some rest before dinner? I got a feeling you could use it.
Thanks for giving my idea a shot after all of this.
I was pretty sure that you were going to throw me out on my ass, Aslan. It wasn't far from my mind, but unfortunately for you, you have something that we need to keep well stocked around here. What? A beating heart? Potential.
With that, he let the door shut behind him. Greg just stared at the closed doors. Chapter 24. 2 days after getting back. Joey walked across the base. The wind was high and frigidly cold. He did his best to keep the wind off of his mouth, allowing him to breathe without feeling as if needles were stabbing the back of his throat. He pushed through the infirmary doors and went straight back to Sean and Ellie's bedsides, just like he had done both days before. He unzipped his many layers until he could sit and make himself comfortable. Lou walked past, patting him on the shoulder, and asked, "How you doing this morning, Joey?"
You know, I could be better, Lou. Aslan took charge of cooking this morning. Clary had said he had some things to do.
Well, don't worry, Joey. Some of the guys and girls on my floor could make miracles out of much less than the supply of food that we have here. So I'm thinking the food is going to get quite a bit better much quicker. We just need to let everyone find their place here before we try pushing them out of the kitchen. We wouldn't want to make Aslan and Clary feel bad. Joey laughed, then said,
I don't know, Mr. Lou. I kind of think that with all the curse words that Mr. Aslan says in the morning when he heads down to the kitchen, that he might not miss it too much.
He laughed at this. He knew this kid was not someone that took a lot of work to like. He was naturally sweet and real. So what's on the docket for the day, Joey? You sitting here helping me again with Sean and Ellie?
Yup, I'm in charge of them when you need a break, and there's plenty of beds if I get tired. They need someone they know here when they wake up, or they are going to freak out. No offense, but you're really big and a stranger, and they've probably never had a reason to be in the infirmary before, so if we let them wake up like that, they might go crazy and start crying, and we don't need any of that happening.
Lou said, "You know, that you are one of those friends, Joey, that people keep their entire lives. You can't buy friends like you. I haven't seen Greg in a few days. Do you know if he is doing okay?"
He's been keeping to himself a lot. He's been talking to Clary and Aslan almost every day, though. Other than that, he's in the armory or going for runs. He's the only one I know that is training as hard as he is.
He has something on his mind. There is little doubt about that. Sean opened his eyes and looked around and saw a very fuzzy Lou standing near him. When Lou moved out of the way, he saw Joey standing there. He lifted his head off of the pillow and laid it back down quickly. He could tell immediately he was very weak. Sean asked, "Who the hell are you?" Lou said, "Well, it's nice to meet you too, kid. My name is Lou, and I'm a nurse that your friend Greg found a few days ago, along with many others. I've been in charge of you and Ellie. You know Ellie, I assume, right?" Sean tried to push up in bed, but fell right back down. He turned his head, seeing Ellie laying there with a bandage around her head and in a hospital gown, just like himself. His lip quivered when he saw her. The fact that Lou said it had been a few days made it extremely clear to him that she was not turned, that they did not get her. It brought a tear to his eye, and his lip began to quiver. Lou said, "She's okay, bud. Or at least we think she is, as long as there isn't more going on than what the eye can see. We still need to try and get a legit doctor in here, but I think that she should wake up sometime. What I mean is, I don't believe that it is going to be permanent. How badly she hit her head will be easy to know once she comes out of it and can answer some questions for us." Sean tried to get up, and Lou gently pushed him back to bed. He said, "You are just going to end up falling on your face, kid. Give me a second." He hit the releases on the wheels, and Joey and he moved the cheap nightstand that was the only thing separating the beds. They moved Sean so that he was right next to her bed. "You think you could eat something, Sean, if we went and got you some soup?" Lou asked. Sean nodded, and Joey didn't need to be told. He ran out of the room and straight to the kitchen, screaming to anyone that would listen that Sean was awake and that he was hungry. He got someone to get a small pot of food ready for the three of them to eat together in the sick bay, and did his best to get it back without spilling any of it. When he was leaving, Kaya was waiting outside and asked,
Joey, is it true that Sean is awake? How is he doing?
Joey nodded.
He just woke up about a half hour ago. He seems okay, but he's really tired. Mr. Lou sent me to get some food for him. I think he needs to eat and get his energy back.
Well, we will go get Patrick and Greg and be over after a while to see him. That is great that he is awake, though. Is Ellie still asleep? Or did she come out of it too?
Joey said.
She's still asleep. You guys need to come see them. They aren't dead, you know. They are just asleep and would probably like some company. People don't like to be treated differently, you know.
She knew that he was talking more about himself now than them, but she nodded nonetheless and said,
You know what, Joey? You were probably right. We need to spend more time in the sickbay with them. It would do us good to let them hear voices of friends instead of putting it all on you and Lou. I'm going to go get the others now, and we will be there in just a little bit, okay?
Joey went to hug her, forgetting about the giant pot of soup, and had to stop himself from pouring the scalding meal down the front of both of them. He nodded, though, and headed for the sick bay. When he got back, Lou had gotten Sean up to a sitting position, and Joey started to take out the crackers and spoons and bowls from the bag he had carried everything in. Sean took a whiff of it and said,
Oh my God, I didn't know soup could smell so good. Thanks, Joey. I really appreciate it, man.
Joey balanced a bowl on a tray. The steam was dancing into the air until it disappeared. Sean tried to reach for it, and Lou reminded him, Hey, Sean, unless you want to be wearing that soup, I would suggest that you let people help you, at least for today. If you can rest and eat today, I bet within a week you are going to be as good as gold. We need to make sure that you don't have any muscle fatigue. It doesn't take long for that to kick in. I'm hoping that all of your muscle reactions are the same as well. If you can just do what you are told for a week, I'll have you back in killing condition. Sean, who hadn't shown anything but weakness as he was still coming out of the fog, nodded his head as he looked Lou seriously in the eyes. He said,
Yes, you need to get me back up and running, because there are too many of those things out there, and it is about time that we start putting the numbers back in our direction.
Man, are all of you kids so intense around here? Asked Lou. Sean replied,
Well, sir, we have a lot of reasons to hate these things. We each have a story, and we keep it to ourselves. Bringing up the past doesn't help anything. People always used to say in school that we will let history repeat itself if we don't pay attention to the past. But with the way things are currently, I don't see anything whatsoever happening like that. Joey knew about the missions out that were being planned, but figured that he would let someone in charge mention it to him. Sean took the spoon, watching it shake in his hand as he brought it up to his mouth. When the warm soup went down his throat, he smiled, thinking he'd never eaten anything so good, and that if it was going to, in some way, help him get his energy back, that he was going to eat as much as his body would allow him to. He asked, Has Ellie been awake at all, Lou? Lou shook his head no. He said, She must have really smacked her head hard on something. Do either of you know what it was? Sean said, She was pushing me out of the way at the time. I want to say it was a shelving unit or the floor, but either way, I know that she was out for the count the second it hit her. How much longer do you think it is going to take for her to start to come around? It could be days, it could be weeks. It is hard to say, kid. But the important thing is that you are up and awake. The best thing you can do for her is let me take care of her, and you focus on caring for yourself. You aren't going to be able to help her with her recovery if you aren't even able to get out of bed now, are you? Sean shook his head no, thinking this guy was not going to be hard to get to like. So, how many of you were there that made it back here? Lou said. Well, once your little group found us, I think we were sitting at around 25 or 30 people. I'm not sure. We were together for so long, it was the last thing that we needed to worry about. It wasn't like we were taking head counts. There was just so much room, and so many people, and everyone did their best to work together and try and get along. It was out of our hands with the circumstances, so we just came up with jobs, and I think that because of that, it is going to make for a pretty easy transition here.
It was really a godsend that Greg and Joey picked the apartments, of all places, to try and hide out while they were trying to wait for you. Sean smiled uneasily, thinking of Greg. Yeah, we should have never been out there in the first place. But that's too little too late at this point. When I thought we were going to get taken over, I went outside of the grocery store and lured them to follow me. Well, that is, after I ran into one and had my life flash before my eyes. That damn thing tried ripping my head off, but I got away. Just barely. Lou said, "What happened when you left? They said that you were seconds away from one of those things ripping your head off." Honestly, I don't remember all of the details. But I'd ran out on the ice. I can remember that. And then I remember the ice cracking more than I had expected for it to. And I fell beneath. I had to use my guns to kill one of the turned before I finished out the magazine trying to break my way out from beneath in the cold, frigid water. I was pretty sure that I was screwed. But I eventually got out. Unfortunately, one of those things must have survived too, but other than getting out, I can't say that I really remember too much about what had happened. I just know that whatever it was, I absolutely do not want it to ever happen again. Yeah, I can think of a lot of things which have happened which I have no interest in ever having happen again. I think that going forward, things are going to be a lot better for us, though. Or at least a lot safer, said Lou. Sean wasn't fully thinking yet, and said, "That's how it always plays out, until one of those damn things comes from nowhere and rips your best friend to pieces in front of you. It really messes with your head, man." Lou nodded slowly, thinking about his daughters, and the fact that they still knew nothing that would help them, and that all the training in the world still might not be enough if they got attacked and taken over. "Well, are you going to be one of the ones training all the new people? They had discussed giving us training, so that we are able to help with anything if needed." Sean said, "I've been passed out, Lou. I couldn't tell you what they are thinking. I'm honestly surprised that no one has said anything about Greg. I would have thought that someone would have taken a few minutes to kill this son of a bitch after everything that happened with Ellie and me." There was a knock at the door, and Greg was standing there, holding his watch cap in his hands. "Is it all right if I come in, please? I'd like to see Sean and Ellie," he asked. Sean nodded, motioning him in, and Greg smiled, glad to see his best friend awake, and not looking like he was going to die again. He said, "Come on in, Greg." Greg did, and when he passed Lou, he asked, "Would you and Joey mind taking some food for yourselves and eating in the infirmary break room? I have a feeling there's a conversation that I need to have with Fox here that no one else needs to be around to hear, if that is all right with you." Lou quickly got 2 bowls worth ladled up and pointed to the rest of the items for Joey to grab. They could hear Joey asking why he didn't get to carry the soup on the way out, and a reply from Lou about how he still wanted there to be some soup when they made it to their destination. Greg walked up slowly and felt like he was on death row. He knew that the hardest conversation he was going to have was going to be with Sean and Ellie, because he felt the guiltiest about what had happened to them. The feelings he had about Philip and Shellman were beyond reproach, as well as those he had for Mary Ann. He pointed to a chair, and Sean nodded. He said, "Look, Sean, I never meant for any of this to happen. The trip out was a stupid idea. I didn't mean for you to get hurt, and I'm sorry that you almost died. When Aslan told me about how close you were to being taken out, it felt like someone ripped my heart out of my fucking chest. I figured that you got away, and that you would be back any minute. Once we got Ellie somewhere safe, we never left the window. We were too busy looking out for you, and seeing where you went to." Sean said, "Thank you for getting Ellie to where you could protect her. It was the one thing that I was worried about. You know my own safety is always second, when I have to worry about someone else getting hurt by one of those damn things." Greg said, "Yeah, I know. And I hope over time we are able to help you with that problem. Or at least get you to the point that you worry just the slightest bit that there is an issue with you doing something like that." Sean said, "Well, at least no one got hurt because of it. If anything would have happened to any of us, I'm not sure that I would have been able to live with myself," Sean said. Greg didn't want to say it, but he knew that he had to. "Well, I can't say that no one got hurt.
We did have casualties, and they were not pretty ones. When Aslan packed up to come and get us the first time around, they got into a car crash out in Ankeny, thinking that was where we might have ended up. Hammond didn't have his gun on safety and painted the windshield with Shellman's brains. When Clary was on his way with the bus, he had Philip and Andy follow us. Well, when Philip lost control of his bus, it rocked back and forth and flipped over. I don't think I need to give you any details other than Shellman and Philip and Andy never made it to the apartments where we were picked up at. Sean thought of them, though they were not best friends, but they had been around enough that they were definitely friends, and he did care whether they lived or died. Is that it? Did we lose anyone else because of this? Asked Sean. When we were outside of the apartment complex, there were a shit ton of the turned, and they came out through the second-floor windows, and it was close to being a slaughter. I thought we were all screwed, honestly. What caused it? Did they leave? Greg actually laughed, thinking about it. No, but Clary raced across the street in one of the army buses and fucking crashed into them. He took a ton of them out. But not all of them, Greg? No, there were still a few that made it through. One of them jumped onto the pickup, and Marianne was in the back. Well, let's just say that it really messed up Patrick. He had to put her out of her misery before she turned. And he finished the thing off with Joey's baseball bat. There is something brutal about it when Joey hits them with it. Trust me. I've seen it in the store. When we were there, he saved my ass. But when it was Patrick, he hit them with every bit of hate his skinny ass had, and he cracked the damn thing's head open. He didn't stop kicking it until he was exhausted, and its brains lay alongside Marianne's in the truck bed. It was gruesome. I'd say that you were lucky that you were out for the count and didn't have to see it. Yes, but if I would have been there, then maybe I could have taken it out. Why was she in the truck in the first place? They were protecting you and Ellie. They had you both in the back of the truck, and you were dead to the world after Aslan got you out of the lake area. Sean looked down at his soup, while stirring it around with a spoon slowly. So what you were saying is, she had to risk her life because of me? There was another girl that didn't have to die because of my mistakes? Something I shouldn't have ever been an issue to take care of? Greg said. You can blame yourself all you want, Sean, but it's ignorant to do that. You aren't responsible. You didn't start this. If anything, it's your dad's fault, or Tina's brother Lucas's fault, or his friend's fault, or the asshole principal's fault for not being in the hallway to watch over kids. It is a butterfly effect like no other. You need to stop blaming yourself. I don't know how many times I have to tell you to watch out for yourself, not just others, but Christ. Until you get it through your thick head, I'm going to keep repeating it to you. I want you to understand this. I know you have every reason to be pissed at me. But if we are going to start this new brigade team, you are going to have to be able to be trusted and to not get yourself killed. Sean said. Then I need Ellie to stay here, if and when she comes out of it. Sean, if that's the case, then think about this. If you make her stay here, which you know that she'd tell you to go to hell, that you'd find someone else that needs your help. What if it is me, or Joey, or Patrick, or 100 other people? There's never going to be an end to who you need to take care of. That isn't going to work, if that is what we do. Sean nodded slowly as he looked at Ellie. He realized he needed to look at her as a fellow survivor, instead of as a responsibility. Sean thought about if he loved her, and knew that it wasn't so much a question as a guaranteed feeling he had for her, and her only. There was no one else that he loved like this woman, or ever had. I can't make any promises, Greg, but I don't want to die. If I do, then there's not going to be anyone around to take care of your dumb ass. Exactly. But we are going to need you to get better. You are already skinny enough the way it is. But the new mission isn't really why I came here to talk to you. Oh no? You didn't want to come and apologize for being a D-bag, did you? Greg said. Well, come to think of it, I did. I know that I wasn't supposed to lie to you or to the others. We are friends. I know that it was wrong, and it wasn't intentional.
What do you mean it wasn't intentional? Of course it was. You lied. You knew that it was wrong, and that it was potentially dangerous.
Yeah, okay, so it was intentional. But I just needed to get the hell out of here. I don't have an excuse, okay? It was stupid. I almost got you killed, and I'm sorry. I can guarantee you it won't ever happen again.
You realize if you do this again, we aren't only done, but we are going to have issues of immeasurable quantities. We have to be able to trust each other. Now, I know that we aren't allowed to only care about one person, and maybe I'll be able to deal with that thought process one day. But if anything does happen to Ellie because of a lie, I'm going to hurt you, or anyone that would be responsible for it. I love her, Greg, and it's not acceptable. I don't care what it is. We can't let it happen. Greg went to say something, but knew that he was wrong. There was little that he could say that they would agree with. He held out a hand and asked,
So, are we okay?
Sean stared at him for a second, then pulled him off balance and gave him a hug. With what little strength he had left, he said, You know I love you too, man. Not like in a your butt looks good way. But you are my brother at this point. You were there, and always have been. I would have gone with you, even if you told me that we weren't allowed to leave. But at least we would have had a better plan because of it. Greg pushed off of him and asked,
Really? You don't think you would have told me to go to hell? That you would have just not gone?
Sean thought about it, not sure honestly what he would have done. He said, Honestly, Greg, it isn't that easy of a question to answer, given the fact that I know what the outcome was. I mean, think about what happened, man. This isn't something you would wish on your worst enemy, a day like this. Greg stood up while grabbing Sean's bowl and topping it off with more soup.
I understand. And from now on, if we are going to go and do anything, it's you and me, and we make sure that each of us knows what the other is getting into. This world we have to deal with isn't stocked with friends. We only have so many people who we can trust.
Sean took the soup, blowing on it, and stirring it slowly. You have to earn trust, Greg. That's what my dad said. Once you lose it, it isn't very easy to get back. But telling the truth all the time, every time going forward, isn't a bad way to start. Greg gave him a thumbs up, then pulled up a seat and watched Ellie's chest rise slowly. Sean said, She'll come out of it. Don't worry, man. I know she will.
What makes you so confident? We aren't doctors.
Because she has to. Or I'll probably lose my mind, man. If I'm going to lose her, it needs to be immediate. I don't think I can watch any more people slip away. My mom going through cancer and becoming frailer by the day was too much to handle. If it's going to happen again, then I honestly don't know what I'm going to do, Greg said.
I can understand that.
He took Sean's bowl from him and put it on the counter when Sean held up his hands that he was full. The two of them sat quietly until Sean started to drift off. Greg headed out of the infirmary, telling everyone that Sean was resting and that they could visit with him later if they wanted to. Chapter 25. Over the next week, Sean started to get his strength back. They were definitely some of the hardest days he had to face in quite some time. He sat by her side day and night, eating and exercising, but not leaving the room for anything that he could do there. The longer that Ellie stayed asleep, the worse Sean got, both mentally and emotionally. After the first week had passed, his hopes slowly started to wither away. The March sun had finally begun to come out, and the snow had begun to melt. The green grass was something that everyone was thankful and happy to see. Lou came in the room less and less. With all of his experience over the years of watching someone slowly slipping away while their loved one had to watch them, was something he did not enjoy watching, especially with kids this young. He couldn't help but think of his own daughters, and the thought of something like this happening to them. Joey came in at the end of week 2 and brought Sean food. Sean was a shell by this point, and filled with rage.
Joey started off like he always did, which was with a hug, but Sean was not receptive. He said, "Not now, Joey. I'm not doing so hot today."
Do you want me to go get Mr. Lou and have him check you out, Sean?
Sean shook his head no. "There isn't anything that he or you or anyone can do for me, Joey. I just need to be alone to think, please." Joey said,
Maybe you want to go for a walk? It's like 45 degrees outside. It is great. It might do you good to get some exercise.
Sean felt his arms. They had gotten toned from the last few weeks of doing nothing but sitting by her side and working out. "I think I'm okay, Joey. You don't need to hang around here if you got other things to do, okay?" Joey said,
Well, I could go see if Mr. Aslan or Clary needs help with anything, if you want to be alone.
Sean nodded his head, thinking that he surely wasn't going to be very much good to anyone under the circumstances. He could only see the Turned coming for him, and Ellie pushing him out of the way, and the one thing he couldn't handle happening, which was her getting seriously injured. He took her hand, kissing it, and said, "I'm going to be back, Ellie, I promise. But if something happens, I want you to know that I love you. I love you more than anything I ever have." He kissed her on the lips and brushed the hair away from her forehead, then resting his to hers. He grabbed his parka and headed out of the infirmary. Chapter 26. Sean walked to the back of the medical supply center, being careful to avoid Lou, and therefore avoid questions. He went to the blood supply center, grabbing 10 bags of the thousands that they had on supply, placing them into a backpack. When he had enough that he thought he would be able to keep himself busy, he left the infirmary and headed for the vehicle depot. He was careful to keep his distance from everyone, not wanting to answer questions he knew were just being asked out of respect for himself and Ellie. When he arrived, it was empty. Gas was something they didn't want to waste, and therefore walking was something that everyone did, unless there was a solid reason for needing a vehicle. Sean went inside, grabbed a set of keys to a four-wheeler, much like the one that his dad owned, and one of the only things he knew that he could drive confidently. He went outside and checked it out, making sure that the tires weren't flat and that the gas tank was full. He knew that he wanted to make it back once he was done, of course, so on his next stop, he made sure that he would be hurting for nothing. He knew the codes for the door and went in, keeping quiet and hoping that Clary was not inside the facility working on something, as he commonly was. Clary had taken it upon himself to make sure that every single rifle and firearm on the base was in top working condition. He'd started to show many of the teens how to work on them, but there was nothing that years of experience could replace. Sean selected what he needed, as well as a bag full of MREs, blankets, and a few gallons of water. He thought of how many supplies he had on him, and understood that very soon he needed to learn to drive something a bit bigger. He knew the ATV was going to be optimal for today, though, and it was something that he could drive through horrible conditions and get moving quickly at a moment's notice. When he had everything that he thought that he needed, he drove to the base entrance, where a few teens were sitting and waiting. They came out, looking at the artillery that Sean had on him, and one asked, "What are you doing with the ATV, Sean?" Everyone knew him, which was a blessing and a curse at the same time. He said, "Just going to drive the perimeter for Clary and Aslan. They wanted to see if there were any weak spots in the fence after winter hitting. You know, with all of the trees that can fall during ice storms. It was something that they were legitimately concerned about. I think they just wanted to get me outside and doing something. You can call them and ask them if you want, but Aslan has to cook this afternoon's lunch, and man, is he in a shit mood." The boys both laughed at this and asked, "When are they going to let the new people who can actually cook take over?" Sean said, "They are. I just don't think they have the hearts to kick him out of the kitchen. He likes to make sure everything is going smoothly, no matter how much he hates it. I can't remember what station you guys are using, though." The kid motioned for Sean to give him his radio, and said, "After you guys went out on your own, Clary said we use Channel 4, and we don't use anything else. He said we can't even take it off to look at the other channels. Man, you are lucky you guys made it back. Those things are so goddamn evil." Sean nodded and climbed back onto the four-wheeler, not asking if it was okay to do it. "Hey, hit the gate for me, will you? I don't have all day to sit here and chat." You guys got it easy sitting on guard duty." They wanted to ask more questions, but knew how Clary and Aslan didn't want to screw around when it came to orders. Sean waved as they let the barrier down and sped off and down the street. They watched him as he went, and when he never turned to go towards the gate, they looked at each other curiously. Mark, the one in charge, asked, "You think that we should let someone know about that? You don't think that he's going to do anything stupid, do you?" Henry, the second guard, shook his head no. He said, "Nah, he'll be okay. Christ, he almost froze to death. He's probably just taking one of the back roads over to the rear of the base. It's no big deal. Last thing we want to do is waste anyone's time with stupid questions, right? Just beep him on your radio." Mark did so, and got no chatter back for his request. He looked up at the sky, thinking that there was a really good chance that he had been fooled. "What do you want to do, then? What if he's going back to town?" asked Henry. Mark said, "I don't know, damn it. Do we call it in, or do we leave it alone?" Clary came over the radio and said, "What are you two bothering Fox for? He's at the infirmary. God forbid that kid is getting some shut-eye and you guys are bothering him." Mark looked at Henry, who shook his head. He said, "You're the one in charge. You tell him what you did." Mark extended his middle finger and shook his head. He said, "Don't worry, I'm going to make sure that you get in just as much shit as I do. We can clean the bathrooms together, you prick." Clary, always the patient one, snapped off on his radio. "Is there a reason you aren't answering me, son? What the hell do you want with Fox?" Mark said, "It's no big deal, sir. We were just trying to figure out why he went the long way." "The long way what? Who the hell put you on guard duty?" "You did, sir. I think you said that you wanted us to get some experience." "Well, then you have a hell of a lot to learn, don't you? Now why don't you expand on what it is that you think you are saying makes sense?" Mark was starting to freak out. Regardless of how long the dead had been walking around, he still hated more than anything that feeling of letting someone down. He was not a fan either of it being an ex-Navy SEAL, who he could tell very easily was pissed off. He yelled unexpectedly, "It isn't my fault, damn it! Sean said that you and Aslan told him that he should go on an ATV around the perimeter of the base and make sure that there are no weak spots on the fence." Clary slapped his face, then rubbed a hand hard down it. He said, "He told you that I asked him to do that?" "And Aslan, sir, that it was your idea, but I don't know if he actually did that because he just kept on driving on his ATV." "Mark, let me ask a stupid question, please." "Sir, aren't there no stupid questions?" "Yes, well, that is what adults like to tell kids that don't know shit yet. But anyways, you can see through the fence, correct? What I mean is, there are holes, given there is quite an impressive span of barbed wire at the top, but either way, you can see through it, right?" Mark looked at Henry, who was whispering, "I know that this is a trick question, dude. Don't answer. Just wait it out." Mark felt like he was suffocating on the silence, and finally said, "Yes, sir, you are able to see through both sides of the thing. Can I ask what that has to do with anything, sir?" Clary said, "Well, I was just contemplating in my mind that if you were able to see through the fence, why in the hell of all things fucking mighty and holy, you would have any reason to leave the base." Henry punched him in the arm, and did so hard. "See, stupid? I told you that it was a trick question. You should have just shut up." "What do you want us to do, sir?" Mark asked. Clary said, "Nothing. That is going to help us get Sean back here. You don't open those gates for anyone, unless they're with me or Aslan. Do you understand that? Is there anything about the words coming out of my mouth that you don't comprehend 100%? Mark was rubbing his shoulder and giving looks that could kill over to Henry. "Yes, sir, that makes perfect sense to me. I won't let that gate open for anything that isn't one of the two of you guys." Clary didn't say anything else. He just clicked off and hit his radio again. He could feel a cold sweat starting beneath his shirt and wanted to immediately distinguish the hatred that he was gaining, ready to place blame before anything had been determined. He said with anger into the radio, Greg, come in and do it now, damn it!" Greg grabbed his radio and said, "Hey, what's up? Do you need something?" Yes, I do. I want to know exactly where you are, and I want to know now." Greg laughed, clicking back over. He said, "Well, at the moment, I'm indisposed.
Where the hell are you, Greg? Are you with Sean? Are you on this base?
Greg started getting an immediate sick feeling down in his gut. He said, "Yes, of course I'm on the base. Do you think I'm that stupid that I would leave again already?"
Yes, unfortunately. The thought immediately crossed my mind. So you wouldn't know where Fox is, or Patrick, or Kaya for that matter?
Greg said, "Patrick and Kaya are in the rec room reading. Joey is shooting pool, and the last that I saw Sean, he was working out in the infirmary, waiting for Ellie to wake up. That's about all that he does nowadays, unless he has a reason to venture outside. He hasn't wanted to leave her side in quite some time. I'm sure that he's okay, or as okay as he is going to be for what is probably going through his head. I mean, every day I've been checking on him, and he looks like he is more pissed off."
Clary didn't like how this was going, and already started walking toward the armory. He said,
So he's pissed off and missing. You didn't talk to him about any ideas he had about leaving today, then?
Nope, I didn't have a chance to talk to him today. I've been on the indoor range working with the new kids all day. I'm getting worried now. Could you tell me why you are thinking of him now, please? What happened that made you make this call out?
Because Mark and Henry are on guard duty at the front of the gates, and they said that Sean came rolling through with his gear and a four-wheeler, saying he was going to drive around and check the fence perimeter.
Greg said, "Why the hell would he be on the outside to check the fence perimeter? That's just ignorant. The fence is something you can see through, for Christ's sake. That doesn't make any sense at all. What a couple of effing morons."
Clary said, "Do me a favor. Grab a couple guys and meet me up by the armory. I don't want to have to worry about him going off half-crazed. I know he is worried about Ellie. But it is still no excuse. This is déjà vu all over again, damn it."
"Hey, but at least this time, it isn't my fault, right? That is a positive note, isn't it?" asked Greg.
There is no positive note, Greg, until he's back on base and we know that he is safe. Besides, you do realize that you are a horrible influence, right? Do you think he would have ever gone out on his own if you four hadn't gone out and left the base originally? Now he thinks that it is acceptable behavior to try and do.
Yes, I'm very well aware of what kind of influence I represent. It isn't all my fault, though. He doesn't just blame me for a few weeks ago. He blames the Turned, and he hates those things more than anybody I know. If I had to guess, he's on his way back to where he and Ellie got hurt. I'd say that he probably wants retribution because of it. I'd say things are going to be getting ugly real soon. He wouldn't just leave without having a plan, Clary. He isn't stupid.
Isn't that what you did, Greg?
I am not afraid to man up, and I'm also not worried about admitting how smart the kid is. If he left, he has a plan. Him not wanting to make it back to Ellie would seriously surprise me, Clary. I would imagine, though, he's going to get some retribution. They got him last time, but he hadn't had weather or weeks to think about what he would do if he had another chance. If he left, he's got those answers figured out. Those Turned would do best to try and find an easier meal somewhere else, because he sure as hell isn't going to be an easy one to get to.
Well, let's hope he is as smart as you think he is. Go get Hammond and a few others. If you think Patrick is up to it, then get him too. I might see if Aslan is around. If Patrick isn't going, then we'd be smart to have a distant shooter with us. We need to line up someone new, since we all know what happened to Marianne.
Greg thought of the math that he'd seen them doing with Aslan before ever getting to pull a trigger, and said, "Well, it sure as hell isn't me. I don't have a clue how they use math to shoot something 1,000+ yards away."
Yep, that makes two of us, kid. Get moving. We need to be out of here in 20 or less.
I'm out. We will meet you as soon as possible.
Chapter 27. Sean rolled in through town, going slow and taking his time, being sure not to have his muffler screaming, like he knew it could if he pushed the small vehicle to its limits. He drove slowly, and when he saw the bus crashed and flipped, he did the sign of the cross for the two that had risked their lives coming for him and the others. He saw no remains of either of them, but he knew that something had come for them and cleaned up the scraps of whatever was left over on that day. He saw their Humvee as he got closer and had a flashback of the entire day. Sean cruised by the apartments and saw that, true to everyone's word, there were 3 floors, and the bottom 2 looked like they had concussion grenades go off inside of them, blowing the glass outward. He saw that the Turned, to no shock, didn't believe in burial and had left their dead to rot in the driveway. Sean thought that it might be a good thing that they can't think to that detail, where they really could have a fight on their hands when they finally tried to take back what was rightfully theirs.
Sean drove down to the middle of an intersection, making sure there were no turned lurking in the streets before getting his gear ready. He pulled out 6 of the blood bags and attached a thin rope through them and poked just the slightest hole into them. He repeated this until all of the first set was done, and when he had that completed, he threw them up and over the stoplights in the intersection, letting them dangle and drip, tying them off to the side of the pole. He drove up to a second set, another 100 yards away, but viewable from the vantage point he was going to take, and repeated the act. When he was done, there were 12 blood bags hanging in the air, with their contents dripping, and their scent filling the early afternoon's air. Sean did not want to have to wait forever to spill blood of his own. He pulled out a knife and split 1, then 2, and 3 bags of blood, and let them paint the street. He could pretend to see the meal that would be screaming in the air of fresh blood to Turned, who were probably having a hard time with finding meals on a regular basis, or at least that is what he was hoping they were experiencing. He did not want to wait around long to see if it was going to work, and wanted to get into his shooter's nest. He went to the store where he had been when Ellie had gotten hurt, and climbed the structure, armed much heavier than before, and this time he was ready. When he had his sights dialed in, he lay in the prone shooter's position, waiting patiently. His finger was feeling like it had an itch to scratch, one that only his trigger was going to cure. Sean did not have to wait long. He put the silenced rifle over the edge of the building and squeezed it ever so slightly. With the exception of a small puff of smoke, there would be no signs that they would be able to use to know that he was up there. With each squeeze, the Turned were dropping like flies. They stared around, trying to figure out what was happening, looking at their brothers and sisters now lying dead on the ground. The temptation of the blood was too much to be able to leave. They were just as interested in finding the meal as the thing that was taking them out one by one. When they started to stop, Sean would shoot the street sign, sending an echo of metal ping through the distance, and keeping the dead interested for that much longer. When they would stop, he would focus on the next set of stoplights that was an additional 100 yards from him, and began firing at the Turned. He gave his barrel a rest, surveyed his damage, and thought this might have been more Turned than anyone had been able to take out before, without casualties of human life. When there were no more Turned to be taken out, Sean packed up his gear, feeling content about his actions, and knowing that they were that much closer to being able to claim what was theirs. He knew that if there was a way to get more shooters, as well as a meal that would be much more interesting to the Turned, that there would be no limit to how many they could take out. Sean thought of the armory, knowing damn well there was no shortage of anything that they would need to accomplish this mission that would not be over until they had nothing left to shoot. The idea of making Iowa a safe zone filled his heart and mind with a goal, one that would need to be accomplished if he wanted to ever try and have a dream not filled with nightmares again. When he got to the bottom of the ladder, he looked around, seeing that it was clear. His ATV was untouched and fine. He got his gear attached back to it and started to drive out slowly. He stopped immediately after hearing something in the distance. He thought that it would have been damn quick for them to have figured out he wasn't going to come back immediately, but nonetheless, he did hear engines coming his way. He pulled to the edge of the driveway, expecting to see sand camouflage color Humvees, but was mistaken. What he saw was a string of trucks and SUVs coming. He thought about making a break for it, but thought that there were survivors, and they might be up for a new place to stay, if they seemed like they were on the up and up. He waited impatiently, trying to think that he was going to freak them out when they saw a teenager with a machine gun, sniper rifle, and a U.S. Army four-wheeler. When the trucks got closer, it was obvious that they saw him. They turned towards the parking lot, but did not pull in. The strangers stopped in the street, getting out of the trucks and approaching slowly, with hands at their sides, but pistols and rifles were not hard to see. One of the men walked up slowly, a bit ahead, and he could tell if there was a leader of this group, that it was probably this guy. The man held a hand up in the air and yelled, "Hello? My name is Bowers." Sean didn't say anything. He just sat there on the ATV, letting it idle, and thinking he'd be smart to just punch the gas and tear ass out of there. Bowers could see the kid was not going to be a big talker, and said, "We don't see too many other people around.
What are you doing out here?
Sean pointed to the intersections that had the blood hanging from the bags. Bowers slowly pulled out a pair of field glasses and looked at both of the intersections with their blood bags hanging in the air. He whistled and said, "Are you telling me that you were hunting those things? Where's the rest of your crew at that helped you shoot them?" Sean shook his head no, and Bowers asked, "Wait, are you trying to tell me that you took out all of those things? Holy shit, kid! How old are you?" Sean said, "Does it matter? I took them out on my own. There's too many of them on the streets. It's time we stop waiting." Bowers said, "Amen to that. Do you have people? Or are you out in this shit on your own, kid?" Sean didn't say anything. He thought of his pistol on his side, beneath his zipped coat, and his machine gun on his shoulder. He counted the number of men in the trucks, but contemplated that he did not have nearly enough rounds in one magazine. If worst came to worst, he said, "I need to get going. I want to be gone before dark." Bowers said, "Well, we got plenty of room at our place. We could use someone that we can trust to help take these freaks out. We've lost too many people, and, well, we are short of bodies right now. I still can't believe that you came out to hunt the damn things." Sean said, "I got a place, but I'm glad that you and your group are alive." Bowers looked back at his men and asked, "You sure you don't want to come back with us? We got a nice place, a whole subdivision worth of houses, all to ourselves and cleared out. We don't go out too often. We've been waiting for a spring thaw so that we could try and get some more supplies. Is that what you were out doing too?" Sean clicked his radio back to the on position and hit the transmit button. He said, "No, I'm just out hunting. No supplies today." "You have a chance to take supplies, and you are passing them up? How good of a place do you have to hold up at?" the man asked. Sean didn't say anything. He just hoped that someone on the other end was listening. The idea of shooting humans wasn't beyond him, but if it didn't have to happen, he didn't want it to. Sean was thinking on his feet as best he could, trying to decide if they were friend or foe, and at this point, there was something he didn't like about the group. They seemed too willing to be friendly, while leaving something undesirable about them. Sean said, "I got enough to keep me for a few days. I figured I can just come back." Bowers said, "You know, I think we'd like to have a look at this place. Maybe it's better than what we got. We aren't against up and moving. Hell, there's plenty of real estate nowadays, right? There's no reason that we can't just go out and get new places to live, right? Hell, we could go live up in those big old mansions in town if we wanted to. No taxes to even pay on them." Sean still didn't trust them, but the more awkward he acted, the more tense and untrusting they would be of him. "No government to collect it. Have you guys been listening to the reports? Do you know everything?" "What do you mean by everything? Is there anything new, or that we care about, besides not getting bit by the son of a bitches?" "About there not being a cure? The government or the CDC advised that they couldn't do anything about it. What I mean is, they couldn't cure them once they turned. The only thing we can do is kill them." Bowers said, "Well, hell, seems like we must have been well informed, because we've been killing the damn thing since day one. We might want to keep that no-cure thing a secret, though, because, well, there's a lot of people, and that is about the only thing keeping them from going absolutely batshit crazy." Sean said, "Well, you do what you want to do. I'm on my way home, and going to need to be leaving. I'd think, after some point, people are going to lose their minds if they don't start seeing a cure coming about. Good luck to you guys. I hope everything works out okay for you." Bowers took a few more steps towards him, still keeping his arms to his side, and taking a good long look at the artillery that Sean was carrying. "So can I ask what type of rifle that is? It looks like what the military uses for their rifles. But there's no way a kid would have a fully automatic machine gun, right?" Sean lied through his teeth and said, "They got those guns at the sporting goods stores. When the shit hit the fan, I didn't waste any time finding myself a rifle to protect myself with." Bowers said, "Well, it looks to me like maybe you picked up more than one thing there. And you sure as hell know how to use your long gun there. You want me to take a look at your stuff and make sure that it's still in good condition? You sound like you've been on your own for a while, for as talkative as you are." Sean let his rifle fall down off of his shoulder as Bowers approached and gripped it, ready to shoot. Sean said, "There isn't anything at all wrong with my guns, sir. I prefer if you just stay back there. I got a place to stay, and I like it just fine." Bowers said, "Well, if you are on your own, do you mind if I ask what business you have with a walkie-talkie? Typically, it isn't just so you can talk, but so you can communicate, unless you found some new way to use those things." Sean looked at the men in the cars, and they were slowly starting to get out of their vehicles. Sean said, "Look, I don't want any trouble. That store there is filled with food. You guys go help yourself. I won't come back around here again. I just wanted to see if my idea would work." Bowers said, "Well, you might be going somewhere, but I don't think that the weapons are going to go anywhere with you. The world is getting short on supplies, or at least, it sure as hell seems that way." Sean shrugged and said, "That isn't my problem, sir, but I assure you, if you don't stop walking up on me, I'm going to create new problems for you and yours. This one gun can't mean that much to you, sir. You need to just move on." Bowers said, "You did count how many of us there were, right? I'm sure you are smart enough to know that when you are outnumbered, that you give up. You also won't be able to outrun us on that little diddly thing." Bowers reached for his pistol slowly, going to unclip it. Sean yelled, "You or anyone else takes out your damn guns and points them in my general direction, I can promise you, I'm going to spray you and your cars with bullets. Now get back in your trucks and get out of here until I leave. I don't want to deal with this today. It's been a long last few weeks, I can assure you that." Bowers unclipped the safety button on his pistol and drew it as quickly as he could. Sean was already squeezing the trigger before he had it up to his shoulder. He sprayed one magazine of ammunition across the parking lot and just barely missed Bowers. Sean hit the release on his rifle and slammed another one in, and this time aiming directly for two of the trucks that were visible in the front of the group. He took out 2 tires on each truck. Bowers was the first one to fire and the first to receive a bullet to the leg for his trouble. Sean knew he was starting a war that he could not finish. The gunfire was going to be plenty to bring in a horde, and mixed with the blood now spilled, it was something he wasn't about to stick around for. Sean gunned the gas, and instead of heading towards the base, he went in the opposite direction, into a part of Des Moines that he did not know what inhabited it. Sean stood on the four-wheeler, trying to put everything he had into the engine as it screamed across the area. Bowers was helped into the back seat of one of the brand-new trucks, and they peeled off behind him. They had heard the shots, but the idea of catching him was all that they could think of. They were not thinking in the least that maybe they should take their time and think things out. Sean looked over his shoulder as he gunned it up the large hill, weaving in and out of cars that had either crashed or had their drivers ripped from their seats and slaughtered. He had barely made it to the top before he could see the turn coming out of the trees and buildings that lined the large 4-lane street. When he got to the top of the hill, he idled for a moment and watched what was going on. He hit his radio and asked, "Clary, Aslan, Greg, anyone? Is anyone fucking there?" Clary came back over, obviously ignorant to what had happened, and said, "Oh my God, am I going to kick your little tiny scrawny ass the next time I see you? What in the hell were you thinking? You just barely lived the last time that you went out. Now you went out on your own and had absolutely no one to look over your shoulder? You trying to get yourself killed? Because if you are, Ellie's going to be extra pissed when she sees you." Sean stopped, and everything went fuzzy before him. "What do you mean when I see her? Spit it out, don't screw with me." "Lou radioed us on the way there, saying that we better find you, because she was awake. She is still pretty loopy from being asleep for so long, but said that she is looking good and that she is having a conversation with Joey. So if you aren't so busy, do you think that you could tell us where in the hell you are and what you are doing so that we can come for you and bring your ass home now?" Sean said, "Yes," forgetting what it was that he was doing. "I am being chased, actually, and I could use your help. I'm being chased right now." Aslan cut in and said, "What do you mean you were being chased? Chased by who, the Turned?" "No, well, yes, but not just the Turned." Aslan immediately went to the worst thing he could think of and said, "Is there something new? Did they mutate into something else, for God's sakes?" Sean said, "How the hell would I know?
You are making me lose focus, damn it. Not that I don't know about that. What I am saying is these assholes came out of nowhere. They wanted to take my guns, and from what I could tell, me too, to wherever it is they have a camp. They seemed okay, but when I told them that I didn't want to go with them, they told me that it wasn't a choice. They weren't going to let me leave with my gun, for sure.
Aslan came back, already getting pissed about it. Those sons of bitches out stealing from the living? That's effing ridiculous. What a bunch of assholes.
Can't say that I can complain with that assessment, but I really could use some help or a plan, because what I wanted to do got done, and then these guys showed up and screwed everything up that I had planned.
Aslan said, "Oh, hell. I quit relying on plans years ago. It's just God telling you how little control that you have over what you want to happen, Sean. Where are you, though?"
I'm on the same road that we were on when the Humvee crashed. You just keep going south on that road, and well, you probably won't see me. But you are going to see a shit ton of the turned, and probably a handful of trucks with a bunch of guys trying to decide if they want to try and fight their way through the horde, or if they want to cut their losses.
Clary came over the speaker and said,
"Oh, let's hope that they run into us. If they were willing to take you out without a minute's notice, I'm not going to worry about leaving them for scrap for the turned."
Sean said,
"So we aren't going to take them prisoner, Clary?"
Clary said,
"No, I don't think there's a reason for that. We have enough food. But you know something my drill sergeant in the Navy told me from day one?"
Sean said,
"We really need to get moving here, Clary."
Clary said,
"He told us that you can't fix stupid. But we aren't giving up on Greg just yet."
Sean could hear Greg saying something to the effect of asshole.
Clary said, "If you have something that you can hide behind that looks safe, I'd highly suggest that you get behind it. There's no reason to lose you after all this work to keep you alive."
Bowers was in the back seat screaming at his men. They were doing the best they could to apply pressure to his wound and make sure that the bleeding stopped as good as possible. The driver turned around and said,
"Hey, Bowers, there's a horde of those fuckers clogging the street. Do you want to turn around, or what are you thinking of?"
"I'm thinking that we go get that little son of a bitch, and if we can't, then we find some other way to get over there. If anyone has a problem with that, I'm sure that you know damn well how to use the door handles." The men knew better than to try and talk sense into him. The driver, John, said,
"You know, if we have the option, sir, I'd say that we turn it around and we head back and try to circle around. There's plenty of crossroads that we can take if we go back by the grocery store. Then we can cut across and back up."
Bowers sat back, pulled out a bottle of whiskey to numb the pain, and took a large pull off of it.
"Well, what the hell are we still sitting here for, then?" he asked.
John turned it around and started to head back down the long hill and to the street the grocery store sat on. The men were hoping that they weren't going to be driving right back into another horde of the turned. Clary and Aslan's hearts, much like everyone in the Humvee, had hearts racing. Clary said,
"Why is it that we have to go 50-50? The first group of people we've seen in months couldn't be better. The second set of them turns out to be complete psychos that are out to kill the innocent. I mean, it's Sean, for God's sakes. Why would anyone want to hurt him? It's just a couple of rifles. I can't see why someone would go through that much if they already have gear. It seems like such an easy way to get yourself hurt doing something that way."
"Didn't you say something earlier about how you can't fix stupid?" asked Aslan. They slowed down as they approached the corner where the grocery store was and where Sean had been stacking the turned in piles.
Clary said, "Holy shit, would you look at that? Those guys must have been out hunting the turned or something. This is insane. Would you look at all of them?"
Greg looked up at the top of the streetlights and saw the bags of blood, much like the ones that Ellie had gotten when they first had gotten back. He used binoculars to look at them and saw in red thick letters that they said Camp Dodge on them.
Holy shit. I don't think it was those guys. I think that this was Sean. Those bags have the base's name on them. Shit, it was Sean that came here to do this. Holy hell, he was on his game today, Greg exclaimed.
Everyone in the Humvee looked around the street. When they thought they couldn't be any more impressed, Hammond pointed to the end of the road, at the next stoplight down.
Christ, there is another group of them down here. Jesus, how long has he been here doing this? Like, all day?
Greg said.
No, I just started getting hate messages from Clary about an hour ago, before I came to get you guys. He must have been working quickly then.
Hammond said.
I've never seen so many of them dead. I've seen ours like this, until they started to rise back up, that is. Clary cut into their conversation and said,
Well, as beautiful as this is, we need to get to Sean. We can see this later when we have Sean safe and sound and are on our way back to the base where we belong, damn it.
They drove the rest of the way up the long street, doing their best to swerve in and out of the cars. The winter had washed most of the blood from the car doors, but there were still signs of struggle and pain within them. They stopped when they saw a row of trucks coming their way, driving like a bat out of hell. When the truck saw them, it slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop. John held up a hand to them from their small motorcade. Clary said,
Do you think they've put together where Sean got his machine gun and sniper rifle? And, well, all of his gear at yet?
Aslan said, I don't know. I'd have to say they've probably been looting much longer than a zombie apocalypse. Typically once a piece of shit, always a piece of shit. Clary climbed through the back seat and slid the panel overhead open, bringing up a chain of ammunition to put in the machine gun mounted to the roof. John looked into the back seat, seeing Bowers was on the verge of trying to not pass out, and screamed,
I'd say pretty damn confidently that those guys are with that kid, and from the machine gun mounted on that roof, I got a real good idea what he's planning to use it for. Damn you, Bowers! You couldn't just let the kid go? We couldn't just pass on stealing one thing? What the hell do we want to do, guys?
The other men worried about looking like they were weak. One said,
We got guns too. There ain't nothing saying that we are going to lose.
John slammed the wheel and said,
It's a machine gun, you moron! We could all fire at once and we still couldn't keep up with that thing. You have seen Rambo, right? He'll cut through all of our shit and do it without breaking a sweat. He probably won't even finish off an ammo can or box, whatever the hell he is using.
The other men pushed out of the vehicles with shotguns and rifles raised and taking aim on their truck. Clary said,
So, it seems like we don't need to talk anymore, huh? I almost feel guilty.
Aslan said,
Well, why don't you get shooting, unless you feel too guilty, before one of those idiots starts firing and kills you?
Clary pulled back and chambered around. He said,
I didn't say anything about that.
Clary thought there was a good chance that even what the men thought was coming their way was going to be much worse than what was expected. He did the math and knew that this minigun, firing on all 6 barrels, would send 2,000 to 6,000 rounds per minute down there. 1 minute, he knew it would be overkill at this point. He aimed for the group of men standing with their rifles raised and took them out in less than 10 seconds. John, who might have been the only intelligent one, turned on his heel and ran back up and into the truck. He pulled it around, not caring that he was driving over the men in his group. Clary started firing on the truck that was heading straight for the horde in front of them. He mowed down the first 20 in his path before he got the attention of the dead. They gripped onto the truck as if their lives depended on it and started smashing their fists and faces into the bullet-ridden glass. John tried pulling the truck off into a parking lot, but simply only sped up the process by crashing into the side of a building. He, of course, hadn't taken the time to put on his seatbelt before speeding away from the strangers, unleashing hell's fire worth of bullets upon them. John screamed as the truck's front end folded in like a pop can, sending him into and through the windshield, which had already been severely damaged. He screamed as he went through the glass. It tore into his face, ripping it backwards and peeling his facial skin down to the bone. He tried to scream again, but the turned jumped on him, muffling his screams. Their weight pushed the air from his lungs, leaving him nothing to plead to God with. They ripped into his neck and licked the fresh blood coming from his face. They had not eaten like this in a very long time, and fought amongst each other for the prize. Each one of them was trying to rip pieces from him, and succeeding. When the screams ended, Bowers pushed up from his place half-dazed from the crash and the blood loss. He said, "What in the hell are you doing up there, you dumb son of a—" The Turned, who were busy working on his friend, peered into the truck. Bowers' lower lip began to quiver. He knew that there was absolutely nothing that he could do to save himself, even if he was in a state of health that he could try to run. The Turned piled into the car, ripping the front seats out of their way. Bowers started to scream at the top of his lungs, but one of the Turned gripped his face top and bottom. It slammed his head against the window, until he started to lose consciousness. The turned leaned down, sniffed the fresh blood, and used its brutal strength to break his jaw, pulling it down until Bauer's head split in half, leaving a bloody, fleshy meal to dine on. Clary and the others just watched, slack-jawed and shaking their heads. He said, "Well, that was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Given the fact they could change their mind, you think that maybe they might have left Fox alone now? Those turned are hungry, and they don't look like they are remotely full." Greg hit his radio. "Sean, do you have a way to get back over here, brother?" Sean said, "If I do, it sure isn't going to be the way that I came up here from. There's still more turned than I want to try and drive through." Clary was looking at the truck and thinking this wasn't what he was going to try and drive through either. He had the rounds on him to spend on the gun, but it wasn't a sure thing. He also wasn't ignorant to the fact that the few thousand rounds he just spent on the men in the truck would surely bring more people. He looked into the back seat and asked, "Greg, where do you think we could cut across and meet him at? There has to be a crossroad that we can get him, right?" Greg said, "Yeah, just head back down Douglas and take a right on 72nd Street. We can meet him by a gas station and he can ride back with us." Greg took the radio from Clary and said, "Sean, it's Greg. Man, are you going to get your ass kicked by these guys?" "They can try. I did some good today before things went to shit," Greg said. "Head east, Sean, and don't worry. We all saw your handiwork. You always gotta show me up with how damn crafty and smart you are. Anyways, if you head down Hickman Road, there should be a place you can cut back. Meet us by the gas station and the pharmacy store. I think there used to be a gun shop across the street named Mike's." Sean gunned the ATV and said, "Okay, you got it, Greg. I'll be there as quickly as possible. You guys just make sure that you are all there." Sean drove through the streets again, trying his best to avoid any of the cars. There was no way of knowing if they were empty, and because of that, if they were safe to travel by. Once he made it to a side street, he drove the rest of the way through residential areas, with his hand down on the throttle, pushing the vehicle to its limits. He wanted to be back with others as quickly as possible. He thought of Bowers and the other men, and wondered if he would be okay, or if there was a chance that he would run into more of them. When Sean pulled up to the gas station, Aslan was sitting on top of the hood, holding a rifle, and going back and forth with it, trying to make sure there were no surprises between Greg, Clary with the minigun, and Hammond. They had a perimeter that was quite solid, as long as there wasn't any massive attack on them. When Sean pulled up to the men, Clary wasted no time. He slid out from the machine gun and approached Sean quickly. Sean thought for the quickest of moments that there was pain coming his way, or something, because Clary had never done such a thing before. When Clary got within feet of him, Sean held up his hands in a guard stance. Clary, who moved much quicker than the kids did, and was because of that, he caught Sean off guard. He pulled the boy in, giving him a hug, and it was one that Sean had not received from another man in quite some time. Clary lifted him off of the ground and said, "Don't do anything stupid like that ever again, you little shit! We can only worry about losing you guys so many damn times! We need to be careful and watch your asses. If you don't think that that is a good deal, then too goddamn bad." Greg asked, "Why the hell does he get a hug, when he did the exact same thing that I did?" Clary turned around and said, "Well, because he might have set us up with an initial way to try and take out the turned. I was thinking of just blowing the damn things up. But if we get enough blood gathered on base, and maybe a few other things that the young zombie scholar hadn't quite yet thought of, then there was just a chance that if we planned and organized, that we could do our best to attempt to try and reverse numbers on who was the one in charge." "So, you aren't mad at all, Clary?" Sean asked. Clary shook his head no, and squeezed the kid's shoulder, and let him enjoy the moment for a second. "I can't promise if this becomes a habit that I'll be too happy. But the way that I look at it, you did some good today. No one got killed, at least no one that we care about sticking around. I hope that the rest of the survivors are a bit more receptive to seeing new people. I don't know what these guys wanted to do with me if I came back with them. I really am glad that I was able to get out. I can't imagine how many people they might have at their camp who would not have the resources that I did and were forced to go with them." Clary and Aslan hadn't thought of this, and it weighed heavy on their shoulders. "Did they say where they lived?" Clary asked. "No, they didn't. Just that they were in a housing development, which, for saying that in central Iowa, could narrow it down as well as saying that they live on Earth. But maybe one of their trucks had something in it that we could use to figure out where they were staying? Clary said, Maybe, but I'm not driving back into that horde just to be wrong. People are going to come and look for them. There's going to be a group that wants to know where they went. If not for the people, then for the guns that they took with them. Every possession is like gold now. There's probably thousands or millions of unclaimed guns in the States, but one in the hand is better than anything.
So, what do you want to do, Clary? Aslan asked.
I want to go back to the base and forget about anything we saw or thought of here.
Sean and Greg both stared, already thinking that they were going to be getting in trouble again very quickly if they had to figure out how to find people on their own without the two's blessing. Clary said,
But like usual, it seems that what I want to do and what I get to do are absolutely two different things. Somehow it all leads back to Greg doing something dumb.
Greg went to say something, but Clary punched him lightly in the arm and rubbed his hand through the teen's hair.
Just busting your balls, Greg. We've seen too much weird shit in third world countries to just walk away. We will find a place to sit tight, Clary said.
Sean nodded, and they climbed into the truck. He knew this was the right thing to do, regardless of wanting to race back to the base where he could see Ellie, kiss her, and to know that she was alive and here to stay. They took the truck and looked for anywhere that would be off of the main road and that they could hide the giant Humvee, knowing it was not easily missed, especially with the minigun hanging off of the top of it. They drove until they found a car dealership that they could park amongst the cars long forgotten, their sales stickers faded from the sun and covered with slimy leaves that had rotted on them in the fall. Sean said, We aren't going to be able to see anything with all these cars. Man, this place isn't going to be able to work. Aslan pulled up to the side of the building and said,
You seem to love getting yourself up on ladders, so why don't you go on up there and check things out? Greg, you can go up there too. It'll give you a chance to do something stupid.
Greg said, You are too good to me, Aslan, you know that? That's fine, because if I have to sit in here for hours, I'm likely to lose my mind. Sean punched him in the shoulder and said, Come on, let's go. Maybe we can get lucky, and there'll be some turned on the streets that we can target practice with. Clary said,
As much as I think that is a good idea, I'd refrain from doing so. If a strange truck is coming, and you don't see it, and they witness zombies with exploding heads, there's a pretty good chance that they are going to turn around and head back in the opposite direction as quickly as they fucking can. But don't worry, Sean. There is going to be a very strong chance that we are going to be issuing a blood drive when we get back to the base.
Can I ask what a blood drive has to do with anything?
Hammond asked.
Clary smiled, and it was one filled with thoughts of revenge.
Because we are going to hang blood bags galore across the city, and we are going to station people at each one. By the time we are done, we are going to make Sean's little show today look minimal compared to the cleansing that we are going to do on these freaks. We start with Des Moines, and we go from there. If we can offer a safe haven, maybe we don't have to live at a base, or those that don't want to would have the option to live in a normal area. Maybe we could try and get a farm going.
Hammond said, It's kind of hard to picture you in overalls there, Clary. It would be a sight, that is for sure, though.
Clary said, Would it break your heart to have fresh beef and vegetables? Do you think that you could handle that? Besides, there are so many more resources outside of the base that are just sitting there. It's time that we start taking advantage of them. With a bit of organization, those on the outside would be able to make it here safe, and then they'll be able to contribute as well. We just need to deal with some of these sons of bitches. We can't invite people only to have them worry about strangers as well as the turned.
Hammond asked, How are we going to get the word out about it?
Taking care of the problem is just as important as figuring out that issue. It isn't something that we need to worry about today. We need to be sure that we are prepared to offer that safety. Today is the day that we begin that. Sean started something that doesn't need to be stopped. A forward progression is as important as anything in the world. Remember that.
Sean got out of the truck, followed by Greg. Sean said, I got my radio on. I'll let you know if we need anything. If you aren't able to pick us up, if it means that you can follow those guys, you go on ahead and leave us. We should be fine if we are on top of a big building like this. Aslan pulled the truck around, nodding as he did so, and the two boys started their climb up the ladder. Sean looked at the roof and asked,
You think there's anything up there that we need to worry about, Greg?
Nah, I haven't seen one of those things climb a ladder yet. At least that I can think of.
Yeah, that is true. But I'll be damned if I haven't seen them jump some pretty insane heights before. Sean climbed up slowly on the last few steps, making sure that there truly wasn't anything to worry about. Though when he climbed up the rest of the way, he found that he wasn't the only one that thought refuge on top of a building was a good idea. He walked up to a group on the roof, walking around them and examining. He wasn't sure how they had been dead, but the threat that they were going to turn was not one that he was worried about currently. There had to have been at least 20 people up there. Greg saw this and said,
"What the hell is wrong with them? Why did they stay here? They are skinnier than hell."
Sean knelt down and somewhat examined them. He saw no blood and no bite wounds. He whispered, "It looks like they starved to death."
"Wouldn't you want to make a break for it? I mean, these things are morons, right? Is there really a reason that they couldn't have tried to get away?"
asked Greg. Sean said, "Well, think about it, Greg. We don't know what their patterns are. They could have been here for a matter of hours, with it turned down there for months. You combine that if they went up here when it first started, and there's a damn good chance that it was hot, with no water or food, it might not have taken very long at all for this to happen. After that, they just sat up here dead and rotting in the summer heat for months on end. That isn't something to think about pleasantly, but there is a possibility that it not only happened on this roof, but thousands of roofs across the state. People didn't have someone like we did, attempting to look out for them. There were probably thousands upon thousands of people in the state that had less than a minute's notice that they needed to get the hell out of Dodge, or they were screwed. This probably seemed like a great place to hide. That is until the malls were overturned, along with the hospitals and any sporting events taking place on a Sunday. Imagine a church filled with 500 to thousands of people, and you had one turned run in, biting someone that turned into 2, then 4, then 12, and so on, until they had been all taken care of. I can't imagine what that would be like." Greg thought back to day one for him and said,
"It'd probably be like a school bus coming tearing into the parking lot where you were standing filled with school spirit, only to have the bus doors exploded open and have a shit ton of zombie teenage girls jump out of it and go on a vicious and bloody rampage."
Sean just watched and surveyed the area for a moment, thinking of how many roofs there were and how many probably had bodies that needed to be cleaned up. He walked, keeping low, to the end of the building and took a position away from the bodies. He rested his rifle over the edge, but kept the machine gun within reaching distance. Greg took position next to him, and they began to wait. They sat there for 3 hours, waiting for something to come their way. They kept the radio open with Aslan, who was asking them regularly if they were okay. After the first few hours, Sean started to get bored of the assignment and started to scan the streets for the turned. He could see that they were stuck inside the storefront and that there was no shortage of them. They walked around moaning and growling ever so often if they bumped into each other. He made notes of the different streets and which ones had poles, which he thought they could hang the blood from. When afternoon was almost gone and evening was on its way, a faint motor sound was coming along the silent air. Sean stopped what he was doing, put down his pen, and nudged Greg, who was already on it. The two watched through their scopes as a small group of trucks came their way. Greg hit his mic and said,
"Aslan, this is Greg. They are on their way here. Unsure if they are hostile or if they were with this group either."
Aslan said,
"Just let us know if they are coming our way. We are buried back inside of the large heavy-duty trucks. We wanted to be absolutely sure that we are hidden if they drive past us. I'm sure the guys with them said something about where they are going and when they were supposed to be back."
I don't know if anyone would miss assholes like that, but I guess if that is all you've got, then they probably are with them. What do you want us to do? Sean asked.
Aslan said, "Well, if I told you to take them out, then I'd be a moron, because we need to know where they are camped out at. If there is someone that needs help, then we need to offer it. But we can't do any such thing until we roll up there and look. I am still thinking there's no way that everyone staying there is there on their own accord. Things might be that bad, but worry about things like that will make you old before your time." I am just glad that Sean isn't that stupid.
Greg went to say something in question about Sean's intelligence when Sean sent a quick elbow to the gut. Sean said, "I'd watch who you are calling stupid, Greg. How long has it been since we went out on a joyride together?"
Greg said, "Sean, how long are you going to bring that up for? You need to get over it, man."
Sean said, "You realize it's been less than a month, right? I mean, Christ, you are probably going to get shit about that, especially from me, until time that you do something else equally as stupid. Although you were setting records with that joyride." Greg began to say something else, but the group of trucks started driving their way. He hit his mic and asked,
"Hey, they're getting much closer, guys. You want us to come down?"
Aslan said.
"No, just stay put."
Hammond leaned forward in the truck. He said, Didn't we want to find them? I mean, how are we going to find them if we do not follow them?" Clary turned around. He and Aslan had been doing this long enough that he didn't need to ask Aslan what he was thinking, because it was what was going through his head as well. He said, "We don't give a shit where they are going, Hammond. What we care about is where they go when they are done. They are looking for their group. They want to know where they are. But once they find them, which I don't think will take too long, they are going to be coming back this way. We need to know when they are coming back through. There won't be much for them to look at when they see what happened to their friends. But we want to make sure we got our guard up, because there's a good chance that as soon as they see us, they are going to open up fire. I know I would in that case." Hammond thought about that and asked, "Is it smart that we follow them to where they live? What if they have more people there that are hidden? We might be driving right into a shitstorm that we don't know about." Clary said, "As long as we find the place, that is enough for today. We can go back and make real plans. Aslan can take Sean with him, and they can do some research. It'd be good for him to get some first-hand experience. Doing it out in the field is worth 1,000 times more than practicing in an empty field. Those people will let you know if you do it wrong."
Aslan said, "So what you get to do is just sit back and wait for us to give you information. You know damn well how to do all this shit too, old man."
Clary said, "This is true, but Sean needs to learn."
"They all need to learn. Why don't we just go and take it from different positions? We can see if they have the numbers and go from there. It could be just a handful of people that are there. We could have hundreds. But we won't know until we put some time into trying to find out."
"So it looks like we get to do some old-school recon, huh? And here I thought the good old days were now over. We need to see if we still got it then."
"I know that I do. I don't know about you, of course. Some of us are just naturally gifted at things like this, and others, well, they need to try."
Hammond sat back in the seat, enjoying the uncommon harassment that each of them was giving. He was thinking that other than the fact they were sitting in a Humvee and with a full stock of machine guns, that it could be just like before all this happened, sitting around with his own friends. The men in the truck were back in a half hour, driving slowly this time, with windows down and rifles sticking out of the side of the truck and ready. Clary said, "Well, it looks like they definitely must have seen the bullet holes in the truck." The men stopped, staring at the parking lot, to see if there was anything that they needed to worry about. When they could find nothing to make them nervous, they continued to drive out. Aslan hit his mic and yelled,
"You two get your asses down here the second that truck is out of sight. I don't want to lose them. There's nothing we can do to find them if we don't keep up."
Sean and Greg duck-walked quickly across the roof, back to the ladder, and raced down it. By the time that they had made it down, the truck was already halfway down the street. The boys jumped into the truck, and Aslan pulled out slowly, making sure that they were far enough back that they wouldn't be seen. They headed into Johnston, to a gated community. "That's close enough. Any of you three know anything about that place? Do you have anyone that you know before this that lived there?" asked Clary. Sean and Greg both shook their heads no. Greg said,
"We didn't leave Adele all that often, honestly."
Hammond said, "I don't know anyone from there. We were stuck at the orphanage, unless there was a special function. There weren't many reasons to come to Johnston."
"Well, I can't say I'm too damn happy that they are living less than 15 minutes from the base. I find it a bit difficult to believe that they aren't coming out here, whether they haven't come to try and break into it or salvage anything while we have been there," Aslan said.
Clary said, "They had an entire housing development. Maybe they had enough canned goods that they could survive. What I mean is, maybe they were smart enough to not go out trying to fight a winter that would fight back."
"And you need to stare at me while you say that, don't you?" asked Greg.
Everyone in the truck nodded, and they headed back for the base, taking the long way, and being extremely sure that there was no one following them. When they deemed it that they were safe, and no one was on their tail, and there were no turned to worry about as well, they went back to the base. When they pulled in, Mark and Henry came out looking around, and hitting the gates. They looked at Sean, sitting in the truck, and said, "We are going to have a talk with Fox real quick if you guys want to leave him with us." Sean climbed out of the truck and said, "Guys, thank you for coming after me. I'm sorry I did that, but it was all that I've been thinking about as I've been staring at Ellie in that hospital bed. It's the only thing that I know now. It seems as if I want to be happy. They need to be dead. We should talk more about the blood drive. I think that it is a good idea." Greg patted him on the shoulder and asked, "Do you want me to come with you?" Sean shut the door. He said, "No, it's okay. I'll be fine. They probably just have questions about how things went. They won't keep me long, because I want to get to Ellie as soon as I can." Clary said, "You realize you are going to be the one who got their asses in some serious trouble by blowing out of here, and leaving them to be the one who is left to tell me what stupid thing that they had done." Sean waved them on, while looking at the two boys, seeming to wait patiently. The truck pulled out of sight, and when they did, Mark and Henry stepped forward. Mark said, "You know not everyone gets to take guard duty. I know it probably doesn't mean anything to you, since you get to be in charge of perimeter and get special one-on-one training with Aslan and Clary, but it means a lot to us." Sean said, "I wasn't trying to get you guys in trouble, but I had some business on the outside of the gates and, well, you were the only way that I was going to get out of here. If you got a problem with that, it sure as hell wasn't my intention. You'll need to get over it, though. If you guys remember, we were the ones standing behind you and showing you how to do everything. When you were still brand new and we started training after the first 6 months, you wouldn't have known how to do anything with those guns if we hadn't trained you guys. You'd just be another one of the people praying that there are no turned coming, because it would mean your sure death." The two boys waited patiently for him to quit speaking. When they knew that the three of them were alone, they set down their rifles and started approaching Sean. Sean said, "You guys sure you want to go there? It has been a long damn day." The two boys nodded, and Sean set his bag down, as well as the machine gun and the sniper rifle. He rolled his neck, cracking some of the stiffness from having a very long afternoon. He waited with his hands up and his palms out. The bigger of the two, Mark, stepped forward. His hands were not open. He had full-on fists and was ready to go. When he stepped forward, Sean said, "I prefer to take out my aggressions on the turn, but if you take a swing at me, I promise you that I'm going to put it in on you." Mark said, "You talk a big game, but I kind of think you aren't as special as everyone makes you out to be." "He isn't. He just knows how to use those guns. He hasn't done that much since he has been here," Henry said. Sean said, "I just killed 200 of the turned out there today." At this, they both shut up, wondering immediately if they were making the wrong choice, but figured they had proceeded too far into what they were thinking now was a mistake. That number, though, was something insane that they hadn't ever heard anyone talk about happening. Mark swung a right arm at Sean. Sean stepped to the left, using one of his open palms to push the punch to the side. When Mark was looking at that happening, he didn't see the right cross that was coming straight for his face. Sean followed through, snapping Mark's head back. Then he followed that up with putting a right leg behind his legs and shoving Mark backwards on his backside. When he tried to push up again, he got a foot hard to the chest. Henry wrapped Sean in a bear hug, squeezing tight and trying to lift him off of the ground. Sean stepped to the right, lifting his elbows out and opening up the arms. He brought down an elbow into the middle of his chest, sending the last bit of air mixed with spittle out of his body. He leaned forward and brought a second elbow into his groin. When Henry was falling down, Sean put a foot in front, this time pushing him forward and off balance. The two boys both stared at him from the ground, holding themselves in a way which could make them comfortable. Sean hovered over the two of them, keeping a few feet away from the both. He knelt down, picked up his guns and backpack. He said, "Unlike you guys, I have a girl who has been out of commission for quite some time, and I need to go see her.
If the two of you are done getting the shit kicked out of you, then I'm going to go ahead and proceed onto that. Did either of you have any problems with me doing that? Or did you want to kick my ass some more? I have a feeling you wouldn't be able to go too many rounds. Henry, whose face looked like he was going to puke, said, "I can't believe you did that." Sean walked away, and over his shoulder, he yelled, "Yeah, funny how people do things like that when it is 2-on-1. You guys have a great day. If you touch me again, I'll break your damn arms. Do you understand me?" They nodded their heads, and they did not think that he was kidding. There was pure, controlled rage in his face. Sean walked into the distance and out of sight. The two boys pushed up from their spots, helping each other into the guard's office, sure that they were not going to have any further issues with him. Sean wasted no time heading for the infirmary, and when he entered it, he saw Kaya and Patrick, both smiling and sitting next to her. When they saw Sean, they both got up, not saying anything. They knew that there'd be nothing that would keep the two of them from speaking together. When he saw Ellie, there was a short tear that formed in his eye. He tried to blink it away, but seeing the miracle of life in front of him was better than anything else. He couldn't believe that she was actually up, that she was awake. It was incredible. He walked up, leaned down, not caring who was around, and gave her the longest kiss he'd ever had before. She was weak, but with what energy Ellie had, was used to wrap her arms around him and kiss him back. He climbed onto the bed, lying next to her, conscious to be delicate of her head wound, while brushing the hair from her face. Sean said, "They didn't think that you were going to wake up. They were losing hope." Ellie whispered, "Did you think that I wasn't going to wake up? Did you give up on me, Sean?" "I never gave up on you, Ellie." "Where were you? Why weren't you here when I woke up?" "I had been here by your side. I'd had some issues myself. I don't know if Lou mentioned to you, but I fell through the ice when I was trying to steer the turn away from the grocery store. Well, weeks of sitting by your bedside left me being able to see only one thing, and that wasn't healthy for me." "What do you mean, you could only see one thing, Sean?" "I couldn't stop seeing that thing attacking you. I was on the floor and defenseless. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't believe that it was happening. And it is all that I was able to see, Ellie." "So you left to do what?" "To take care of the Turned. I wanted revenge. I wanted to have them dead for you. It was all that I could think about. After sitting here for days and weeks on end, I figured out something that would work. When I did, I left with every intention of being back hours before, but we ran into a bit of an issue." "With you? That never sounds as easy as it is. What happened, Sean?" "A group of survivors were out, and they wanted my guns and me." "What did you do?" "Fired off a magazine worth of rounds, shooting one of them in the leg, and booked ass up the hill and away from the base. I couldn't imagine bringing them back here. Clary and the rest hit me on my radio, and we went from there. You can say that those following me originally are either dead or turned by now. They had friends come, though, and we know where they live." "So you are going to what? Go and take them out?" "No, we are going to do some recon on them. But it isn't going to be today, and we aren't going to leave anytime soon. I'm staying by your side until you don't need me anymore." "There isn't going to be a time or day, for that matter, that I don't need you, Sean. And you best feel the same way that I do." Sean kissed her again and said, "Yes, don't worry. There's no future without you. It's a world I don't want to think about, Ellie. We will figure the rest out when it's time. There's nothing that I'm going to do but help you get better. I'm not going anywhere." Sean's tears dripped on her cheeks, and they thought that their future together was going to be a bright one. Clary and Aslan stopped by soon to check on her, and could see the young couple resting, a much-needed rest on Sean's part. Aslan said,
"Should we tell him that we are ready to go, or leave him be?"
Clary said, "We can simply wait. There's no rush. Let the two of them heal. She needs her body, and he needs his mind. We can continue getting people ready and move on from there. I think that we have a chance.
More so now than ever.